Scarlett lived like a doll in the shop window of a store owned by her father. While the girl was little, she had to obey him, and after marriage, she had to obey her husband, because such is the fate of the eldest daughter of the Chandler family. Scarlett was an obedient child. She was meek and quiet. She didn't cause any trouble. All parents dreamed of such a daughter. The year the girl turned 20, she went to the capital at the behest of her father. There, her wedding was planned with a man whose family was stronger only than the imperial one. Duke Samuel Huntington himself arranged this engagement. Scarlett was curious about what kind of person her fiancé was. The girl was trembling at the very thought that she would marry a man she had never seen. As soon as she entered the estate, she immediately saw how luxurious everything was around. The servant led Scarlett to her fiancé, who was standing in a large room near a lit fireplace. The young man turned around, and Scarlett was finally able to get a good look at him. She bowed, a little embarrassed, and then introduced herself to her fiancé. The first thing the girl noticed was that the young man was talking to her rather coldly. However, she decided not to pay attention to it, because the man had shown her, a girl from a poor family, a great favor. Suddenly, a young girl, dressed only in a nightgown, looked out from behind the sofa and asked who had come to visit them. She immediately guessed that the young man had recently told her specifically about Scarlett. Samuel put his arm around the girl's shoulders and confirmed that Scarlett was indeed his fiancée. The blonde smiled tenderly, greeted the guest, and introduced herself as Joshua. The girl looked calm, as if she felt at home in this estate. Scarlett didn't know how to react because she didn't expect to see anyone other than her fiancé today. However, Sam only smiled and noted that Joshua was his beloved. After his words, Scarlett felt unwell. Everything swam before her eyes, and it seemed as if something was making noise in her head. Sam himself knew what an honor the rich man had shown the girl by inviting her to such a luxurious estate. He noted that first of all, Scarlett was forbidden to interfere with his relationship with Joshua. Secondly, in front of strangers, the girl should behave like his exemplary wife. If she can do this, then the capital society will consider Scarlett the mistress of this house. Sam admitted that he would allow the girl to take his wife's place, because she had never even dreamed of such a thing. At that moment, Scarlett remembered her father's words about how she had been subordinate to him for the first half of her life. However, after her marriage, the girl will belong to her husband and listen to him in everything. At that moment, Scarlett realized that she had been sold like a doll that was on display. She was trained to follow orders her entire life, and then simply passed from one owner to another. She realized that her fiancé was perfectly aware of what was happening, which is why he chose her. The maid was combing the bride's hair and noticed that the girl had chosen a very modest dress. The girls noticed that nothing reflects innocence better than pure white. They noticed that Scarlett's red hair looked quite provocative, so the outfit should be discreet. The girl felt apathetic, because the ceremony was supposed to take place tomorrow, so she wanted to go to bed as soon as possible. That night, left completely alone in the room, Scarlett thought a lot. She couldn't sleep, so she went for a walk around the estate at night. The girl suddenly saw a light coming from a slightly open door, behind which voices could be heard. She realized that it was Joshua and Sam who were arguing about the ceremony. The guy reminded her that it was just a formality for the sake of his beloved, and she was terribly angry when she thought about their first wedding night. Sam asked his beloved to calm down, because he didn't care about other girls at all. He noticed that his bride was absolutely indifferent to him. The young man admitted that her only task was to give birth to an heir for him. When the father learned that his grandson would receive a knightly education, he sold his daughter without hesitation. Scarlett couldn't listen to him anymore, so she immediately rushed away and ran to her room. There the girl stopped in front of her wedding dress. All her life, she was an obedient child, and thought that she would be loved if she meekly obeyed someone else's will. She swung the knife and cut her wedding dress, leaving large excess shreds. Scarlett decided for herself that she would never believe this brazen lie again in her life. The next morning, when it was time to prepare for the ceremony, the maids discovered that the dress was damaged. All this time, Scarlett sat behind him silently and showed no signs of agitation. Sam looked into the room to see what the problem was, and then saw the ruined dress. The maid reported that Scarlett went to drink some water in the morning and saw him like that. The manager noted that all this could have been done by Joshua out of jealousy. All this time, the girl was trying to take the place of the mistress of the house, so she could completely despair after the arrival of the real bride. However, Samuel refused to believe this until he had clear evidence. The manager did not understand how much longer the young man would jump around this despicable girl, because soon he was supposed to become the head of the family. However, Sam ordered the woman to watch her language, because Joshua was his beloved. At this point, Scarlett finally spoke up and noted that the young man was right in his judgment. She rose from her chair and declared that it was better not to do anything in this situation. If rumors of this incident spread beyond the estate, the Duke's honor would be tarnished. Scarlett believed that they should look like the perfect married couple, so the girl did not want to make the matter public. Although she was from a poor family, her father taught her well the basics of morality and ethics. However, in exchange for fulfilling her husband's demands, Scarlett wanted to ask him for something in return. She took a moment to collect her thoughts and then announced that she wanted to be with another man. The girl admitted that, just like her future husband, she wants to have her own personal life. Sam allowed her to do this, but ordered her not to get pregnant by another man and not to ruin the appearance of their good family relationship. After this, the young people returned to the conversation about the wedding dress, which would be useful at the ceremony. Scarlett remembered that she liked another one in the store. She bought it in case of an official reception. The young man ordered the servants to remain silent about what had happened in the estate that morning. He also ordered that care be taken to ensure that this momentous day would be just perfect. Scarlett thought it was a good price to pay for the ruined dress, since she had made her mistress's life difficult and gained her freedom. People who think of it as a cheap thing will no longer be able to use it as a tool. After this, Scarlett changed into a spare dress and was fully prepared for the wedding ceremony. If you admitted that this dress suits the girl much better, because it shows off her beautiful figure. Scarlett also asked for some makeup to be added to complement the whole look. She also knew that chrysolite jewelry would be appropriate, and asked that her family's jewelry be used to honor them. The maid admired the girl because she was incredibly beautiful and had an attractive aura. The ceremony itself was wonderful. Everyone was happy for the newlyweds. The entire Chandler family was present at the wedding, and my mother even shed a tear. After the official ceremony, a maid announced that Archduke Kingsley, a member of the imperial family, had decided to come personally to congratulate the newlyweds, so a banquet was prepared. The manager added that Kingsley was an old friend of her master's, so he wouldn't just send a postcard. For her banquet, Scarlett was changed into a more comfortable and loose dress. The young husband and wife walked arm in arm and greeted all the guests who came to congratulate them. Sam saw his friend and hurried to meet him, but he walked too fast, causing Scarlett to collide with one of the guests. The girl dropped her glass, which broke, and a shard of glass stuck into Scarlett's leg. The girl announced that she could deal with it herself and go back so as not to bother her husband. She asked not to worry about her, although she was still a little bit at the temple. The Duke was not sure whether he should let his wife go, but guests were already hurrying to him. Scarlett headed towards the gazebo, but due to the pain, she was unable to stay on her feet and stumbled. The girl would have fallen and been hurt even more if the unknown young man had not managed to catch her in time. Judging by his clothes, Scarlett guessed that he was an aristocrat. The young man wanted to offer her his help, but the girl refused. The stranger squatted down and carefully examined Scarlett's leg, noticing that the splinter was still sticking out. He said that it was necessary to pull it out as quickly as possible and disinfect the wound. The stranger apologized to the girl, after which he picked her up in his arms so that she would not have to walk on her own. He carefully sat her down on a bench nearby and helped her take off her shoes. After this, the young man removed the splinter from her leg and treated the wound. He explained that he had provided first aid, but the girl should still see a doctor. The knight also added that because of his job, he always carries basic medications with him, so the girl was lucky. Scarlett thought to herself that the young man knew how to handle a weapon and also looked amazing. She glanced furtively at the young man, trying to get a better look at him. The guy asked where her room was so he could take the girl there. However, Scarlett immediately began to refuse his help, promising that she could get there on her own. She thought it would not be very nice if she was seen with another man on her own wedding day. The girl thanked the knight for his help and wanted to know his name. The young man could not refuse such an honor to the lady, so he confessed that his name was Edmund Lewis. Scarlett bowed deeply to him and promised that she would be sure to thank him properly later. Meanwhile, Samuel was pouring alcohol for his good friend Duke, asking him to have fun at this wedding. This is exactly what Scarlett found them doing. Returning with her leg bandaged, Sam immediately jumped up to his wife and hugged her, slightly scolding her for being late. The guy admitted that he couldn't wait any longer and was ready to go after the girl himself. He said he was looking forward to their wedding night, which scared Scarlett. Sam said goodbye to the Duke and explained that he and his wife needed some privacy for a while. The young couple headed away from people, and Scarlett remembered that her only task was to give birth to an heir. The girl knew that she was required to play the role of an exemplary wife, but she was not ready for marital intimacy. Sam noticed her confusion and confirmed that they would indeed have to have sex. He noted that if they didn't have a wedding night, people would think it was weird. He believed that they should follow certain rules, which meant sharing the marriage bed too. The young man realized that the girl's embarrassment was due to the fact that she had no experience before. He remembered why he didn't like village girls who took everything so seriously. Samuel gave Scarlett permission to take her time and ordered her to come up to his bedroom as soon as she was ready. After her husband left, the girl changed into a nightgown and drank some wine to relax a little. All her thoughts were occupied with only Sam's words about her pregnancy. Scarlett was unhappy that she was actually sold to this man. The girl never imagined that her wedding night would be so dirty and humiliating. Scarlett didn't want to go through this at all. The girl cried and couldn't stop. She didn't want things to be like this at all, so she started running. Scarlett was so tearful and in a bad mood that she couldn't look where she was going and almost fell down the stairs until someone caught her in their arms. Finally, the girl woke up and saw that her savior was again Sir Lewis. The young man was very surprised by the sudden change in his young wife. Suddenly, Scarlett pulled the knight into the nearest room, which turned out to be open. There she closed the door behind them and pressed the young man against the wall. Without a word, Scarlett pounced on the knight and kissed him hard. The girl took a step back, threw off her cloak, and showed herself to him in all her appearance. Knight Edmund did not expect such behavior from a noble person, so he did not know how to behave. Scarlett asked him not to ask her any questions, but just to help her one more time. Clothes were scattered all over the room, as if they had been taken off very quickly. Edmund pulled his shirt over his head and watched as Scarlett put her dress back on. The girl lifted the cape, lowered it onto her shoulders, and only then thanked the young man for his help. She liked the fact that he didn't ask unnecessary questions, but simply let her leave silently. After everything that happened, the knight remained sitting on the sofa and tried to think about everything that had just happened. Sam stood with a glass of wine in his hands near the window and played with the parrot. The young man complained that Scarlett took too long to get to him. The girl apologized for being late, citing the fact that she needed time to prepare. She hoped that she would give birth to a child from her first man, and not be a simple tool in the hands of her husband. Suddenly, Sam ordered the girl to forget about everything, because he was tired and did not want to do it by force. Immediately after this, the boy grabbed the parrot and squeezed the little bird's body tightly. Scarlett watched as the bird stopped squeaking and its bloody feathers flew all over the room. After the kill, Sam threw the bird back into the cage and declared that this was enough to convince the others. He ordered Scarlett to stay in this room until the morning, and he himself was going to go to Joshua. After her husband left, the girl was glad that she had gotten away with it that day. She walked over to the huge double bed and fell onto it to rest. Scarlett turned her head and looked at the unfortunate bird that had fallen victim to the man's hands. The girl could not get the young knight out of her head, who became the first experience in her life. She knew that the knight was a good man, because he didn't ask her about anything. Scarlett was glad that her first time was with such a man. Erica and her mother rode on Florence's famous ferry, which turned out to be much older than they thought. While Scarlett's younger sister and mother were having fun, she was riding in the next boat with her father. The first thing the man asked was how the newlyweds' first wedding night went. Scarlett explained that she had not pestered the Duke and had done everything that was required of her. The capital's aristocrats believed that having a couple of lovers was completely normal, so they did not bother each other with senseless jealousy. From these words of her father, Scarlett understood that the man knew perfectly well about Joshua's existence. She noticed that his awareness was amazing because he was aware of her husband's most intimate secrets. The man noticed that the Duke was initially looking for reliable people, so he introduced him to his knights. Sam was so pleased with them that he also asked them to find him an educated and obedient wife. Scarlett felt even more upset that her father knew everything and still sold her. She asked if she could ask the man one important question. From childhood, the girl was completely submissive to his will and strove to become a daughter of whom he could be proud. So it was more interesting to see if her father loved her at all. However, he only grinned and noticed that the girl still thought like a street girl. He admitted that he fed and clothed Scarlet, and now she must repay him for it. He considered it a great honor to be the Duke's wife, because now his investment in the girl would finally pay off. The man promised that they would see each other again soon, but until then, Scarlet should obey her husband. Once at home, the girl approached the butler and asked which of the Duke's servants had been sent to him by the Chandler family. She said that all these people were spies and were providing her family with information about the Duke. Scarlet stated that they could cause chaos among the other servants, so she ordered that they be disposed of immediately. The butler thanked the lady for her attentiveness and promised to immediately report this to the Duke himself. At this time, the heroine could not stop thinking about her father's words, which she heard from him today during a walk. She promised herself that she would no longer believe in this nonsense, because as soon as she believed in love, she immediately got a knife stuck in her back. Scarlet promised herself that she would never again build empty hopes and allow herself to expect anything from such things. The Archduke noticed that his knight Edmund looked somewhat lost. He asked the boy to get closer to Samuel's bride and find out from her about the Duke's true intentions. The young man remembered that his knight had literally crashed into the girl not long ago, but the only thing Edmund could remember was the sad tears on the face of the beautiful Scarlet. The girl kept sobbing and shaking slightly, as if she was about to break. The knight did not know what was going on, but he reported that there was clearly disagreement between the Duke and his wife. He noticed that the bride looked as if she had suffered a severe shock. Sam asked why his wife fired all of Joshua's employees. The girl stated that her father knew about the existence of the mistress, and that he could easily find a key to those male maids and make them talk. Although Scarlet was related to him, she was now a member of the Duke's family, and the honor of this family was now more important to her than anything else. He himself was glad that he had such a wise wife, and he hoped that she would continue to be a good housewife. He added that in the evening, at the imperial ball, they should look like the happiest couple. Scarlet promised him that she would easily cope with her task and would not cause any problems. And so it happened. From the outside, the young spouses seemed like the perfect couple. Everyone congratulated them on their wedding, and especially noted that Sam had managed to get an incredible beauty. Suddenly, the young man put his arm around the girl's shoulders and forced her to come even closer to him. This was all due to the fact that the Archduke approached them to personally chat with his young wife. He noticed that this was their first meeting, so he formally introduced himself to the lady. Scarlet responded in kind, and in her mind she tried to remember what she had heard about Kingsley. Just yesterday, the young man noticed that his young wife was simply an amazing beauty. Sam recalled that his friend himself told him not to delay the wedding, but he still hadn't found a bride for himself. Immediately after this, he hugged his young wife and gently kissed her temple. Scarlet noticed that Sam was especially trying to act like a loving husband in front of this man. She pretended to be embarrassed by his actions, which the young man committed in public. Everyone laughed and referred to the fact that the atmosphere between the newlyweds was really hot. Kingsley apologized for his rudeness, but still asked the young girl to dance. He promised not to seduce Scarlet, but instead to tell her how Sam fell off a ferry as a child and almost drowned. It was clear that the husband was not very pleased with his friend's behavior, but he still did not dare refuse him. Scarlet noticed his strange reaction and realized that she had to be careful. The girl had heard before that the two had been friends since childhood, so it seemed strange to her. Soon the music started playing, and the young people, coming out to the middle of the area, began their dance. Kingsley asked if Milady had had time to visit the Florence Canal, which was their main attraction. The girl noticed that her parents had come yesterday, and they all highly praised the local beauty. The Duke had heard that her father ran a knightly order, and his opinion was especially interesting to him. The man noted that the canal was amazingly beautiful, and that the Emperor had made it a magnificent place, but he also noted that the old ferry needed repairs. Scarlet's father calculated that if the ferry were updated, Florence would become even more beautiful. The Duke asked how exactly this place could be better restored. However, Scarlet did not have time to give him her answer, because the appearance of the Emperor was announced. All the guests immediately bowed their heads to greet the ruler of their country. There were rumors that the Emperor had been seriously ill for a long time, but still decided to personally greet Duke Kingsley, who had arrived in the capital. The young man whispered that he would like to continue the conversation with Scarlett a little later. If she has such a desire, the girl can let his guard know about it. Kingsley then pointed his finger to the side, and Scarlett was surprised when she realized that it was the same knight she had already met. The Duke leaned towards the girl's ear and promised that he would eagerly await her appearance. After he left, Scarlett immediately turned around and walked away from that place. The girl went out onto the balcony to get some fresh air and calm down a bit. She knew she couldn't hesitate, because what had happened between her and that man shouldn't bother her anymore. Scarlett had to put aside unnecessary feelings, because she should focus on the relationship between her husband and the Duke. The girl knew that Samuel was clearly hiding something from his friend, and she had won her husband's trust, but she could not allow him to make her a puppet. Scarlett needed to find out his weaknesses and turn them to her advantage. As the rightful heir to the throne, Duke Kingsley wields enormous influence, and the current emperor is too weak to rein in his son. It was only natural that Kingsley would undoubtedly become the next ruler. Scarlett knew that if she broke her connection with Sam, it could work to her advantage. This move can help the girl gain independence from everyone. Scarlett noticed Edmund appear next to her on the balcony, and she ordered herself to remain calm. The young man thought that the girl was not feeling well, so he followed her, even though it was impolite. Scarlett thanked the knight for treating her wound on her wedding day, promising to thank his family on behalf of the Duke's family. Edmund tried to explain something to her, but he was confused and could not really say anything. The girl just joked that the guy was afraid that she might get hurt again, so he came early. She noticed that, thanks to him, she had a good time yesterday and asked if it was true that in the capital, a couple could have some privacy immediately after meeting. She apologized to the knight and noted that she was not interested in men who could not resist women's tears. Before leaving, Scarlett asked the knight to give something to Mr. Kingsley. She announced that she wanted to meet him in a quiet place and without her husband. Edmund immediately thought that the girl wanted to be alone with his master, just as she had done with him yesterday. However, he promised that he would definitely let her know when Duke Kingsley was free. On the way home, Sam asked what his wife had discussed with Duke Kingsley. The girl explained that she told the guy how she went boating with her parents. The man hoped that she had not told him anything unnecessary. He reminded her that she must choose her surroundings carefully, but be especially careful in her dealings with Kingsley. Scarlett didn't understand why her husband didn't want to tell his friend about Joshua, because she had known for a long time that they communicated well. However, Sam ordered her not to meddle in other people's business, because she only had to fulfill his demands. Scarlett realized there was no point in arguing, so she simply apologized for her interest. She concluded that he was disgusted by the very idea of everyone knowing about Joshua so much that he married a girl from a poor family. Scarlett realized that if she found out the reason, then she would have trump cards in her hands that would grind this man into dust. Upon arriving home, Sam was the first to get out of the carriage, while the maids helped Scarlett, who was wounded, out. The young men discovered that some kind of noise was coming from among the servants near the entrance. Sam asked what was going on, and then learned that it was all about Joshua. However, before the maid had time to explain the essence of the problem, her mistress, all in tears, jumped out from behind her. She immediately rushed to her lover and hoped that he would protect her. Madame Moore, the head maid, said that the girl had gone on strike and said she did not want to see her mistress. Scarlett was amazed that the whole mess somehow affected her. Joshua didn't understand why this woman had only just come into the house now. She believed that Scarlett had fired all her maids out of jealousy. The madam tried to explain to the girl that all the maids were spies and could harm the master, but Joshua did not believe it. She thought that Scarlett simply didn't like the fact that Sam belonged to her and not to his wife. The girl also stated that she did not touch Scarlett's wedding dress and that she was making it all up. Joshua hoped that Sam would protect her, but the young man was very gloomy. He reminded her of what would happen if a girl went outside without asking. He held her hand tightly and remarked that if a girl breaks the rules, she must be punished. So the young man ordered the manager to lock Josh in the room for 3 days. Scarlett watched in silence as Joshua retreated to his room. The girl realized that the way Sam treated his mistress was not at all like love. Suddenly, the young man turned to his wife and apologized to her for this scene. He noticed that she had done very well at the ball today and was much smarter than he had assumed. So Sam announced that from that day on, Scarlet could consider herself the rightful mistress of this house. She has to make sure that everything is in order on the estate, Joshua includes. Scarlet smiled triumphantly and promised that she would do everything in her power. A little later, the girl was sitting in her office and looking through documents that needed to be sorted out. She wondered what the Duchess was supposed to do in this house. Previously, the manager took care of everything, but now the gentleman has come to his senses and found himself a wonderful wife. From these papers, Scarlet learned that Joshua was a commoner, the daughter of a peasant woman who lost her mother at the age of 6. The girl didn't even see her father, but Sam couldn't pass by and took the girl to his place. Her mother's blood flowed through her, but she manipulated her master at her own discretion, which the manager did not like at all. Scarlet asked why Joshua couldn't go out into the yard without Sam's permission. She might be noticed by strangers. The Duke's honor would be dishonored, and as a child, due to her health, she could not stay outside for long. The manager said that the girl was the same age as Scarlet, but compared to the lady, she was just a fool. The heroine realized that Joshua was the orphan that Sam brought 15 years ago. At that time, he treated her well, but over time, everything changed. Scarlet suddenly realized that this house was a huge prison for the girl. Now she understood why Sam had intended to hide this behind a sham marriage. She understood why he didn't want to reveal his secret to his old friend the Duke. Scarlet said she wanted to meet Joshua and talk to her alone. In her huge dark room, Joshua sat on the floor surrounded by stuffed animals. She was playing with dolls when she heard that someone had come to visit her. The little girl hoped that it was her beloved Sam, but instead she saw only Scarlet. The girl immediately began to cry because she was sure that Sam's wife would mock her again. The little girl began throwing dolls at the girl, forcing her to leave. She didn't like that Scarlet lied to her husband, and now he thought the girl was bad. Joshua was sure that the guy always loved her more than anyone else. But now everything has changed. Scarlet realized that this child was not her enemy. She did not have enough strength to harm him. She understood perfectly well that this unfortunate girl was just another toy of her husband. So Scarlet leaned over to the crying girl and asked if she wanted to get out of this house. She said that Sam had entrusted her with all the chores in the house, including caring for the girl. If Scarlet wanted, she could take Joshua outside without anyone knowing. Scarlet hoped that the girl would be useful to her if she realized that Sam's love was actually fake. Joshua assumed that Scarlet wanted to set her up again. She thought that as soon as she went outside, the girl would tell Sam everything, and he would get angry again. Joshua stated that she would not break his rules because she was a decent girl. Scarlet looked at the baby and realized that she looked very much like her as a child. The girl also believed that if she was obedient and did not bother her elders, they would love her in return. Scarlet noticed that Joshua considered her his enemy. She decided to leave, but first asked the girl to think about who was really worth fearing. During tea drinking, they discussed the good relationship between the young spouses. After that day, Sam didn't show much interest in Scarlet. However, this was to be expected, because their marriage was just a formality, so it was even better this way. But those around her didn't need to know about this, so Scarlet played the role of the loving wife. Suddenly, one of the girls dropped that the young wife was not at all like the Duke's typical choice. Scarlet was told that Sam was the kind of man who attracted a crowd of girls. Marilyn, the Emperor's mistress, thought that the young man would never decide to marry. They said that you never see men like that outside of someone's bed. In the past, she would have been embarrassed to hear such a conversation, but the teachers Sam hired after the wedding did an excellent job. Now the girl knew how to behave in high society, so she could calmly answer provocative questions. She noticed that her dear husband was faithful to her both day and night, after which Marilyn unexpectedly asked to tell how their first wedding night with her husband went. Seeing Scarlet's confusion, the girl laughed and remarked that she could provide a couple of excellent lovers. The other girls at the table laughed and noticed that the young wife was not yet accustomed to life in the capital. Here, a married woman can date 2 or even 3 more men, and this is normal for both spouses. Marilyn heard that the Emperor was quite the libertine in his youth, but after meeting her, he can't look at other women. After these words, Scarlet calmed down, because Sam definitely wouldn't interfere in her personal life. Nowadays, not many people could boast of power comparable to that of an emperor, and at such a young age. Here, the lady's attention turned to the young Duke Kingsley, who had recently arrived in the capital. The girls were curious about what type of men Scarlet was attracted to. They stared at her, waiting for an answer, but the girl herself didn't really know what to answer. Suddenly, the image of the knight with whom she spent her first night came into her head. Scarlet looked at her interlocutors and declared that she had always liked men like the Duke. The girls just laughed and noted that they shouldn't have expected any other answer from the newlyweds. After this, the heroine could breathe a sigh of relief, because the ladies switched to discussing the personal lives of other acquaintances. After finishing tea with Scarlet, she relaxed in a hot bath in her chambers. She recalled what she had learned about the Duke during their recent conversation. This one tea party gave her more information about her husband than she had learned in their short life together. Scarlet realized that the guy was having a good time in his life, even without Joshua. She was sure that the girl, locked in the house, did not even suspect how Sam behaved the rest of the time. Scarlet thought that the guy just wanted a convenient and cute toy, or that his wildlife was another way to hide Joshua. The maid called her mistress and informed her that her personal mail had arrived. These were invitations to tea parties, a charity fair, and a ball that might be useful. The first thing Scarlet did was grab the letter that was sent on behalf of the knight. It contained a message from Kingsley, who had prepared a secluded place for their conversation. The guy talked about a certain place, but sent tickets to the opera, which looked more like a date. Scarlet remembered how married women behaved in this city. She realized that she too was now a city girl and could behave accordingly. And this meant that she could also have a couple of lovers. Scarlet felt a fighting spirit and asked the maid to bring her a dress and jewelry for the outing. Even though she no longer needed love, the girl was going to figure out how to use this man to her advantage. Later in the evening, dressed in evening dress, Scarlet arrived at the opera. The butler met the girl at the entrance and led her straight to her seat. When Scarlet arrived at the place, she saw that she was met by Duke Kingsley and his faithful knight, who accompanied him everywhere. The young man noticed that my lady looked more and more beautiful every day. Scarlet had a plan of action, so she pretended to be incredibly happy to see the Duke. The lead singer, wearing a mask on her face, sang her aria in front of the audience in the hall. A fire was blazing behind her, and her opponents were kneeling before her. Scarlet, Duke Kingsley, and his accompanying knight Edmund watched everything from the balcony. Unexpectedly, the prince from the enemy clan handed the main character a flower and offered to make peace. After this gesture, forgotten feelings awakened in the girl, and she decided to give them another chance. After this, the main characters merged into a passionate kiss, which was supposed to mark the beginning of a truce. Kingsley watched Scarlet's reaction and guessed that she wasn't very fond of love stories. The girl noticed that everything on stage looked incredibly beautiful. Kingsley explained that the story was about the goddess of the red dragons, who gave the first emperor magical powers. He found it curious that the goddess had come to the kingdom to avenge her children. This meant that she already had a lover who was waiting for her at home. It turned out that the goddess, having one man, was able to love another. Scarlet noticed that Kingsley looked very much like the main character in the play. The young man was sure that Scarlet was as beautiful as the goddess of red dragons. The Duke carefully stroked the girl's hair, but she was embarrassed by the presence of the knight. The young man immediately noticed this and did not want his companion to feel uncomfortable. So he turned to the knight and asked him to wait outside for a while. Edmund bowed and also silently left the balcony, leaving the couple alone. Kingsley remembered that the girl had recently told him that she wanted to talk in private. Scarlet was simply curious about the kind of person her husband considered a close friend. The Duke admitted that he once thought he could trust this guy with his life. However, everything changed the moment he met Scarlet. After this, the young man approached the girl closely and kissed her carefully. At this time, the girl thought that these two men had a very interesting relationship. One pretended to be happily married, the other tried to steal his wife. Scarlet knew she had to put all the facts together, but for now she was enjoying what was happening. The girl wanted to know why Kingsley was betraying a friend to whom he was ready to trust his life. She assumed that the guy fell in love with her at first sight, but he didn't seem like the type to lose his head so easily. Kingsley assumed that the girl was bored kissing him, because in her mind she was far from this place. Scarlet admitted that she simply remembered their conversation about the ferry. Kingsley noticed that the girl was the daughter of a businessman, since she wanted to talk about work at such a moment. However, Scarlet said that they could discuss this another time, after which she suggested setting up a new meeting. Kingsley promised that next time he would choose a quieter place so that the girl would not be distracted by anything. Suddenly, there was loud applause, and the young people realized that it was time to leave. The main characters of the production received a standing ovation and went on stage to collect the praise of the audience. After the performance was over, the knight asked if the guests liked it. The young man offered his help to accompany her home. However, Scarlett decided to refuse his offers and said that she would get there on her own. The girl smiled tenderly at Kingsley and reminded him that she would look forward to their next meeting. The young man enjoyed her company, so he suggested that they address each other informally. After this, Scarlett said goodbye to those present and headed to the exit, where a carriage was supposed to meet her. After the night's story, Kingsley decided that she was just a simple village girl, but he realized that he was wrong. Now the Duke was sure that before him stood a very interesting young lady. Late in the evening, when Scarlett returned home, she was met by the manager. The lady reported that Sam was expecting his wife and wanted her to come to him as soon as possible. Scarlett was a little nervous when she walked into her husband's office. The young man noticed that the girl came home late, so he asked who she had been with all this time. The young wife admitted that she was at the opera with other ladies and did not notice how quickly time flew by. The girl heard that this production was currently popular in the capital, so she wanted to see it herself. Sam hoped that in front of the other women, the girl had behaved with dignity and played her part. After this, he admitted that he had called Scarlett to fulfill her marital duty. The girl was surprised by the suddenness of his decision, because she did not expect that they would return to this conversation so soon. Sam suddenly asked how regular the girl's periods were. Scarlett remembered his words that her main task was simply to give him an heir. The girl's father claimed that she did not have any venereal diseases, but the young man wanted to make sure once again. Scarlett was confused, but stated that she had never really encountered such problems. Sam noted that he would send a doctor to examine her tomorrow, since the girl seemed healthy on the outside. After that, he let Scarlett go to be alone and spend a nice evening with a bottle of wine. The girl was glad that her wedding night would not take place today, after all, after which she bowed and left. The next day, the promised visit of the doctor took place, who was supposed to conduct an examination. The young man carefully examined his patient and noticed that the girl had hypovitaminosis. He noted that if she wanted to give birth to a healthy child, she had to watch her diet. The doctor promised to prescribe some herbs rich in useful substances that should be brewed like tea. He thought that the girl should abstain from sexual intercourse for a while. Scarlett was delighted when she heard that the doctor would communicate this decision to her husband as well. After this, the young man left the girl to rest, promising to send the medicine a little later. Afterwards, Scarlett breathed a sigh of relief, because for a while she was safe. Her malnutrition due to constant stress had its benefits, so the girl was going to eat even less in the future to buy time. She was glad that she was able to improve her relationship with Kingsley, so she could use that to solve her main problem. The girl believed that she must divorce her husband before she became pregnant by him. By pressing on his weak points, Scarlett will increase the likelihood of divorce. But even if she succeeds, Sam and her father won't let her go so easily. Scarlett needed to give herself a chance at a quiet life alone. If she fails to free herself, she will return to her previous miserable state. Therefore, first of all, she needed to earn personal capital. Scarlett soon took part in a charity fair, all proceeds from which were to go to help orphans. The girl walked along the shelves with jewelry and noticed one set with aquamarine. She reached out to look at him closer, but almost collided with another girl. The young lady noticed that Scarlett liked the earrings. However, the heroine was not so interested in them, so she agreed to give them up to her interlocutor. She said they simply caught her eye, but she had no intention of buying them. Then, Lady Elsa offered to accept them as a gift from her, since she had not yet congratulated Scarlett on her wedding. The heroine smiled softly and said that a simple verbal congratulation would have been enough for her. However, Elsa insisted that these earrings would suit the girl perfectly, so she should not refuse. Scarlett thought that everyone in the capital had at least basic knowledge, but it turned out that she was wrong. She said that an educated person would never give aquamarine jewelry as a wedding gift, because it is the stone of seafarers. It is believed that it can protect a ship from storms, but no ship will sail in calm weather, so this stone is not given to newlyweds. Scarlett guessed that everyone thought she didn't know such things because she came from the provinces. Elsa immediately covered her face with a fan to hide her disappointment that her prank had failed. Scarlett then assumed that the girl had no malicious intent. She was simply unaware of this fact. Unexpectedly, Marilyn intervened in their conversation. Deciding to break up the argument between the two girls, she turned to Elsa and noted that the girl might have simply forgotten about it a little. The girl gratefully accepted this excuse and admitted that she had indeed forgotten this belief. Marilyn asked to be more careful in the future, after which she announced that she would take the earrings herself. The girl immediately turned to her companion, who had already taken out money to pay for the jewelry. Marilyn admitted that she also loved the fresh air, which in local society meant that she was not averse to having some fun on the side. Immediately after this, Elsa apologized to everyone present and announced that she would leave early. It was no wonder that many girls envied Scarlett, because she married the Duke himself. She didn't really need this guy, but she couldn't let the others know that. After talking about the sea, Marilyn remembered the latest news. She reported that the guild had hired a new shipbuilder who wanted to rebuild the ferry. This man came from a state surrounded by water, so they had a very developed shipbuilding industry. Scarlett became curious about how they wanted to redesign the ferry and what would come of it. From the Emperor's mistress, she learned that this guild is currently looking for investors for its project, since building a ship is a very expensive pleasure. Scarlett stood on the bridge and looked at the canal that ran through the entire city. She knew that if the guild project was successful, her financial problem could be solved. Suddenly, a familiar voice called the girl's name, causing her to turn around. It turned out to be Edmund, who was carrying a letter to the girl, but unexpectedly met her in the city. Scarlett was afraid that the young man wanted to talk to her about that very night. She stated that he had no reason to send her a letter, since there was nothing between them. The girl calmed down a little and looked embarrassed when she learned that the letter was from the Duke. Suddenly, Edmund asked if Scarlett had really come to admire this canal. He noticed that when the sun went down, it would get colder in this place, so the girl should dress warmer. Scarlett replied that she was capable of taking care of herself, and the guy shouldn't worry about her. She found it strange that a guy always cared so much about girls he had spent one night with. She reminded him that she was meeting with his master, so the knight had better not entertain false hopes. Suddenly, the young man asked why the girl was crying that day, since she had not given free rein to her feelings in front of the Duke. However, that very night, the girl did not stop crying, as if someone had hugged her for the first time. After his words, Scarlett looked confused, because he had definitely guessed the meaning of her feelings. She noticed that the young man simply had a taste for simple-minded and inexperienced girls. Edmund decided that Scarlett really had little experience, judging by her reaction and shaking hands. He admitted that the Duke had seen many women and, unlike him, could accurately determine who was sincere and who was just pretending. After his words, Scarlett flared up and asked what he wanted to say with these words. Edmund noted that the girl would not get rid of the Duke as easily as she did him, so she should be careful. He noted that there was no point in playing with Kingsley because the guy would only get closer to the girl if she was honest with him. After that, he finally took out the letter and handed it to Scarlett. The girl snatched the envelope and noticed that she was not as stupid as those around her thought. It seemed that there were still unspoken things between the young people, but neither of them was in a hurry to continue the topic. After a few moments, Edmund bowed to the girl and wished her a good journey, after which he left. Only then did Scarlett open the letter and learn that Kingsley would send a carriage for her the following Saturday evening. His dirty intentions were obvious, but Scarlett needed this man. She needed his power, but it would clearly come at a high price. The heroine knew that she had to give something in return, so she had to prepare for their next meeting. So the next place Scarlett went to was the guild that Marilyn had talked about. The representative of the Puccini Guild introduced himself to the noble lady and was glad to see her. Scarlett immediately appreciated how well the young man spoke her language. Puccini immediately realized that the girl was interested in their ferry reconstruction project and wanted to invest money. Scarlett wanted to evaluate the design first, but the guild's resources were limited, so they couldn't take the project seriously yet. The girl was sure that, having a ready-made drawing in hand, they would be able to attract investors faster. She knew that the design in the guild was still in the development stage, so she wanted to offer them her own version. Puccini looked interested and said that he would be very pleased to listen to his guest. The young man carefully examined the drawing that Scarlett had given him. He noted that if everything went smoothly, this project would bring great profits. But to get started, they need startup capital and permission from the channel's owner, Lady Amaryllis. Puccini hoped that Scarlett would be able to finance the project, but the girl immediately destroyed his hopes. She knew that if they used Sam's money, the guy would be able to take all the profits for himself. This project was supposed to be hers alone, so she promised to find investors herself. Puccini was delighted that one day all his problems would be solved. He said that their master would be able to start work today, but it was necessary to obtain permission from Lady Amaryllis. Scarlet promised that she would look into this matter, because she had one idea. Joshua was unhappy that Samuel did not support her during a recent argument. The young man believed that if he brought flowers, then everything that happened could be forgotten. He admitted that the flowers grew near the canal, and they reminded him of Joshua, so he picked a few. The girl didn't even know that such beautiful flowers could grow near the canal, so she felt locked in. She looked at her lover and admitted that she wanted to see these flowers too. Sam immediately reminded the girl that it was dangerous for her to leave the house. He hugged the girl and reminded her that there were a lot of cruel people living outside. He was worried that his treasure would be harmed and he would no longer be able to live without her. At that moment, in Sam's arms, Joshua remembered Scarlet's words that the girl could get her out of this house. Puccini promised that they would contact Scarlet soon. The girl noted that she intends to implement this project and hopes for cooperation. Unexpectedly, the young man apologized and admitted that the girl's smile reminded him of one person. He asked her not to take it as rude, but still asked what her maiden name was. After answering, he thought for a moment and said that the girl looked very much like his old friend. Unfortunately, this man was no longer in this world, but many years ago he lived in his hometown. Scarlet offered her condolences to the young man. Puccini admitted that this friend would have really liked the project that the girl proposed. He admitted that his merchant's intuition told him that success awaited them. After the conversation ended, Scarlet said goodbye to Puccini and headed for the exit. Watching the girl from behind, the young man noticed that his new partner and old friend really looked very similar. If his assumptions were correct, the prophecy was about to come true. At that moment, it seemed to him that he had already met Scarlet many years ago. At that time, the girl was still a baby, who was prophesied to take over the canal of the entire empire. Many years later, this baby had grown into a beautiful girl who was just beginning her journey to conquer the canal. Scarlet collected all the necessary things and arrived at the agreed station. A couple of minutes later, a carriage drove up to her, the coachman of which was the knight Edmund. The young man came down and offered his hand to the lady to help her into the carriage. Scarlet didn't want to accept his help, but she knew she would look stupid if she refused. So she took the young man by the hand and accepted his help as if nothing had happened between them. Duke Kingsley was already waiting for her in the carriage, and he immediately helped the girl get settled inside. The young man complimented his companion and kissed her hand. After the guest had settled into the carriage, the Duke gave the order to move out. Only when she was inside did Scarlet remove her veil, which hid her face from those around her. The Duke admitted that he had prepared a small gift for the girl. He opened the wooden box, and Scarlet saw that there were aquamarine jewelry lying on a velvet pillow. The Duke admitted that he wanted to give them to her as a wedding gift, which embarrassed his companion. He heard that Lady Elsa wanted to play a joke on Scarlet, but instead she disgraced herself. The girl thought Scarlet was a country bumpkin and paid for it, which was great. The heroine admitted that she did not know that even such insignificant rumors reached the Duke. The young man did not understand why the girl treated him so seriously when they were alone. He suggested that Scarlet wear these decorations when meeting him, secretly from her husband. However, the girl did not fall for his persuasion and pushed away the hand that was hugging her. She found it offensive that the Duke wanted her to wear such a cheap thing to meet him. The jewelry was finely crafted, but the quality of the material was disgusting, and it was more suited to a prostitute. Scarlet admitted that she didn't think that the Duke, the main candidate for the heir to the throne, was such a stingy person. After her words, the young man suddenly laughed instead of looking offended. He admitted that he had screwed up in choosing this gift. The Duke grabbed the box and the jewelry and easily threw them out of the carriage window, not worrying about the money he had spent. The young man turned to Scarlet and asked her for forgiveness, admitting that it was entirely his fault. He wanted to invite the girl to a jewelry store as an apology and choose the best gift for her. However, Scarlet was really upset, so she chose to refuse the offer. Kingsley still insisted that he wanted to make amends, so he tried to find out what method the girl would find acceptable. Scarlet realized that the ground for conversation was ready. All that remained was to conclude a deal. So she confessed that instead of jewelry, she would like to receive something else from the Duke. The young man looked interested. Because this girl was behaving rather unusually, Scarlett admitted that she needed money and support so that she could buy herself diamonds. The young man asked why she didn't just ask her husband about it. The heroine noticed that her husband had transferred all the duties of the mistress of the estate to her, but she wanted to do something independently of him. Sam can easily strip her of all her privileges, but her own funds will remain with her. Kingsley thought the couple had a good relationship, but there was fear in love. Scarlett admitted that everything was fine now, but no one knew how strong her husband's feelings were, and this way she could protect herself. That's why she didn't need a man to give her gifts. She wanted to buy them herself. After listening to her speech, the Duke asked what exactly the girl wanted to do. Recently, Puccini contacted Scarlett, and the girl met a master from his empire. After that, she discussed all the details with them, and the preparations were completed. All that remained was to persuade the Duke to help her implement this plan. So Scarlett unrolled the drawing in front of him and showed him a boat called a gondola. The girl said that in translation from the ancient language, it means trembling. It can carry up to 6 people. To make it float, you need long oars, not like those of a regular ferry. The gondola has a low stance but high sides, which prevents water from getting inside. In addition, this boat is more agile and can easily pass through narrow areas. Thus, it fits perfectly with the relief of the canal in the city. At this time, the ferry was used mainly by aristocrats or wealthy tourists. That's why Scarlett made different designs so that everyone could choose a boat to their taste. If they surround the ferry with these boats, it will become a perfect place for a date, especially if they set a fixed price for boat rental. The Duke noted that the capital's residents might soon become bored with this entertainment. Scarlett noticed that opera has been very popular lately. There are a lot of talented singers around who don't have enough money. Many are left without work. So she suggested hiring cute young boatmen who would sing a beautiful song while the couple sailed along the water in an elegant boat and admired the city views to the sound of soothing melodies. If you change the repertoire every season and hire new boatmen, people will come again and again to hear the new songs. When artists gain deserved popularity, they will be invited to theaters, which will attract more and more talent. The Duke admitted that the plan sounded good, and not because he liked Scarlett's voice. The girl planned to keep the ferry, which would perform a transport function and carry people in the morning and evening, but slightly reduce the cost of tickets. Kingsley remarked that in this way, they could elevate Florence to the skies and make it a tourist destination. A channel praising the imperial family will be even more memorable to the empire's guests. The Duke only needs to convince Lady Amaryllis to approve the project. Kingsley laughed and noted that the girl had all the makings of an excellent merchant. Because she had foreseen many things, he decided that it would be better for his sister to talk to the girl in person, promising to arrange a meeting for them. However, that was not all. Scarlett admitted that she would like to ask for something else. The Duke suggested that this must be money that would be used for startup capital. The girl really needed an investor, because many people would want to participate in the development of such a project. However, Scarlett knew that no one could pay more than the Duke, so she turned to him first. The young man asked what he would get in return for becoming an investor. Scarlett promised that he would get a share of the total proceeds, but she had another offer. She said she wanted to end all business with her father's guild and would pursue the project with the help of the Puccini Guild. This guild is located on the Duke's territory and pays him a fee, and thanks to this project, it will be able to grow and bypass the others. And if her income grows, then the Duke himself will be able to raise taxes and earn more money. However, Kingsley smiled and admitted that he would have preferred something else as payment. The young man gently cupped Scarlett's face and confessed that he would like to win her heart. The girl noted that she came here to get funding, not to sell her body. However, the young man was talking specifically about her heart, because he could have become the most loving and faithful man for her. He promised that he could be a much better companion than her husband Sam. Scarlett didn't think the Duke was the type to throw words to the wind, so she decided to believe in his sincerity. She wondered what he would do if she suddenly changed her mind once she got her money. Scarlett was familiar with the laws of business and did not do business with those who changed the terms of the deal. The Duke laughed it off and admitted that he needed to work harder to win her favor. Scarlett was about to leave without having secured funding, but Kingsley asked her to wait. He took a deep breath and admitted that he agreed to become her business partner. However, before giving the money, He wanted to give something to his partner. Kingsley admitted that if he didn't find the perfect piece of jewelry for the girl, it would hurt his pride greatly. So the young man knocked on the roof of the carriage and ordered the coachman to drive to the jewelry store. There, the young people were taken to a special section and were given the best jewelry that was in the store. The Duke admitted that people only get in by invitation and that clients can be counted on the fingers of one hand. He reminded that, indeed, not every stone can be bought. It all depends on social status. As an apology for his recent rudeness, Kingsley promised to buy Scarlett anything she liked. The girl began to examine all the jewelry around her, and her attention was drawn to a ring in the shape of a flower. She smiled, because this decoration reminded her of a ring she made as a child. The girl was about to make her choice, but suddenly she decided to wait a little and think. Kingsley brought her here without discussing the size of the investment, saying he wanted to find her the perfect piece of jewelry. Scarlett realized that he was testing her to decide how much he could pay her. This meant that the girl had to choose the jewelry wisely, which would increase its value in the eyes of the future investor. So Scarlett looked around and pointed to an incredibly luxurious necklace that the salesman was holding in his hands. The man immediately noticed that the girl had excellent taste, since she chose him. He added that the necklace belonged to the Empress during the heyday of their empire. This piece of jewelry was a real gem of the entire collection of this store. Kingsley noted that giving such a gift to a business partner was a bit much. However, the girl noticed that the cheap aquamarine one was less appropriate. She reminded that she was ready to sever ties with the family and offer the Duke a share of the income from her project. However, he still considered her a simpleton, and in that case, she refused to do business with the guild. This meant that the power of her father's guild would grow, and soon it would push the others out of the capital, and the Duke would have to return to his estate. Scarlett noted that the young man might not get another chance to establish himself in the capital. After her words, Kingsley suddenly laughed and apologized to the girl for disappointing her again. He didn't want to offend her and admitted that he would definitely buy a necklace for her. The young man agreed with the jewelry store employee that the jewelry would be sent to his residence. After this, all the servants collected all the decorations and went away to leave the young people alone. Kingsley noted that it was unwise to give such a gift to a business partner, but it would be quite appropriate for his lover. The young man hoped that Scarlett would forgive him for all of today's mistakes and that her mood would improve. He hoped that he could now count on the young lady's heart. Scarlett was going to play with him a little longer, so she announced that she would think about it. All this time, the Knight Edmund stood nearby and watched everything that was happening, but did not react in any way. Just before departure, Kingsley added that they would formally sign the contract at the next meeting. Scarlett reminded them that they needed Lady Amaryllis's permission first, so she hoped for her partner's cooperation. After the girl left, Kingsley noticed that each time he became more and more convinced that she was a very talented person. He thought Scarlett was an innocent country girl, but she could be useful, and he liked the way she ran her business. Now he really agreed to become her partner, because Scarlett turned out to be quite smart and self-sufficient, and she had no shortage of composure. If everything goes well, this girl will help him tame Sam. At this time, Edmund was thinking about how Lady Scarlett had lost a lot of weight since their last meeting. He secretly watched the girl and worried that she had stopped eating normally. He also noticed that during the entire meeting, she did not take a bite of food or drink. That evening, in her room, Scarlett was changing her clothes for bed and felt very tired. The maid offered to serve dinner, but the girl refused, citing her condition. If her project is realized with Kingsley's help, she will have her own savings. The beginning had been made, and after the divorce from her husband, Scarlett could live peacefully alone. However, to get a divorce, she had to learn Sam's weaknesses and understand how she could exploit them. Samuel is the second most influential person after the Emperor and has much more power in the capital than Kingsley. Even if everyone knew about Joshua's existence, it wouldn't tarnish his reputation. That wasn't enough. Scarlett wouldn't be able to deal a serious blow to his status. He needed someone who could humble Sam. He needed Kingsley. However, if the girl pretends to be his lover and is too frivolous, then the Duke will get rid of her. Scarlett understood perfectly well that the guy needed something from her, but she decided not to relax. Suddenly, the maid turned to her mistress and said that she had received goods from the jewelry store. Scarlett initially assumed that the Empress's necklace from Kingsley had already been delivered, but the box was too small. She realized that it must be a ring, so she asked any unnecessary witnesses to leave her room. It was only when Scarlet was alone that she opened the box and saw that there was a ring with a flower inside. It was the same ring that had caught her eye in the store. Scarlet initially assumed that Kingsley had sent it, but then she discovered a note next to the ring. Someone with a handwriting that was different from the Duke's asked the girl to watch her diet because she looked sickly. The stranger supported the heroine, and Scarlet immediately realized that the ring was sent from the knight. She realized that the young man noticed that she liked this particular piece of jewelry the most. She looked at the ring and remembered the moment when he had previously shown her excessive care and attention. He did this during every meeting they had, and on the bridge, he asked her to be careful. Scarlet was angry and did not understand why the knight behaved like this all the time. He knew about her relationship with Kingsley, and that it would lead to nothing good. The girl wanted to get rid of the ring and even swung her arm to throw it away. However, she then changed her mind and realized that she really hadn't had enough to eat for a long time and threw out all the medicine from the doctor. If she loses any more weight, everyone will think she is sick, and then Samuel will definitely take action and start forcing her to eat. And if her condition continues to worsen, he may simply throw the girl out. So Scarlet took the bell and shook it, calling her maid. She asked her to bring something light for dinner so she could have a little snack. After some time, small snacks and fruits were placed in front of the girl. Scarlet realized that the knight was right, because if she did not take care of her health, her plan would fail. Her journey was far from over, so she needed to maintain her strength to reach the very end. There was to be a ball at the palace, so Scarlet and her husband Sam went to the events. The young man noticed that the girl had a new ring, which he had not seen before. She explained that it was given to her by distant relatives for their wedding. Moreover, the girl admitted that she wanted to ask her husband for permission. She said that her mother wanted to send her sister Erica to study at the academy, so Scarlet wanted to give the girl a few lessons in capital etiquette. Sam didn't care, so he let the girl do whatever she wanted. He just reminded her that she had to perform well during today's event. Scarlet took his arm and promised that everything would go just perfectly. That evening, she was supposed to meet Lady Amaryllis and convince her to approve the boat project. At the beginning of the evening, the young couple separated, and Scarlet spent more time with the young ladies. The girls discussed the magnificent outfit of the Emperor's mistress, who sparkled at the event. The girl approached the man openly and was not shy about showing her feelings for him. It seemed to those around him that the Emperor was feeling better and better lately. Everyone thought that the Empress was even glad that her husband was carried away by another woman, because their relationship was very strained. The first moment the Empress smiled all evening came when her old friend, Lady Amaryllis, came to greet her. The girls began to whisper that the princess also did not get along with the Emperor, because he had offended her in some way. Scarlet was just getting into society, so she tried to listen to everything that was being said around her. The girl heard for the first time the news that Princess Amaryllis really did not like the Emperor. The heroine was deeply immersed in her thoughts, so she did not immediately notice when the knight Edmund approached her. He apologized to Scarlet and said that he had come to escort her to meet his master. The girl followed the knight down the corridor and noticed how wide his back was. She kept thinking about why the young man gave her that ring and realized that it was the one she liked. She even suggested that the young man really liked her, which was hard to believe. Scarlet thought that if she told him to mind his own business, the guy would just pretend he didn't understand what she was talking about. The girl was lost in thought and didn't notice that she almost crashed into the back of the knight, who suddenly stood up. The young man pointed to the door leading to the balcony and announced that his master was waiting. Scarlet left him behind and went out onto the veranda. But at first, she saw no one. Suddenly, Kingsley came out from behind the curtain and grabbed the girl's hand, pressing her to himself. He admitted that he had been eager to see her as soon as possible since their last meeting. The young man wanted to kiss Scarlet, but she dodged, reminding him that her husband was nearby. The girl announced that she did not want to play such dangerous games in the palace. She admitted that she wanted to ask the Duke something before her meeting with the princess. Scarlet told him about the rumors that the princess was not getting along with the Emperor. The young man admitted that it was true, but it was not so easy to explain everything. He noticed that there is nothing stronger than hatred between a brother and a sister. Scarlet was surprised by his words, so she asked him to explain what happened between them. Kingsley chuckled and added that when the Emperor was born, he took everything from his sister. The Duke reminded that the entire imperial family possesses magic. Scarlet had heard that the magic given to the first emperor by the goddess of the red dragons still flows in the veins of his ancestors. This was true, and Kingsley admitted that he once had his own magical powers. Over time, the imperial family became very large, and, in order to avoid civil strife, a law was passed. Upon ascending to the throne, the eldest child takes over the magic of all his brothers and sisters until they reach the age of 18. Therefore, a tradition arose when, at the age of 18, the eldest child became the heir and took all the magic from the younger ones in order to strengthen his power and avoid conflicts. According to this tradition, Princess Amaryllis was supposed to inherit the throne. However, his father was against this, arguing that for the peace of the empire, it was necessary to take magic from other children. But the woman on the throne would be too busy to give birth to an heir. Therefore, as soon as Amaryllis had a brother, she was deprived of her status as an heiress, and after coming of age, she was married to some Count Casanova. From that moment on, all that was required of the girl was to give birth to children so that her brother could absorb as much magic as possible. Scarlet realized that her younger brother had taken the throne from the girl and was using her to increase his power, which was disgusting. Therefore, Kingsley advised the girl not to raise the topic with the princess about her husband or brothers, because 3 years ago she divorced, but still hates her ex-husband. Scarlet nodded and promised him that she would be careful in talking to the girl. After returning from the balcony back to the ball, the Duke's first step was to visit his sister. He noted that the girl should not drink so much wine, as it could have a negative effect on her health. The princess was glad that the guy arrived. She hoped that now they would be able to see each other more often. The young man smiled and admitted that he would like to introduce an important guest. Scarlet gave her name and admitted that it was a real honor for her to meet the princess of the empire. Amaryllis had heard a lot about this girl, because everyone was talking about how Sam had been conquered by some beauty. Scarlet was grateful to heaven for giving her such a wonderful husband. However, the princess noticed that all she felt for her husband was the hatred she saw in the girl opposite. Scarlet couldn't tell her the truth, so she said that the princess was wrong. Amaryllis knew that Sam, like her ex-husband, never missed a single skirt, and a huge number of capital girls had been in his bed. However, the heroine insisted that all this was in the past, and now her husband was faithful to her and valued their relationship very much. The princess laughed and noticed that her brother was telling the truth. Scarlet turned out to be very smart and was very good at lying. The girl didn't know what situation she was in, so she looked at her friend and waited for his support. The princess said that the project was quite interesting, but she had nothing to discuss yet. She noted that if the girl wanted to tell her something, she could come to her palace at any time. After this, the princess left, and Scarlet thanked her for such an opportunity. Kingsley also wanted to come to his sister, but she noticed that he had been visiting her too often lately, and she wanted a break from him. But their conversation was over, and the guests went back to the main hall. Scarlet guessed that the princess didn't like her very much. However, Kingsley convinced her otherwise, because in that case, her sister would not have invited the girl to the palace. Scarlet was afraid that even there she wouldn't succeed, especially since Kingsley wouldn't be around. The guy asked her not to worry, after which he decided to invite her to dance. He suggested that she take some rest and relax to calm down after what had happened. Young people were dancing in the middle of the hall and looked happy. Kingsley asked the girl not to worry so much, because his sister is usually friendly with everyone. He noticed that the princess's hatred was always directed at dissolute men, not at girls. Sam indulged in all sorts of debauchery before marriage, and his sister couldn't stand it. The princess was convinced that such men were not capable of being good husbands. Suddenly, the young man asked Scarlet how much of what she said was true. He wanted to know if Sam really loved and appreciated his beautiful wife. He explained this by saying that he was simply collecting information about his competitor. Although the young people were dancing, they periodically glanced at the young man and tried to always keep him in sight. Kingsley didn't like the way this bastard kept interrupting at the most inopportune moments and ruining the atmosphere. They noticed his increased attention and had no choice but to end their dance with a formal bow. Kingsley asked the girl not to worry, because everything should be fine with her project. After this, the young man put on an indifferent mask on his face and walked away to enjoy the evening. The necklace he gave her was incredibly heavy, and Scarlet had great difficulty breathing. The girl walked out of the room to find a restroom and take a little rest. In the corridor, she was caught by her husband, who noticed that the girl was very popular among members of the imperial family. Suddenly, the young man grabbed Scarlet and pulled her into the nearest open room. After that, Sam slammed the door and pressed the girl against the wall, not allowing her to move. Due to the force with which he did it, the heroine's jewelry hit her in the face and left a cut. Sam was furious and demanded to know what the girl had talked about with Kingsley. Scarlet explained that she simply liked the channel, and the young man introduced her to its owner, Princess Amaryllis. The girl assured her husband that she had not said anything unnecessary. Sam was unhappy that she left her husband and went to whisper to another man, as if she was his mistress. Scarlet reminded him that if she was doing a good job as a loving wife, then he shouldn't care who she spent her time with. The girl remembered her duties, but the young man forgot that he had promised her not to interfere in her personal life. Scarlet didn't understand the reason for his anger, because she knew perfectly well that there was no law in the capital prohibiting married girls from communicating with other men. Samuel understood perfectly well that they really had such an agreement, and the girl had done nothing wrong. He didn't care who she spent her time with or where, but he wanted her to stay away from Kingsley and Princess Amaryllis. Scarlet realized that the guy was really afraid of his friend and didn't want you all to know about his relationship with Joshua. However, she still could not understand what Lady Amaryllis had to do with it, since she had nothing to do with them. Sam got mad when Scarlet started asking him questions, so he punched the wall behind her. The guy noticed that he had been too generous, which caused the girl to forget her place. She was a good girl, and that was the only reason he allowed her to live as she pleased, but he could take his words back at any moment. So Scarlet couldn't be bothered, because she was his property and had to do what he said. Sam assumed that the girl was acting this way because he was postponing their wedding night. The guy reminded him that he needed an heir, and in such an important matter, one could neglect such a trifle as the girl's health. He even offered to fulfill her marital duty right here in this room. After his words, Scarlet looked incredibly scared and was literally shaking with fear. Suddenly, the door to the room opened, causing Sam to be distracted by the person who entered. The unexpected guest turned out to be Lady Marilyn, who heard a strange noise from behind the door. The girl apologized for having so brazenly burst into the room and interrupted the couple. Sam immediately laughed and hoped that Scarlet had managed to hide her wounds from the stranger. Lady Marilyn reminded everyone that the Emperor's speech would soon be given, and that everyone needed to return to the main hall. The boys had to follow her so as not to arouse suspicion and not bring trouble upon their family. They left first, and Lady Marilyn closed the door behind the young people and followed. The Emperor walked to the edge of his bed and began to deliver a congratulatory speech. Scarlet stood next to her husband, feeling worse with each passing second. The girl could not stop shaking and was saved by Lady Marilyn, who approached her and asked for help. The Emperor's mistress noticed that this was not for prying ears, so she asked Scarlet to go away with her for a while. She apologized to Sam and asked him to steal his wife for a few minutes. The young man couldn't make a scene in front of everyone, so he had to give in to the girls. Scarlet walked out into the courtyard with Lady Marilyn, although she still had no idea where they were going. After some time, the Emperor's mistress admitted that it was a small lie, because she did not need help at all. She explained that someone wanted to talk to the girl, so he asked her for a favor. Lady Marilyn pointed into the garden and explained that Lady Scarlet was already expected there. If Sam asks, the girl should tell him that she suddenly had a stomach ache, and Scarlet helped her get herself in order. After this, the Emperor's mistress said goodbye to the heroine and walked away from the garden. Scarlet wondered who wanted to talk to her so much that they had to resort to such a complicated plan. The girl had not yet reached the middle of the garden when she heard a familiar voice coming from around the corner. Knight Edmund admitted that he saw the girl's husband drag her into the room against her will. What was happening seemed very strange to him, so he asked Madame Marilyn to call Scarlet. He apologized for what might have seemed like a very rude thing to do. Before the young man could finish speaking, he saw that tears had appeared in the heroine's eyes. She immediately tried to hide them and asked the young man not to worry about anything. Scarlet was scared by everything that happened and could not calm down, so the knight burst her. He promised that he would stand like that until the girl removed the speck from her eye that was causing her so much trouble. The heroine had not experienced such a good attitude towards herself for a long time, so she doubted. She didn't want to be weak, and she didn't want to allow herself to write only after a few encouraging words. So after a couple of minutes, she pulled herself together and moved away from the knight. She pretended that she really just got dust in her eyes, and it brought her to tears. Suddenly, the girl began to cough very hard and grabbed the necklace that she was still wearing. The knight walked behind Scarlet and carefully unfastened the clasp of the jewelry, removing it. As soon as the young man removed the necklace, the girl's breathing immediately returned to normal. Edmund noticed that the necklace was quite heavy and was pressing hard on his neck. Scarlet admitted that it was worth it, so she asked for the jewelry to be returned to her. The knight saw that the girl was having difficulty breathing, so he asked to bring her here so they could talk calmly. Scarlet was confused and scared that the young man had been following her all this time. Suddenly, Edmund reached forward and touched the girl's face, right where she had been wounded. Scarlet herself didn't even notice when she got this cut. The knight always carried minimal medical supplies with him, so he offered to treat the girl's wound. He carefully wet the handkerchief and applied it to Scarlet's face. Every time they met, the young man tried to take care of her. Edmund noted sadly that the girl did not bleed very often. However, it didn't matter. The most important thing was that the young man continued to worry about her. They only spent a night together, but for some reason she felt sad, because she cried on her wedding night and begged another man to pity her. Soon, she could not understand why Edmund always appeared at those moments when she was feeling bad, and whether she could misunderstand his intentions. The knight noticed that his master really liked the girl, so he would protect her. Scarlet wasn't entirely sure that this was the real reason for his actions. However, she was hurt by the fact that he was not indifferent to her only because his master liked her. Recently, a young man warned her to beware of Kingsley. Scarlet wondered what the knight would do if his master's mistress tried to kiss another man. After this, she suddenly approached the young man and brought her face close to his. She stood on tiptoe, trying to figure out whose heart was beating faster, his or her own. She was about to kiss him, but suddenly stepped back and stopped everything because she didn't want to be sincere, and there was nothing good in these feelings either for her or for this man. Scarlet asked not to be misunderstood and tried to turn everything into a joke. The girl was about to leave, but suddenly Edmund grabbed her, pressed her to himself, and kissed her hard. If someone suddenly accuses a girl of kissing another man, she can always say that he forced her. After this, the young man returned the girl's jewelry, which he had been holding in his hands all this time. He bowed carefully to the young lady and walked away from the garden. Scarlet clutched the necklace to her chest and watched him go, trying to understand what had just happened between them. Already in the evening in the carriage, she kept touching her lips and recalling what had happened in the garden. It was the first time she had received a real kiss, because before that, she had experienced completely different emotions from it. Only now did Scarlet understand why people wanted to kiss their lovers. It was only when she kissed Edmund that she experienced such a pleasant and warm feeling. Sam watched his wife for a while and realized that it was time for them to talk. He suggested that she finish their previous conversation, which had begun in the room. It concerned the marital duty that the girl had to fulfill. The servants said that Scarlet ate very poorly, trying to avoid her duties in this way. Sam noticed that even if a girl is not physically ready, he will still be able to conceive a child. He announced that the final decision was Scarlet's, but she didn't have much time to think about it. The young man saw that the girl was not enjoying this topic, so he wanted to take advantage of her reaction. He grabbed Scarlet's hand and remarked that they could do this right now in the carriage. Scarlet was frightened by what was happening and sincerely did not want her husband to touch her. Sam noticed that all this time the girl seemed quite nice to him. A village girl pretending to be a smart woman. He found it funny to watch. The young man promised that he would come into his wife's room tomorrow, so she needs to get ready. Scarlet was disappointed that she could no longer postpone their night together. Already in the room, she was considering whether she was obliged to remain a toy in Sam's hands, even if she gave birth to his child. The girl was so worried that she bit her finger until it bled. The very thought of his touching her was disgusting to her, especially after she realized the meaning of that act. Now the girl knew the difference between a desired and an unwanted touch. Scarlet realized that she had a chance to get out of this situation. She lit the lantern and set off towards her possible salvation, because she was no longer going to remain weak and helpless. Joshua was lying on her bed and was delighted when she heard a noise coming from the front door. The girl ran closer and hoped that it was Samuel who had come to visit her. However, she was disappointed when, instead of her lover, she saw Scarlet on the breed. She thought that the girl was going to torture her, so she tried to drive her out of her room. Without any preamble, Scarlett said that Sam was supposed to spend the night with her the next day. She asked if the girl would care, even if the official wife became pregnant by her husband. If Scarlett gives birth to his child, he will become the next duke, and he will inherit this mansion. She knew that Sam would age before the girls, so it was unlikely that Joshua would be able to continue living here. The girl had a look on her face as if she hadn't even thought about this option. This little girl lived in the house since she was 6 years old, knowing nothing about what was going on in the rest of the world. Scarlett reminded her that the offer she had made her last time to get outside still stood. Joshua had been thinking about it all this time and was glad that she had such an opportunity. Scarlett only asked to make it so that Sam could not spend the night with her. Joshua knew it was a difficult situation, but there was still a lot at stake. Joshua thought Scarlett was lying because Sam had promised her that he would never sleep with his wife. The heroine was very surprised when she heard that there was such an agreement between him and his mistress. Joshua screamed that he only married her to help his unborn child. Scarlett didn't understand why she was needed in this story if the couple wanted to introduce their own child. At first, Joshua fell silent and realized that she had said too much. However, she then admitted that Sam told her that if the girl gave birth to his child, he would never raise it as an illegitimate child. The boy said that the family would never allow him to make a commoner a duchess, but he gave his word that her child would live a rich and happy life. Only now did Scarlett realize that if Joshua had a child, it would be passed off as her own. She was glad that Sam no longer had a reason to spend the night with her, while the contract with Joshua was still in force. The girl confirmed that the guy promised not to sleep with anyone except her. Scarlett guessed that the poor thing had no idea what Sam was doing outside the house. She believed his promise. She asked what the girl would do if her lover broke his promise. In such cases, she usually got angry and locked herself in that room again, expecting Sam to come and console her. Scarlett suggested that the girl think about whether she would behave this way if she really wanted to spend the night with her husband. After that, she was about to leave, but Joshua suddenly stopped her. She asked if it was true that he wanted to sleep with his wife. In the evening, Joshua accused the guy of deceiving her, saying that it was just a marriage of convenience and that he didn't want anything from Scarlett. The guy tried to convince her that he really had no intention of doing anything with his wife, and that the rumors about their wedding night were just rumors. Joshua admitted that Lady Moore had told her about it, but it didn't matter, because she still had no intention of living after such a betrayal. The girl put a noose around her neck and almost knocked over the pedestal under her feet, so Sam had to catch her in his arms. He looked the girl in the eyes and promised that he would never sleep not only with Scarlett, but with any other woman. He admitted that he had never even had such thoughts. All he wanted was to make her take the noose off her head. Joshua demanded that the guy come to her room every night and spend the night there, without missing a single day. The young man tried to explain that even if it was a marriage of convenience, they were still spouses, and he should spend time with his wife so that it would not seem strange. Joshua was unhappy that the guy was going to go to Scarlett's room today too. Sam tried to convince her that they were just sharing a room, but he did absolutely nothing in it. Joshua demanded that the guy prove it to her, but he didn't understand how that was possible. A few minutes later, Joshua had sewn his fly shut completely so that he would not be able to take off his pants without giving himself away. She noted that this was the only way she could be sure that the guy had kept his promise. She admitted that if even one thread broke, she would no longer want to see the young man. If he doesn't like something, he can just stay in the same room with her and not go anywhere. Scarlett stood in the bedroom by the window and watched the night sky. The door to the room opened and Sam walked inside, wearing a robe over his pants. The guy immediately asked who told Lady Moore that he was going to sleep with his wife. Scarlett admitted that she was very inexperienced, so she turned to the woman for advice. She thought it was natural, so she didn't know that she couldn't talk about it with the servants. Sam was disappointed, but admitted that Lady Moore's holy mouth did not make the girl guilty. Scarlett noticed that the young man looked tired, so she offered to bring him an alcoholic drink to help him relax. The girl took out a bottle of the best wine and poured a glass, which she then handed to her husband. Sam noticed that she was unpleasant to look at in these clothes because she did not excite him, and next time she should pay more attention to this. Scarlett knew that because of Joshua, the guy couldn't even touch her and justified it by her inappropriate appearance. A few moments later, Samuel emptied the glass completely and demanded that the girl refill it with wine. In the morning, Scarlett woke up before her husband and sat quietly on the sofa, eating grapes for breakfast. Sam, still in his cot pants, was lying on the huge bed with a bottle of wine in his hands. The young man wanted to go to the toilet, but he saw that he couldn't unbutton his pants, so he went to Joshua. Scarlett found it amusing to watch his pathetic attempts not to make a fool of himself in this situation. Later, she told the girl about everything that happened, and also added that nothing happened between them. Scarlett explained that the guy quickly got drunk from the wine and fell asleep. He didn't even touch her with his finger. As promised, she will help Joshua secretly go outside the estate for a short time. Scarlett asked the girl if there was a special place she would like to go to first. The girls took capes with them so as not to attract attention, and then went to the bridge over the canal. Joshua immediately noticed the flowers that her lover had recently brought her. Scarlett said that during the day, there are even more of these flowers, and they grow literally everywhere. Suddenly, the heroine turned to the girl and asked how she ended up in this house. Joshua explained that her mother had died and she had nowhere to go, and Sam took her in. The girl did not know her father, because since childhood she had only one mother. She wondered if she had ever seen a canal like this before, because there was absolutely nothing in the village where they lived. Joshua noticed the beautiful boats that were sailing nearby. Scarlett explained that after some time, new boats much more beautiful than these would appear on the canal, which would be called gondolas. The boatmen on the gondolas will sing songs, and these boats also have high sides through which water does not leak, making it convenient to admire the scenery. Joshua thought it must be amazing to sit in a boat, listen to songs, and eat snacks. Scarlett laughed and promised that she would definitely arrange for the most delicious sweets to be sold on the pier. She admitted that she didn't want to hate the girl, despite the fact that they met under such ridiculous circumstances. Scarlett noticed that they were both the same age and even lived in the same house. Therefore, the heroine suggested to the girl that they continue to help each other and be friends. Joshua was happy about this and admitted that she had a friend for the first time. Scarlett promised that she would continue to take the girl out on the street, but it would not happen as often due to their secrecy. The blonde understood that if they were caught by Sam, he would punish them both. Scarlett noticed that as soon as the girl remembered her lover, she immediately became very sad. So she asked the blonde what exactly she loved about her boyfriend. Scarlett noticed that the guy forbade her to leave the estate, did not let her go anywhere, and kept her in fear. Joshua smiled and noted that it was only because she had disobeyed his order, and because he wanted to protect her from the danger that lurked outside. Sam did so many good things for her, bought her everything she wanted, and also constantly confessed his love. Suddenly, Scarlett asked why he married her then, if he already had a lover. After these words, Joshua felt awkward. But even to this, she had an answer. Sam said he wanted to protect her because his family was constantly pestering him about his wife and wanted him to cut ties with her. But he decided to make the writer's daughter his wife and to recognize their child as his heir. Scarlett asked Joshua if she would be okay with her child growing up calling someone else mom. The girl understood that she could not do anything because she was a poor orphan and her beloved was a duke. At the same time, he promised to make her child his heir, so it would be easier if he married an aristocrat who could look after the child. The girl sincerely believed that the young man loved her very much, and she herself needed only him. Scarlett didn't understand why Joshua was so happy if she was locked in a tiny room and her own child would be raised by another woman. The blonde herself was not sure of this. She continued to insist that she loved Sam and could endure everything. Scarlett questioned her feelings because the girl had spent her entire life locked up and had never even seen anyone except him. She noted that Joshua could meet another man who would be even better than Sam. The poor thing immediately began to deny her words and say that there was no one better than her lover, because he was handsome, sensual, and loved only her. Scarlett still couldn't believe why Joshua believed this so much. After all, the guy took her into the house as a little girl, lied to her, locked her out, and didn't support her at all. At some point, Joshua realized that there was some sense in the girl's words. However, she was not yet ready to admit it, so she ordered Scarlett to be silent and not try to come between her and her lover. Joshua assumed that this was Scarlett's way of gaining her trust and trying to steal her boyfriend. She declared that no one would ever separate her from her beloved Sam. After this, Joshua turned away and walked to the opposite end of the bridge. Scarlett noted that the girl could think whatever she wanted if it calmed her down. After all, she herself knows that if she has nothing left, and the one who said he loved her disappears, she will not be able to cope with anything alone. Scarlett noted that if you become attached to the love you feel for someone out of fear and continue to cling to it, it can end badly. At one point, she will actually begin to believe that she loves the guy, just as Scarlett herself once thought that she loved her father. She said that she listened to him and submitted to him in everything in order to win his favor. She believed that her father loved her and did everything to protect her and make her happy. Afterwards, she asked Joshua if she looked secure and happy. She added that she was sold to Sam like a commodity and was abandoned. It was very easy to raise an obedient child, while everyone justified their actions with love. He did not realize that this was violence. When you collect your thoughts, it is already too late to change anything. You realize that you have no choice but to become dependent on this strange love. The next day, Joshua was playing with her dolls and continued to think about what she had heard from Scarlett. Sam noticed that the girl had not been herself all day, but attributed it all to lack of sleep. The young man assumed that the girl was unwell, so he suggested calling a doctor. He promised to take care of his beloved if she was in pain. Scarlett made an appointment for another meeting and went to have an audience with Princess Amaryllis. She admitted that it was a great honor for her to meet Her Highness again. The princess decided to get straight to the point and asked why Scarlett had approached her this time. The heroine did not know that in order to successfully implement her project, she needed to obtain permission from Princess Amaryllis, who was the owner of the Florence Water Canal. Scarlett told her plan to the princess and explained that if she gave permission, it would help bring glory to the water canal. Besides, her son was about to get married soon, and she was currently looking for fresh ideas for organizing his wedding ceremony. That's why Scarlett suggested that these gondolas be presented for the first time at the prince's wedding. She suggested that instead of simply walking up to the altar, the young people could swim up to it. She believed that such a wedding would be remembered by the inhabitants of the century for the rest of their lives. And besides, it would have a high meaning if the prince took his first step towards starting a family life through a channel owned by his respected mother. The princess laughed and admitted that she now understood why Kingsley decided to invest so much money in this business. Scarlett liked her reaction. The girl even thought that she could easily get a work permit. But before giving the go-ahead, the princess wanted to know something else from her. Amaryllis asked Scarlett why she was seeking patronage from the Duke instead of her husband. Sam was proud of his authority as a friend of the imperial family, so he certainly couldn't have problems with money. Scarlett noticed that there really were no problems with money. However, the guy is not interested in shipbuilding. He is busy looking after the property and services. She didn't want to disturb him, because it was solely her desire to continue the work that her father taught her. However, the princess immediately realized that Scarlett was asking for help from outside, because in this way, all the profits would go to her alone. She wanted Scarlett to tell her honestly whether she wanted to run away from her own husband. She admitted that the girl could deceive anyone, but not her. The princess understood what it was like to live with a man who didn't respect you. Scarlett tried to pretend she didn't understand what was going on. However, the princess wanted to show her something and ordered her to follow her. She took the girl to the gallery of the palace, which she had asked her mother, who loved paintings, to build. The princess walked up to the huge family portrait and stopped right in front of it. She explained that Kingsley's biological mother was the second wife of the previous emperor, who is depicted in this photograph. Her own mother died, giving birth to His Majesty the Emperor. And then, after some time, a second wife appeared and gave birth to Kingsley, and she replaced his real mother. Scarlett admitted that the young man had never said anything about her, and that this was the first time she had heard about it. The princess was surprised, but realized that the girl knew nothing about how this woman died. Scarlett herself had heard something about the tragic incident after the coronation of the current emperor, but she did not know the details. The princess did not know for sure, but her death was presented as an accident. But in fact, it was Frederick who killed her. Scarlett was very surprised that her mother was killed by the current emperor. She already knew that initially the throne was inherited by the firstborn, regardless of his gender. But the previous emperor passed the throne to his son, not his daughter. The man justified this by saying that a woman should bear children, so as soon as a son was born, he deprived the princess of the right to the throne and appointed Frederick as his heir. The father wanted to give his son everything. He not only deprived the princess of her status as heir, but also took away her son's magical powers. The spoiled child grew up to be a disgusting person, because Frederick exploited and raped women. Cheating on his wife was not enough for him. He ridiculed the ladies of the court and used physical violence against men who dared to stand up for them. Even the father was disappointed in his son. When Kingsley was born, he wanted to raise him to be more docile and planned to remove Frederick from the throne in order to appoint him as crown prince. Scarlet first heard that Kingsley was supposed to become the crown prince and lead the empire after some time. However, Frederick quickly figured everything out and killed his own father. Scarlet was surprised by this story because she had never heard anything like it. However, this was not enough for the guy, so he wanted to solve Kingsley's problem with any power and then kill him. One day, the young man grabbed the boy by the throat and lifted him up, simultaneously taking away his strength. A couple of minutes later, when the guy could barely breathe, they let him go and he fell to the ground, exhausted. Having taken his brother's power, Frederick felt his own growing as he became stronger each time. He knew that Sister Amaryllis could give birth to a lot more children, so one brother could be killed. Kingsley's mother witnessed the situation and rushed forward to protect her child. She begged the crown prince to have mercy on them and kill her instead of the boy. Frederick was struck by this touching scene, and so, for the sake of the empress, he decided to show generosity. He threw his sword and kicked it right at the feet of the crying woman. He promised that he would do everything exactly as she asked. Frederick remarked that he would kill her instead of the boy, since she asked him to do so. The mother let go of the baby and with a trembling hand reached for the weapon that lay nearby. Kingsley opened his eyes just as the woman was about to stab herself in the stomach and end it all. He didn't have time to do anything and became a witness to a scene that was deeply imprinted in his memory. Scarlet realized that Kingsley's mother had died right before his eyes. The princess explained that each member of the imperial family is born with a unique magical gift, and the boy himself possessed healing magic. Before it was taken away, he could even regrow a severed leg. His magic was so strong. However, after Frederick took his powers, Kingsley was unable to do anything. The elder stood nearby and mocked the boy, suggesting that he try to heal the dying woman. Kingsley tried to use his powers, but he had almost none left. All he could do was mourn the loss of his loved one, while Frederick stood by and laughed. Scarlet was hurt that the boy could not save his mother, because his powers were taken away. The princess said that after this, Kingsley practically never left his mother's estate, and her own son Michael, after his magic was taken away, was exiled to a monastery. By that time, she was already 18, and Frederick could not take away her magical gift. But he left her alive because it is much more profitable for a woman deprived of the right to succession to the throne to deprive her sons of their powers. Her father, her younger brother, her husband, they all saw her as nothing more than a tool, and her married life was like a nightmare. The princess could clearly see those who did not marry for love, and she understood what they wanted. Such people needed money and a place to escape from their father or their husband. That is why the princess demanded an answer from Scarlet, promising to give permission to rebuild the canal if the girl was honest with her. She asked if Scarlet was really preparing for a divorce from her husband. The heroine looked the princess straight in the eyes and said that her Sam was a very good husband. However, the human heart is prone to change, so she thinks that one must be prepared for anything. The princess praised the girl for her resourceful answer and thanked her for her honesty. She guessed that Scarlet was planning to do this whole project in secret from her husband. She allowed her to use Vodokanal and promised that she would help if she needed anything in the future. The princess was eager to see the gondolas at her son's wedding, so she promised to meet him and discuss everything. After this, the girls started small talk and remembered that Scarlet's mother was from the famous Mud family. The princess remembered that in this family there was a famous artist, Betty Mudd, whose portraits were supposed to be in the gallery of this palace. Scarlet was delighted by this, because she had been told that she had inherited her scarlet hair from her grandmother. However, the princess was surprised by her words, because she remembered that Betty had hair of a completely different color. She took Scarlet to the artist's self-portrait and demonstrated that the girl was indeed brunette. Scarlet looked at the portrait of her own grandmother for a long time and could not believe that she had been deceived. The princess noticed that the girl did not look very much alike, so she assumed that the girl had simply made a mistake. Scarlet realized that she was being lied to, but she didn't understand why someone would do it. She agreed with the princess and wrote it all off as simply having misremembered the information. Already in the carriage, the girl sat and thought about what had happened in the palace. She remembered how throughout her childhood, she was teased because of the color of her hair and called adopted. Then her mother calmed her down and said that the girl simply took after her grandmother in hair. Until that very moment, Scarlett had taken those words at face value. She didn't suspect anything, even when her father, against her will, married her to Duke Sam. However, Scarlett had to put these thoughts aside because she finally met her beloved sister Erica. She remembered that her mother had said that she would send Erica to learn the rules of behavior in Soviet society, and her husband had given permission for this. It happened not so long ago, but because of all these things, Scarlett simply forgot about it. Erica was going to enter the academy, and the capital was so beautiful, so she asked her mother to send her to study in this city. The little girl wanted to know how her sister was doing after the wedding, and whether her husband was treating her well. Scarlett didn't want to upset her, so she told her that everything was fine in her family. She remembered that she really was not like the other children at all, because Erica took after her mother, and her brother Jonathan after his father. In all the photographs, only Scarlett stood out with her bright hair color. The girl became curious about whose blood was actually flowing in her body. Therefore, the heroine immediately went to the guild to talk to Puccini. She admitted that she came today to talk not about their business, but about a personal matter. She admitted that she wanted to give the guild a special task and asked to keep everything a secret. Scarlett said she wanted to find out something from Benjamin, their former butler, who had worked in the house since before she was born. Since this would be a sensitive question, the girl was afraid that it would not be easy to get an answer. She whispered the plan into Puccini's ear, and he remarked that it would be possible to carry it out. Scarlett handed over the bag and promised that she would pay part of the money for the work in advance and give the rest later. The most important thing was to try to keep it all a secret from everyone else. In the evening, the girl looked into the library, where Erica studied under the supervision of teachers before entering college. Scarlett was afraid that she was distracting the girl from her studies, but she just wanted to take a short break. The teachers praised Erica because she was the daughter of a merchant, so she knew how to count well from a very young age. Madame Moore noted that suitors would line up in front of such a beautiful and educated girl. Scarlett thought that her father had married her off so that she could help arrange the future of his own children. Since childhood, it has always been like this. All the most difficult tasks were entrusted to her, and only the easy ones to Erica and Jonathan. Scarlett thought it was because she was the oldest, and a lot was expected of her, but now she looked at it from a different perspective. Erica admitted that she envied her sister, because when she was very little, her father believed that he did not need to teach all his daughters, and did not involve her in the affairs of the guild. And her older sister Scarlett was so good at everything because she was very smart. Erica wanted to become like her, so she begged her parents to send her to the academy. The little girl promised that she would definitely become just like her older sister. Erica didn't know anything, so she grew up perceiving her as her own older sister, lovingly repeating everything after her, and always calming her down. Even if they were not related by blood, the baby was still her beloved little sister. That's why Scarlett was glad that at least one loved one remained on her side. She asked that Erica live happily, even much better than she did. Lady Moore promised to take care of the girl so that she would be comfortable in this mansion. Duke Kingsley spoke to his sister and learned that she had agreed to give permission for their project. In addition, the princess learned that less than a month had passed since Scarlett and Sam's wedding, and the girl was already dreaming of a divorce. She wasn't exactly sure about that. She assumed that all kinds of nasty things were true, so Kingsley needed to win Scarlett's trust and get her to reveal her husband's secret. The Duke promised that he would invite the girl to celebrate the successful launch of the project and offer to give a toast. The young man poured wine and suggested celebrating the fact that their joint business had just begun. Kingsley admitted that he is eager to see the gondolas sailing down the canal. Suddenly, he asked if everything was okay with the girl and her husband at the last banquet. When they danced together, the husband had a displeased expression on his face, so he was worried that Sam was offending her. The guy didn't just lean over for no reason. Thanks to Lady Marilyn, they were able to avoid conflict. But then a lot of things happened that Scarlett couldn't talk about. She glanced at Edmund, but he looked as if nothing had happened. So she too decided to pretend that nothing had happened and thanked the Duke for his concern. The young man saw that she was hiding something, so he hugged her and asked her to be honest with him. He reminded her that they were in the same boat, and if the girl had any difficulties, she could share them with him. The young man promised that he would never give up trying to win her hand and heart. He knew it wasn't for sale, which made him want it even more. Scarlett wondered if the guy could really help her if she was having problems. She admitted that her own husband hurts her body and soul. Kingsley assumed that Sam was beating her or having affairs with other women. Scarlett didn't really say anything, but only noted that the young man was not so far from the truth. Kingsley promised that he would certainly kill his old friend if it turned out that he could harm the girl. Scarlett was amazed there, how a young man could get rid of his close friend for her. The more Kingsley looked at the girl, the more he liked her. So for her sake, he was ready to fight Sam to the death. He wanted to kiss the girl, but Scarlett stopped him and suggested that he used such words to get closer to all women. She believed that only a young fool who believed that the first person she met was ready to die for her would fall for this. Scarlett was convinced that men willing to give their lives for love exist only in novels. In fact, they are only interested in dry benefits and will not act to their own detriment. The girl was not so simple-minded as to confuse fiction with reality, which earned her the Duke's praise. The young man noticed that her intelligence made her even more attractive to him. The guy admitted that with such words, the girl provokes him to take action and charms him more and more. The young people continued to flirt, but suddenly, Kingsley's attention was drawn to a spot on the girl's face. He apologized for not noticing it sooner, but it looked like Scarlett was hurt. The girl tried to downplay everything and said that nothing terrible had happened. However, it was precisely because of this bruise and the traces of the old cut that Kingsley understood everything. He guessed that it was true that Sam was beating his wife and cheating on her. The young man suddenly became angry when he thought that his friend could have raised his hand against his wife. Scarlett didn't understand why her partner was actually angry over such a small bruise. Kingsley hugged the girl and promised that he would destroy her offenders. He added that he would tear apart with his own hands anyone who touched her with even a finger. After this, the young man kissed the girl hard to prove to her the seriousness of his feelings. Scarlett didn't think the Duke was the type to be sincere, since it had all started as just fun. However, there was nothing wrong with this, because her goal was to escape from her husband with his help. The young people kissed for a while longer, and then Scarlett pulled away a little. She asked the Duke directly if he loved her. Kingsley admitted that he really did have similar feelings for her, judging by the fact that he was really ready to kill his old friend. Seeing his reaction and response, Scarlett asked the young man for help. She couldn't give details, but she said that she was preparing for a divorce from Sam, so she was rebuilding the channel with the Duke's money, not her husband's. He realized that if the project brought in a good profit, then after the divorce, the girl would have money for an independent life. However, in order to get a divorce, she needed a force that could protect her before she ran away from Sam. Kingsley is the most influential member of the imperial family, as he is the heir to the throne, so he cannot lose to the Duke in power. Scarlett hoped that Kingsley could protect her so that she could leave her husband in peace. From her words earlier, he understood that the young man had hurt not only her body, but her soul by taking a mistress. He promised that if Scarlett told him who this mistress was, he would do whatever she wanted. The girl did not understand why the young man had such an interest in the personality of this mysterious woman. Kingsley promised that he would not leave alive anyone who hurt the girl, no matter who it was. Scarlett realized that the guy wanted to get rid of not only Sam, but also Joshua. She didn't know whether she should tell him about the girl's existence or hide her husband's extramarital affair. The girl admitted that Sam did not cheat on her, rather it was she who cheated on him. She explained that there was a girl he had been in love with before they got married, so she didn't know if it could be called cheating. An adult man took in a 6-year-old orphan, but began dating her when she grew up. The girl explained that the mistress was now 20, and the guy introduced her to her as his beloved. The Duke hid her existence from her. If she had known, she would have undoubtedly done something, because her marriage hurt everyone. That's why Scarlett didn't want to hurt this poor girl anymore. She wanted to protect her from Sam. Kingsley thought for a moment and wondered if the mistress might already be pregnant. The girl noticed that Joshua was not pregnant yet, but it would definitely happen someday, because Sam wanted to recognize her child as his heir. To confer this status on an illegitimate child, he needed an aristocratic wife, which she herself became. Kingsley realized that this unknown mistress was going to give birth to his heir. But after the wedding, the guy did not end the relationship with her. Scarlett admitted that even their first wedding night the guy spent in another room, they never even slept together. After these words, Kingsley suddenly became even more gloomy and serious. He thanked the girl for trusting him and telling him about all this. He only asked that Scarlett tell him immediately if her mistress became pregnant. He declared that there was nothing worse than having a child out of wedlock, because the girl could use it as incriminating evidence during a divorce. However, she knew that as soon as her husband and mistress had children, there was nothing she could do. The birth of a child out of wedlock will be an excellent basis for divorce. So Scarlett realized that all she could do was wait and do nothing until that moment. Kingsley hugged the girl and remarked that her heart must have been broken by all these circumstances. He didn't know Sam was such a psycho, because the guy hid his nasty insides well. The guy gave his word that Duke Sam would pay for everything he had done in his life. Scarlett hugged her partner and noted that she needed protection, not revenge. Kingsley asked the girl not to worry and promised that he would never harm her. After this, the young people kissed to seal their union. Knight Edmund stood nearby all this time and watched them from the side. At the end of the meeting, Kingsley walked the girl to the carriage and asked her to let him know if anything happened. He admitted that he could not afford to let the girl go alone, so he turned to his personal knight and asked him to escort the girl home. Scarlett initially wanted to refuse, but Kingsley announced that he would not accept refusal. He asked the girl to do him a favor and simply accept the knight's escort, which was for her own good. When the boys had gone far enough, Scarlett turned to the knight and asked him to let her out so that she could walk. However, Edmund reminded that the master had ordered her to be taken straight to the house. He noted that this did not cause him any inconvenience, since the girl's safety was above all else. Scarlett reminded them that this was not necessary, and then asked them to stop the crew immediately. She promised to tell the Duke about their relationship if the knight did not do so immediately. Only after these words did the guy stop the cart, get down from his seat, and approach the carriage. The young man opened the door and asked Scarlett directly what kind of relationship they had. With this question, he incredibly confused the girl, who immediately remembered their kiss recently in the garden. After this, the knight directly asked Scarlett if she had any feelings for his boss. He noted that she could tell the gentleman about something that never happened if she felt better. However, the knight asked not to fall in love with Kingsley under any circumstances, because he is quite a dangerous person. Scarlett realized that this was very important information, so she asked him to tell her the details. The knight climbed inside the carriage and slammed the door behind them, and then he closed the curtains so that no one could see who was inside the carriage. Only after this did he decide to tell why Duke Kingsley was trying to win the girl's heart. Scarlett admitted that she had no particular reason to suspect him of anything terrible. However, she remembered the guy's words that it was pointless to play with a young man. At first, they were just having fun together, but at some point, Scarlett realized that she liked him. The knight noticed that his master also found the girl quite attractive, but that was not the reason. Edmund said that his master wants to achieve one goal, the path to which is full of danger, so he avoids serious relationships, because he can put the life of his beloved at risk. The guy assumed that the girl could somehow help him get what he wanted. That is why he tries to achieve her love and attract her to his side. Duke Kingsley is capable of a lot, so Scarlett can also use him for her own purposes as long as he needs her. However, Edmund begged the girl not to fall in love with him for real, otherwise she would definitely suffer. Scarlett realized that the knight did not seem like the kind of person who would say something like that out of jealousy. She believed that the boy considered his master to be a cold and calculating person. In that case, she wondered why the knight still continued to serve him. Edmund admitted that he does this only because he understands perfectly well why the gentleman became exactly like this. These words spoke volumes, but Scarlett immediately thought about what had happened in the boy's childhood. The knight assumed that the girl already knew what the current emperor had done in his youth. Scarlett confirmed that the emperor killed the boy's mother, and he lost his magical powers, so he could not save her. After his coronation, Frederick became even more cruel, especially towards women. He beat up a man who stood up for his wife, who turned out to be Edmund's mother. The guy added that this happened when he was still a very small child. The emperor, in a drunken state, publicly mocked his mother and then attacked his father. Scarlett was shocked by what happened and did not understand how one person could cause so much harm. Edmund said that his mother could not recover from such shame and committed suicide. Neither the emperor's close associates nor other nobles. No one came to the mother's funeral, fearing to go against the emperor's word. Edmund said that this tyrant did not even apologize to the family of the deceased. The only person who came to the funeral was Duke Kingsley. He was the only one who came on that rainy day and paid his respects to the woman who suffered as much as his own mother. Moreover, Kingsley even apologized on behalf of his older brother. The boy knew that there was no point in asking for forgiveness from someone who was already dead. However, he promised never to allow such a thing to happen again and swore on his own life. It was at this moment that Edmund took a new look at his future master. After this, he applied for the role of apprentice at the Kingsley estate and was accepted. And then he was knighted. He took an oath of allegiance to the Duke and never regretted it. However, soon the gentleman began to be filled with anger and hatred. The young man saw what he was turning into, because the guy had lost too much to have the ability to truly love someone. Kingsley cannot afford to love a woman unless it brings him some benefit. However, he is also not one to cause pain for pleasure, so he will help and protect the right people. So Scarlet could take advantage of this, but she could not give him her heart under any circumstances. Edmund noted that if the girl did this, she would never get him back. Scarlet asked him not to worry, because she was not dating the Duke because she had tender feelings for him. The girl admitted that she is not a naive fool, ready to give her heart to anyone. These words calmed the knight a little, after which he stood up and got out of the carriage. The young man promised that he would drop the girl off a little further away, since it was quite difficult to walk from here. After some time, Scarlet got home and tried to comprehend everything she had learned today. She wondered what terrible thing Kingsley was planning and how she could help him carry out his plan. The girl remembered that he flirted with her at the opera house and said that he could even trust his life to Sam. However, he had his eye on his wife and was trying to achieve something with her help. Scarlet was lost in her thoughts and only woke up when she heard Erica's loud screams. She saw that not far from her, the maids were trying to separate two girls who were fighting with each other. She immediately ran up to the crowd and asked what was going on. The maids couldn't really answer, so Scarlet pushed them aside and ran closer. It was only then that she saw Erica grabbing Joshua's hair and yelling at her in front of everyone. Scarlet immediately ordered the two girls to stop fighting and let each other go. Erica was very surprised when she saw her sister, but she was not going to let her rival go. She promised that she would rip out all of this slut's hair and throw her out of the house. However, Scarlet was not happy with this, so she intervened and tried to push the girls away from each other. Joshua fell to the floor, and the heroine knelt down to help her up. The poor thing cried and could not say a word, because she was shocked by what had happened. Scarlet noticed that the blonde had injured herself during the fall, and her knees were all bloody. She immediately ordered the maids to call the doctor and take the girl to her own room. Erica didn't understand why, being the Duke's wife and the mistress of this house, Scarlet cared about the one she should despise. She was amazed that all this time she had no idea what was really going on in this house. Erica thought that her sister was living the good life and needed nothing, but somehow she learned about Joshua's existence. The girl was walking around the estate and saw a beautiful stranger off to the side, who did not look like a maid. Erica added that Lady Moore told her that the girl was following the Duke around like a little tail and arrogantly ignoring everyone. Scarlet was angry that Lady Moore had once again interfered in the affairs of this house. Erica was unhappy that her sister was treating this commoner like a noble lady. However, Scarlet did not want to listen to this anymore, grabbed her sister by the hand, and asked her to go to a secluded place. The girls entered the mistress of the house's bedroom, after which the heroine closed the door behind them. She tried to explain to her sister that everything was not as she thought. Erica declared that she would never allow this girl to take her sister's husband away. She believed that if her parents had known that the Duke would turn out to be such a person, they would never have allowed Scarlet to marry him. The girl could not stand it and admitted that her father knew everything perfectly well in advance. With tears in her eyes, she said that it was he who insisted on the wedding because the Duke offered his father to provide his children with a wonderful future, and that is why she was sold. Scarlet admitted that she was sold in order to provide Erica and Jonathan with all the benefits. The sister rushed to console Scarlet and tried to understand if their mother knew about this. The heroine understood perfectly well that if their mother had known about this, she would never have sent her youngest daughter to this house. However, she did not want to tell her anything, because the woman could not do anything. Scarlett hugged her sister and told her not to worry because everything was fine. She explained that Joshua was as much a victim of this situation as she was. These words made Erica cry even more, because she didn't understand why her sister accepted it so calmly. She didn't know why her father did this and sold his eldest daughter to someone else's house. Scarlett hugged her little sister tighter and tried to calm her down, because she really didn't care anymore. She promised that she would definitely deal with all of this. She didn't want anyone else to get hurt, so she had to figure it out herself. Lady Moore, the manager, gathered the maids and asked them to explain what had happened recently. Scarlett came out of her room and explained that she wanted to talk to the woman. In front of all these maids, she announced that she was very disappointed in the manager. She trusted the woman with Eric, and she dared to tell her about the personal affairs of the Duke's family. Scarlett was unhappy that the woman demonstrated her infidelity in this way. The manager tried to explain that Lady Erica was very persistent and kept asking her questions. She had no other choice. Scarlett screamed that these were stupid excuses, because she should have had her own head on her shoulders. She reminded that a woman has no right to disclose information about the gentleman's personal life to anyone and raise a stir here. She didn't understand how Lady Moore could call herself a manager after that. After what happened, as the mistress of the estate, Scarlett could no longer turn a blind eye to it. She provided the money to cover the hotel costs, after which she asked the woman to leave the estate for a while and think about her behavior. The manager was shocked that her master's wife was throwing her out of work. She reminded that she had spent her entire life here, had taken care of the gentleman since infancy, and that this estate was her home. Scarlett noticed that the woman was deeply mistaken, because she was just an ordinary governess. She promised that the lady would not return to the estate until she changed her mind. After this, Scarlett ordered the maids to take the manager out of the estate. Lady Moore still couldn't believe that they could do this to her, but she had no choice but to obey. The doctor said Joshua was not seriously injured, but she was in shock and refused to eat. Scarlett was angry about what happened and asked the doctor to take her to the girl. The heroine entered the room and saw Joshua sitting in the far corner of the bed and crying. She tried to approach the girl and try to calm her down. The first thing Scarlett did was apologize for what happened and admit that her sister had misunderstood something. She wanted to console the girl, but Joshua pushed her hand away and asked her to stop being hypocritical. The blonde constantly heard that she was just flirting with the Duke, being the daughter of an ordinary peasant. She knew all this very well and remembered that the girl also disliked her. Joshua still remembered that Scarlett had set her up and made her look bad with the dress situation. The blonde cried because everyone around her hated her, except Sam, who was the only one on her side. Scarlett admitted that she really did hate her husband's mistress at first. She considered the girl her enemy and tried to humiliate her in order to assert herself. Scarlett apologized to Joshua and admitted that she shouldn't have done that. The blonde was still angry about what happened, but she wanted to hear an apology from Erica in person. The heroine understood perfectly well that the girl had the right to do this, so she promised to talk to her sister. But first, she was going to punish the real culprit of this incident. She soon explained that Erica believed the words of Madame Moore, who used her to hurt Joshua. She declared that they had both been deceived and thought they could get away with it. Scarlett knew that this woman would not leave Joshua alone because she didn't like her. The blonde knew that Sam treated the governess well because she was like a mother to him. Scarlett soon informed the butler that she was going to fire Madame Moore. She noticed that over the past few months, the woman had done virtually nothing and yet was receiving the same salary as the busiest person in the house. She didn't think it was fair, but Madame was still her husband's governess. She hinted to the butler that Sam treated the woman well because she was like a second mother to him. Scarlett noticed that her husband had long since grown up and that Madame had fulfilled her role, now abusing her position and letting slip the secrets of her master's personal life. Now she told this to Erica, who was a guest in this house and also a teenager who lacked common sense. Scarlett believed that anyone who was unable to understand what was and was not appropriate to say to a child had no right to be in the house. However, Madame cared for the Duke as if he were her own son, so Scarlett was not going to throw her out without showing due respect. The girl wanted to provide her with a generous pension and make sure she got home safe and sound. She also added that she would personally inform her husband about this decision. The butler bowed and promised that his mistress's will would be fulfilled. A little later, Erica came to Joshua and apologized to her for the misunderstanding that had occurred. Scarlett noted that her sister should offer a sincere apology for the inconvenience caused. Erica explained that she believed someone else's words and attacked the girl without understanding the situation. She promised that she would not behave like that again, which suited Joshua, who herself did not want to argue with anyone. After her sister left, Scarlett announced that Madame Moore had been fired and would soon be going home. Joshua didn't believe it was so easy to get rid of this woman. She hoped she would never see that nasty manager again. The woman constantly humiliated her and immediately complained to Sam if the girl broke any rule. Joshua admitted that sometimes she wished she could sink into the ground just to avoid meeting her. She didn't understand why the manager hated her so much, because she didn't do anything special. Scarlett noticed that Madame treated Sam as if he were her own child, and mothers tend to hate their sons' lovers. Joshua was worried about what happened and hoped that no one would get into trouble. She was afraid that Sam would be angry with her or order the manager back. However, Scarlett promised that she would take care of this and would not allow anything like this to happen. Suddenly, Joshua thought that the guy might order Erica to be thrown out. She didn't want to show that she was still worried about her sister Scarlett, but she couldn't hide it. The heroine joked that even a 5-year-old child could beat up a weakling like Joshua. That evening, Sam learned that Scarlett had fired Madame Moore and was unhappy. He did not understand how his wife dared to do this without his knowledge and kick out the woman who had worked in this house all her life. Scarlett explained that Madame had been a good governess, but that she had completely lost her mind. She told her younger sister about his secret relationship with Joshua. After this, Sam immediately calmed down and tried to find out how many women she had told. Scarlett reported that Madame provoked the girls into a fight, and Joshua even got a little hurt. After these words, Sam completely went crazy and almost rushed into the girl's room. Scarlett added that she immediately called a doctor and reprimanded her sister, after which she apologized to the girl. However, it was unforgivable that it was Madame Moore who started all this. Scarlett noted that if such a prank was allowed to go unpunished, the other servants might see it and draw the appropriate conclusions. Sam noticed that Madame had never said anything like that before, but with age, she had become less aware of her actions. Scarlett noticed that the woman truly loved Sam, so she would live the rest of her life in the village, in peace and quiet, with a large sum of money as compensation and under supervision. The girl hoped that the woman would realize her mistakes, because she shouldn't have left Erica unattended. Scarlett apologized to her husband for the way her sister found out about what was going on in their home. She promised that she would send her sister back home soon, but Sam wanted to meet Joshua first. After dismissing Madame, he declared that from now on, Scarlett herself would be responsible for all the servants and should not allow rumors to spread. Shortly after finishing her conversation with her husband, the girl was walking down the corridor and ran into the butler. The man reported that he found books in Madame Moore's room and did not know what to do with them. These were ancient books that had somehow survived, and she needed to look at them. The gentleman did not like it when the butler disturbed him while he was in the room with Joshua, so the man wanted the girl to see them first. Scarlett took the books and promised that she would try to figure it out completely. After that, she dismissed the butler so that he could rest after a long day of work. Scarlett sat down tiredly on the sofa and resigned herself to the fact that she would have to work a little more. She noticed that these books were indeed well preserved for their age. The girl turned page after page and realized that the events described in the book were clearly more than 10 years old. Suddenly, she came across notes that made her jump up from her seat. According to these records, Joshua had been taking herbs since she moved into the house at the age of 6. These herbs restored her health, because after the move, the girl felt very weak. But that was not the strangest thing. When Joshua started menstruating, the composition of the medicinal infusion changed, and all the herbs in it stimulated ovulation. Scarlett knew that Joshua's child would be the heir anyway, so there was no need to rush things. She was interested in what the real reasons were for what was happening, and all this rush. Kingsley reported to his sister that Sam had entered into a relationship with a strange girl. The guy won Scarlett's trust, and she told him everything, adding that she wanted a divorce. It looked like Joshua wasn't pregnant yet, but she was getting there. The princess knew that things would get complicated if this actually happened. After all, they both knew that the real father of this girl was the emperor himself. 20 years ago, Frederick began an affair with Elizabeth. a close friend and lady-in-waiting of the future empress. When Elizabeth became pregnant, she left the palace citing illness, and the young empress simply let her go. After Frederick ascended the throne, his wife had trouble getting pregnant for a long time, and Elizabeth decided to take advantage of this. The man promised that if the girl gave birth to a son next time, he would allow her to take the throne of the empress. However, Elizabeth's second pregnancy was not as easy, which made her worry. So he and Frederick decided to give the empress herbs that cause infertility. The unsuspecting empress drank the poisoned tea and realized that she would never be able to have a child again. Several years later, she learned the truth thanks to Princess Amaryllis. The empress cried, because she had always considered Elizabeth her friend, and she dared to do this to her. The woman was going to take revenge and kill her ex-girlfriend and her husband. However, the princess told her that 3 years ago she had made an oath to herself. She promised that one day she would strangle the emperor with her own hands. The princess promised that if they united, they could fulfill their common wish. Amaryllis and the empress decided to unite and help each other in this fight. However, the empress had one special condition before she agreed to this. Her gift was the ability to create poisons, so she needed to obtain the emperor's blood and nails. When Frederick ascended the throne, the princess was already over 18 years old, so her brother could not deprive her of her powers. If you drink the poison she created, the emperor will lose his mind and be completely under her control. The empress promised to mix this poison into the emperor's drink, but in return, something had to be done. That's why, all those years ago, Kingsley and Sam set out to kill Elizabeth and all of her illegitimate children. At the time, Sam was 20 years old, and Kingsley had just turned 15. They easily found the woman and got rid of her quite quickly. However, little Joshua hugged her mother's corpse and cried, not understanding anything. Kingsley watched as a little girl who was completely innocent suffered because of him. At some point, he realized that she reminded him of himself on the day his mother died. Sam noticed the confusion on his friend's face and reminded him that they had a mission. He noted that if the guy was in trouble, he could deal with the child himself. However, Kingsley suggested that they wait before killing the little girl. The guy walked up to the little girl and squatted down in front of her, holding her head in his hand. He still had tiny drops of healing power left, which he used to try to erase the girl's memory. After using the power, the baby lost consciousness and fell onto the cold floor. Kingsley picked up the girl in his arms and declared that this child was absolutely innocent of anything. Sam reminded that even if this girl was still a child, she was a blood relative of the imperial family, so she could not be left alive. Even though she is a girl and has no right to the throne, she can grow up and give birth to children who can fight for power. Kingsley promised that this baby would be given the same potion that the empress drank to cause sterility. Sam insisted that if the guy wanted to avoid possible consequences, he should kill the girl right now. However, Kingsley ordered the boy to take the baby to his home and not let anyone see her or find out about her origin. Sam was amazed that the young man wanted to put this burden on him. Kingsley promised that one day he would kill the emperor and sit on the throne. He noticed that Sam was the only person he could trust. The young man looked at the girl in his arms and realized that he had a lot of work ahead of him. The princess was disappointed that her younger brother spared the life of the emperor's illegitimate child. Kingsley said that Sam would give the 6-year-old girl the same herbs that the empress had taken, and after the girl came of age, she would be married to an ordinary peasant. The princess considered it too risky, because Sam might fall in love with her and not want to let her go. However, Kingsley stated that after his mother's death, this guy was the only one he had left, and he would trust him with his life. At Sam's house, Joshua cried constantly and said that she was afraid that something terrible would happen to her. The young man promised that he would definitely protect the girl and that she would not be in any danger. He also constantly gave her medicine that was supposed to help her. He said that after this medicine, the girl would grow up healthy and would no longer have nightmares. The young man wanted the girl to grow up faster because Uncle Sam loved her very, very much. 14 years later, exactly what the princess feared happened, because Sam betrayed them and decided to take advantage of Joshua. Kingsley didn't understand why the boy had delayed the assassination attempt on him for 14 years, because he was waiting for Joshua to grow up and give birth to a son who would have a better claim to the throne. After Joshua's child ascends to the throne, Sam will rule the empire as regent, and then his heir will become the rightful emperor himself, and Sam will kill anyone who stands in his way. At the same time, Scarlett tried to think about the information she learned from the old notebooks. She realized that there was something she couldn't see. She tried to understand why Joshua's pregnancy interested Duke Kingsley so much. She also remembered Edmund's warning that this man had his own ulterior motives. It was obvious that something was wrong in Joshua and Sam's relationship, because that was why the girl was trying to get closer to her. Scarlett soon realized that she absolutely had to find out what her husband was hiding, because then she could use it against him. 14 years ago, Sam stated that the Duke could not kill the Emperor because he was only 15 years old and could no longer use magic. If he ascends to the throne now, the lords will not take him seriously, and chaos will begin in the state. The ones to be most wary of are the lords from the imperial faction, as they may start a coup out of hatred for the Duke. The guy spent a lot of time in the estate, so he didn't know the capital that well, and the Emperor, who has not been in the Empire for long and does not have magical powers, will be very easy to kill. Having lost his magical abilities, the guy also lost his power, without which it is easy to fail. The throne was legally passed to the eldest of the brothers, and one should not forget about the son of Princess Amaryllis, who could be deprived of his right to the throne. Sam promised that he would turn society against Frederick and make sure that the Duke was received warmly as the new emperor, because it was necessary to win the sympathy of the people. He announced that the implementation of this plan would take at least 10 years. During this time, the emperor will have time to grow old, and everything can be attributed to natural death. The princess noted that this would look more convincing than the sudden death of a young and healthy ruler. Others might suspect that the emperor would become weak-willed, and it might seem strange to his subjects that immediately after the wedding, the ruler's health began to deteriorate sharply. Then she said that they would need more help in this regard. One day, when the emperor was especially drunk, the empress announced that his beloved had arrived. The man was so drunk that he could not adequately assess the situation around him. He thought that they were talking about his beloved Elizabeth, who had left him. However, it was actually Marilyn who came to see her lover. She sat down on his knees and declared that she was the only beloved of His Majesty the Emperor. The man was under the influence of poison, so the princess could easily convince him that he could not look at any woman except this lady. This is how Marilyn became the emperor's only lover. The princess admitted that it would be suspicious if the emperor suddenly stopped paying attention to other ladies, because everyone knows how strong his relationship with the empress is. The girls agreed that they could not allow the man to date other women. After 13 years, the emperor was ridiculed by the aristocracy and despised by the people, but Sam still refused to act. He stated that the Duke had not been in the capital for very long, but that did not really matter, since all the nobles were on his side. Even the princess reminded them that they had been waiting for 13 years and were already tired of these ridiculous excuses. Sam noted that their plan was treason and caution would not hurt, so there was no need to rush. The guy reminded the boys that all power was already in their hands. The Duke looked at his friend and asked him not to make him suspect. Sam didn't understand what his old friend, with whom he grew up together, was talking about. Kingsley admitted that he had heard some rumors about the relationship between the young man and Joshua. Sam immediately began to deny these rumors and noted that he would never dare touch a small child. However, he reminded that this girl is almost 20 and has not been a child for a long time. If this is all untrue, then why do people just talk about the Duke sleeping with this girl? Sam turned away and admitted that he suspected that no one would believe him. Kingsley suggested that Joshua herself was seducing the Duke, since she was a young 19-year-old girl. However, Sam denied everything because he could not kick the girl out due to Kingsley's order, who himself asked to hide her from prying eyes. He said he had never thought of such a thing, and he did not like the Duke doubting him. Kingsley noted that he didn't want to question his friend's loyalty, but now the guy was acting suspiciously. He noted that if Joshua showed feelings for the young man, then it was he who needed to cool her ardor. He stated that the easiest way would be to find himself a bride and marry her. After this, Sam shuddered, because he did not expect such an offer from his old friend. Kingsley noticed that the girl was behaving sluttily because there was no mistress in the estate who could put her in her place. The princess also advised the guy to arrange his personal life, because it was time for him to settle down. The young man then only sighed and agreed that his house really needed a mistress. After some time, Scarlett appeared, and their engagement and quick wedding took place. On the day of this celebration, Kingsley carefully observed the behavior of the newlyweds. He asked the knight to observe this couple and find out what kind of relationship there was between them. The Duke noted that if Sam had a mistress, it would be evident from his behavior. Edmund understood his master's order, so he tried to discreetly observe the couple from the side. As Sam was heading to Kingsley, the incident that left Scarlet hurt occurred. It was Kingsley who gave the order to the knight to escort the girl and observe her actions. It was for this reason that Edmund followed her into the garden, where he helped her get rid of the splinter in her leg. Much time has passed since then, and their fears have been confirmed. The princess was not sure that Joshua had drunk the poisoned drink, but Sam's love could not yet be considered an unequivocal betrayal. The guy was highly respected in society, so he would hardly have acted so thoughtlessly, because his influence in the capital had also increased. First, they had to make sure that Joshua had taken the infertility herbs before they could figure out the rest. Kingsley agreed with his sister and promised that he would try to find out through Scarlet. He had won the trust of the lady of the house, so he was going to take advantage of it. The princess stated that the Duke needed to be away from his wife, so it was necessary to distract his attention. Joshua had just woken up in her bed and thought it was Sam who had gone to visit her. However, the girl was delighted when she saw that it was Scarlet who came to visit her after her husband left. Joshua complained that the guy had once again left her bad-tasting tea, which he forced her to drink every day. She was about to take her medicine again, but Scarlet grabbed her hand and stopped her from doing so. The girl asked if the blonde knew what kind of medicine she took every morning. Joshua admitted that the drug was supposed to help her give birth to a healthy baby. From Scarlet's reaction, she realized that she was not so far from the truth. The heroine asked why Joshua wanted to get pregnant by her lover. The girl admitted that she loves this young man and sees nothing wrong with wanting to have a child with her other half. She believed that the greatest happiness for any woman is to give birth to a child from her beloved man. Scarlet didn't understand how anyone could want to have a child that would immediately be taken away from her. Joshua had already come to terms with this and understood that she could not do anything about the fact that she was just a poor orphan. Although she sincerely believed that this would be her greatest happiness in life, Scarlet wondered what would happen to the girl when she gave birth to a child who would inherit the title of Duke. If it turns out that the young Duke has commoner blood in his veins, his life will be in great danger. Plus, there was a chance that the boy wouldn't recognize Joshua as his real mother. In addition, there was a chance that the girl would give birth to a daughter who would not be able to become an heir and would not be able to successfully marry because of her mother. Sam could also break his promise and sleep with Scarlet, who would become pregnant and give birth to his son. There was a chance that in such a case, the young man would want to make him his heir. After this, Joshua jumped up and said that Scarlet couldn't get pregnant because Sam gave her fertility herbs. The girl didn't expect this at all, so she thought that she had misheard the blonde's words at first. Then Joshua admitted that the guy brought these herbs yesterday and ordered the doctor to brew an elixir from them. Only now did Scarlet realize that the medicine prescribed to her turned out to be an elixir of infertility. So Joshua was sure that what the girl was talking about now was simply impossible. The guy promised that their child would not be a bastard, so she didn't want anyone to come between them. She didn't like it when Scarlet spoke badly about her lover. The heroine noted that if Joshua believed the guy, then it could really make her feel better. However, she asked the girl to think about her future, because Madame hated her and mocked her only because she became a mistress. However, Sam told the girl to listen to this woman instead of protecting her from her. She noticed that this was completely unlike the behavior of a person in love. If this were so, then the young man would have raised her as his daughter, then married her off to a worthy man, like an adult, sane person. A man from the upper class, taking pity on the orphan, could have married her off to a good man and given her the opportunity to live a normal life. But instead, he locked the girl in his house, where everyone hated her, so that she would bear him children who would not even be able to call her their mother. After these words, Joshua thought for a moment and couldn't think of anything to answer. Scarlet noted that the girl might believe what Sam was saying, but she should think about her words too. When she has a child, the blonde will understand this herself, but then she will no longer be able to leave this house. After that, Scarlet left, and Joshua remained in his room, looking at the medicine that had spilled on the floor. Soon the maid came to Scarlet and brought the medicines that the doctor prescribed for her. The girl left the tray with the drink on the table and then left the room. After she left, the heroine came up and looked closely at the drink that was waiting for her in the mug. Sam learned that Joshua had accidentally broken a cup of medicine and was worried that she might have gotten hurt. The young man brewed a fresh drink for her and offered her to drink it while it was still warm. He had a lot to do, so he had to go, but he offered to buy the girl more dolls. The young man wished her good night and reminded her that he loved her very much. Joshua waited until her lover left, then went to the sink and poured out all the medicines he had prepared for her. After this, the girl looked closely at herself in the mirror, trying to understand what she felt after what happened. At the same time, Scarlett was also in the bathroom, pouring her poisoned potion into the sink. The girl did not know that she was in the hands of her husband, who was trying to pass off the herbs for infertility as a healing decoction. Even if he didn't keep his word and have sex with her, the guy really didn't want her children and was going to make Joshua's child his heir. She realized that Sam was obsessed with Joshua, but it was clearly not due to ordinary love. Both girls tried to figure out what Duke Sam was really up to. Soon, Scarlett was forced to attend a masquerade, which was organized in one of the houses of an aristocrat. Those around her took advantage of the fact that their faces were hidden, and so they allowed themselves liberties that were unusual for Scarlett's modest gaze. The girl intended to go to the restroom, but on the way, someone pulled her around the corner and drove up to the wall. The young man in the mask said that the earrings he gave the girl really suited her. Although his face and hair were hidden by his suit, Scarlett immediately guessed that it was Kingsley standing in front of her. He suggested that they go into an empty room, and the girl thought about whether she should tell him what she had recently found out. The young man wanted to kiss the girl, but she pushed him away and did not let him go too far. Scarlett admitted that she had something to say about what happened at home. She recalled that the guy asked her to inform him if her husband's mistress became pregnant. Scarlett noted that this had not happened yet, but it was quite possible that this moment would come soon. She said her boyfriend had been giving her herbs to stimulate ovulation since she started her period. After these words, Kingsley became gloomy and looked very scared. Scarlett said that the girl was in very poor health as a child, so her menstruation began quite late, only after taking all kinds of medications. After this, they began to give her decoctions that increased fertility. It was as if Sam wanted her to get pregnant as quickly as possible. Scarlett noticed that Kingsley looked like he wanted to kill someone. Suddenly, the young man moved away from her and laughed hysterically, covering his face with his hands. Scarlett almost finished him off by saying that that wasn't all the news. The girl said that her husband tried to make her infertile. He slipped her some nasty stuff under the guise of healthy food supplements from a doctor. Kingsley was very afraid for Scarlett's condition and hoped that she had not taken the medicine. The girl confirmed that she poured everything down the sink because she did not intend to poison herself. Kingsley called the girl smart and was glad that everything worked out. He admitted that his heart almost stopped when he heard it. Scarlett didn't understand why the guy was so worried about it, because he acted as if he really cared about her. She knew that this could work to her advantage in the future, so it would be a good idea to get closer to him. She admitted that she was scared because Kingsley was the only one she could trust. After this, the young man kissed the girl and hugged her tightly. In a fit of passion, he pushed her onto the sofa and sank down on top of her. Everything was fine until Scarlett remembered how she had recently kissed a knight in exactly the same way. After this, the girl could not continue and pushed Kingsley away from her. She asked how the guy was going to use her husband's mistress's pregnancy as proof of his infidelity. Kingsley said there was no better ground for divorce than having an illegitimate child. However, Scarlett admitted that she did not want this pregnancy. She wanted Joshua to run away from Sam before this happened. Kingsley asked why the girl was so worried about this commoner. Scarlett admitted that they were both his victims, because she herself hated the man who treated her like a thing and disposed of her as he wished. Joshua was just another of her toys that had arrived a little earlier. If she could meet someone else who would truly love her, then she would give the child to a worthy person and do it of her own free will. Scarlett admitted that she wants to help the girl, so that the child from Sam does not become time for her. Kingsley realized that she meant it sincerely, so he admired her good intentions. He admitted that the more he gets to know her, the more convinced he becomes that she is a special woman. His words amused Scarlett, who asked for more explanation. She believed that a special woman is one who is not so easy to break, unlike others, who have prudence and a sober view of things. She noticed that by elevating her above other women, he was trying to forgive her. However, she herself saw girls every day who were deprived of the opportunity to study and choose their own path. So it was great to be a man, to enjoy your advantageous position in society. He should have known this well, because he was the most arrogant and self-confident, and today, she was not in the mood to spend time with such a man. Kingsley just laughed at her words and admitted that he had messed everything up again. He knelt before the girl and asked for forgiveness for his terrible and shameless arrogance. He removed her glove with his teeth and said that he deserved to be punished for his behavior. Scarlett looked down at him and realized that this man was in her power. Kingsley said that if she hit him with that hand, she would be able to knock some of his arrogance out of him. The girl realized that he liked it when she acted cold and unapproachable. She stated that if a young man wants punishment, then it turns into a reward for him. So she suggested going back, because it would be unfair to the other couples to just occupy this room. Kingsley didn't answer. He was once again amazed at how skillfully he had been outwitted. Scarlett walked out of the room and ran into a young man who was standing right outside the door. She saw that it was Edmund, and immediately remembered everything that had happened recently. The girl hoped that her lipstick hadn't smudged after the Duke. The knight saw that her lipstick was still smudged, so he carefully took the girl's face in his hands and tried to fix it. At this point, Duke Kingsley left the room and joked that Scarlett was going to enjoy the masquerade with another gentleman. The girl noted that she was not prohibited from spending time at the ball with several men. Kingsley agreed with her, but noted that it would be best to choose a worthy candidate from among the candidates. He admitted that he wouldn't want her to belong to anyone else. However, Scarlett pushed him away and said that it was up to her to decide. After this, the girl left, and both young men remained in place and looked after her. Kingsley said that this girl knew how to charm, and he practically fell in love with her. Initially, he didn't think that Scarlett was his type, but now she intrigued him more and more. The young man said that it was starting to bother him a little. Edmund didn't expect this from his master, but he couldn't do anything about it, so he tried to control himself. Scarlett wanted to go to a quieter place, but suddenly a masked man approached her and asked how such a beautiful lady could stand alone. He wanted to steal her dance, but the girl said that she was waiting for someone. The man noticed that girls who resisted aroused even more interest in him. Scarlett walked around the palace and watched as couples in different places tried to find privacy. She knew that at a masquerade, we could forget about titles and reputation and simply give in to our feelings. During a recent conversation with the Duke, the girl hoped that Edmund would find her later, and they would talk. Scarlett didn't expect at all that someone would grab her by the shoulder and pull her to the far corner. At first, she thought it was Edmund, but then she saw that it was the same unfamiliar man from the main hall. He didn't like that the girl first shot him with her eyes and then ran away. He put his hand below her waist and pressed her tightly to himself, hinting at what he wanted. However, Scarlett was against his company, so she pushed the man away and slapped him. However, he was even more enraged by her obstinacy, which he took for a kind of game. The man was much stronger, so he easily picked up the girl and pulled her over his shoulder. Scarlett pounded his back with her hands and screamed loudly, demanding that he let her go. The girl called for help and suddenly saw her own husband, who was passing nearby. At first she was scared, but then she hoped that he could help her. However, the young man, who clearly recognized her, only grinned and entered the room with his companion. Scarlett's kidnapper was only glad about this, because he believed that this was the highest manifestation of male solidarity. Scarlett couldn't allow herself to be violated, so she grabbed the door, trying not to let herself be dragged into the room. The stranger personally enjoyed her actions, because he loved it when girls resisted. The man was much stronger, so he easily tore her hands from the door and threw them on the floor. He was about to close the huge doors and begin to carry out his insidious plan. However, unexpectedly, at the very last moment, someone's hand appeared between the doors and prevented him from doing this. The young man rushed at the stranger and hit him with all his might, knocking the mask off his face. Scarlett saw that it was Edmund, who arrived in time to save her. The stranger was unhappy that someone dared to interfere with his plans. However, Edmund recognized the Baron and stated that the man had already been divorced 3 times because he treated women terribly. The guy said that he should call witnesses who would confirm his words in the presence of the guards. These threats had an effect on the man, and he grabbed his mask and ran away. After he left, Edmund closed the door to the room, leaving Scarlett alone. He noticed that the girl was still sitting on the floor and shaking violently. He helped her up and sat her down on the sofa, where it was much more comfortable and softer. The knight removed her mask and saw that underneath it the girl was crying incredibly hard. He hugged her and apologized for not being able to come earlier. Scarlett hugged him back and admitted that she had given up hope of seeing him again. Edmund noticed that the girl was calling him for help, so he couldn't help but come. Suddenly, Scarlett pulled away from him, then grabbed him by the collar, pulled him towards her, and kissed him. The girl admitted that the guy is very strange, because he comes and goes as soon as she orders him, and when she asks for help, he is immediately there and helps. Scarlett pushed the young man, causing him to fall back and literally lie on the couch. She began to unbutton her dress and confessed that she no longer wanted to believe in love. However, she added that the night makes her hesitate so much that she is ready to try again. Scarlett continued to undress, but the knight suddenly counted and grabbed her hand, stopping her. He said that he had to confess something to her first. The young man explained that on the very day they first met, he didn't just help the girl for no reason. He explained that he had been told to get close to her and find out what her relationship was like with her husband. It was his master's will that he followed the girl when she hurt her leg and left the banquet. Looking at how she avoided people, he realized that not everything was going smoothly with her husband and reported this to the gentleman. That's why Kingsley tried to gain her favor, because he was sure that his marriage with Sam was built on lies. Scarlett trembled after his words and was amazed that Kingsley knew everything in advance. The knight added that he had not told him everything because what had happened between them that night was on his personal initiative. Scarlett suddenly became sharp and asked why the young man had done this to her. She assumed that he felt sorry for her or that he just wanted to have some fun. She thought that he was amused by her confused look because the stupid girl was ready to give him both body and soul. The girl noted that the guy had nothing to be ashamed of because she had also simply used him, after which she stood up and tried to get dressed. She didn't want to give her first time to a man like Sam, so the night came at a very good time. She stated that if there was someone else in his place, she would choose him without a doubt. The girl thanked the knight for telling her the truth, because she would no longer have vain hopes. She was almost fully dressed when he reminded her that they were not close enough to call each other by their first names. Scarlett stated that the knight had been taking care of her all this time because his master had wished it so. After these words, Edmund suddenly fell to his knees right in front of her and declared that this was not so. However, the girl only smirked and thought that he did it out of sympathy or because he desired her body. She thought that she was never really attracted to the young man. The guy with the cute face and beautiful body could have been just an errand boy. However, the knight was not offended by this and stated that the girl could continue to use him. After that, he suddenly unbuttoned his blouse and took off his outerwear. He stated that if there is someone in the world who wants to help Scarlett, then there must also be someone who wants to become her toy. He wanted the girl to show him all her passion, which embarrassed Scarlett. The guy said that the masquerade was a great place to find a lover, so she could have fun just like the ladies of the capital. He promised to come if the girl ordered him to, and to leave when she wanted, and also to wait when she needed him. If she was disgusted by the thought of love, then he was ready to become her toy, which she could use and then throw away. He promised that he would do everything so that she could relax, at least for a little while. At that moment, Scarlett remembered everything he had already managed to do for her during this time. She was amused that the young man was giving her permission to make him her dog. Scarlett thought for a moment, then silently walked around the young man and sat down on the sofa. She demanded that he prove it and kiss her feet right then and there. The girl thought that his pride would not allow him to do this, but she was very surprised. Edmund cast aside all his feelings and crawled on all fours to her feet. The young man picked up her foot and pressed it to his face, kissing it from her toes to her cheek. This didn't bother him at all, and he stated that he was waiting for her next order. Scarlett was outraged that the guy had thrown away his dignity and allowed himself to be treated like that. However, Edmund stated that if she ordered, he would protect his honor, but he was ready to forget about her at her command. Scarlett was embarrassed that someone would trust her with their life so much. She was very embarrassed when she realized that the guy would undress if she ordered him to. The next second, Edmund unbuckled his belt and asked how naked she wanted to see him. Scarlett ordered the young man to take off all his clothes, which within a minute were lying in a heap on the carpet. The young man appeared before her completely naked, not embarrassed by his appearance. He walked up to Scarlett, who stroked his cheek and asked him to kiss her. Edmund could not resist his mistress's orders, so he fulfilled her wish. After that, Scarlet put his hands on her body and allowed him to do what he wanted. The knight carefully laid the girl on the sofa and hung over her from above. The first thing he did was try to rid her of any excess clothing that would get in the way. Scarlet was incredibly pleased to be next to him. The girl literally melted under his caresses. They both did what they wanted, giving each other pleasure. After some time, when everything was over, the young people got dressed and were resting on the sofa. Scarlet wanted to make sure that it was Edmund who sent her the ring with the flower. The guy thought she liked it, so he bought it and sent it to her as a gift. The heroine found it funny that the knight was always so silent with the girls and wouldn't even brag about his gift. However, Edmund surprised her greatly by declaring that he had had absolutely no other women before her. Scarlet was stunned that she, too, was his first love interest. The girl was embarrassed that both of them experienced something new together that time. The knight admitted that if there had been a more experienced person in his place, the girl would not have had to cry so much. Scarlet was afraid that she really did look terrible that time, and that is why the young man treated her like that and protected her. At that moment, Edmund remembered his master's words about how he was truly attracted to Scarlet. The knight tried to understand his feelings for the girl so that he could express them correctly. After that, he asked her if she wanted to hear something that would calm her down, or if he wanted to be honest with her. Scarlet knew that if she didn't stop right now, it would be too late. One girl didn't understand why she still had doubts. She turned away from the young man and admitted that she did not expect a serious answer from him. She just wanted to say that she was very grateful to him for that very day. Scarlet tried to get up and leave, but the knight approached her and hugged the girl from behind. He admitted that at that moment it seemed to him that his refusal would break her heart into little pieces. He also added that he was afraid that the girl would repeat the fate of his mother. Scarlet had already heard that his mother had committed suicide after the emperor had disgraced her. Edmund said that his mother was never able to recover from what happened. The children tried to distract her and brought their drawings and crafts to please the woman. They also brought her favorite lemon sweets and tried to feed her. However, the woman kept apologizing and turning away from them, citing the fact that she was incredibly tired. She cried all the time and asked them to play somewhere in another room. The children tried absolutely everything, hoping that one day their mother would be able to smile again. The man yelled at his wife and didn't know how long it would go on, because she didn't care about her family. He accused the girl of being to blame for the fact that the mother of 2 children went out into the street looking like that. Edmund watched as his father accused his wife of dressing more modestly, and then nothing would have happened. After these words, the woman could not stand it and ran out of the room, and the boy tried to catch up with her. He even grabbed her by the cape, but did not manage to stop her, and the woman ran into her room, locking the door. Edmund cried and tried to persuade his mother through the door to come out and spend time with him and his sister. Suddenly, he heard a loud sound that immediately frightened him. The whole atmosphere around became strange. Only after this was Edmund finally able to open the door and saw that the balcony was wide open, and his mother's cape and slippers were lying near the railing. The boy walked up and looked down, seeing that people were already running around his mother, but the woman did not move. Edmund told Scarlet all this and admitted that after that, he thought many times whether he could have saved her. The guy was trying to figure out how to help a woman who was faced with male cruelty. He admitted that he still hadn't found the answer, but that day his decision to help Scarlet turned out to be the right one. He saw a girl who, just like his mother, cried because of the cruelty of a man, and he was afraid that she would repeat her fate. The knight did not want the girl to fall into the abyss of despair, so he tried to protect her. He admitted that he wanted to watch her fight again and again, and even though she had to go through so much, Scarlet still did not give up. She struggled with this world, made her way through thorns, and Edmund hoped that he could at least slightly reduce her suffering. That was why the young man wanted her to call him if she suddenly felt unbearably bad. Even if he has to become her toy, the main thing is that she finds the strength to live another day. He promised that he would be happy to do whatever she ordered him to do. Scarlet appreciated his support, so she stepped forward, pressed herself against him, and kissed him. Kingsley walked down the corridor and noticed that he hadn't seen his knight for a long time, which was unlike him. Suddenly, a door opened right in front of him, and a couple came out of the room. The young man was clearly unhappy that he found them in such a secluded place. The couple turned out to be Duke Sam and the Emperor's mistress, Lady Marilyn. Kingsley didn't know that the two were having an affair, but the girl laughed and noted that anything could happen at a masquerade. The young Duke supported her words and noted that in some ways the girl was indeed right, after which he patted his old friend on the shoulder and remarked that they needed to talk. Lady Marilyn understood the hint perfectly and left the young people alone. After the door closed behind them, Kingsley removed his mask and noticed that the happy husband was allowing himself too much. Sam tried to justify himself by saying that no normal man would spend time with his wife at a masquerade ball. He admitted that he was interested in Lady Marilyn, and they just wanted to have a little fun. He believed that the girl was bored of looking after the old emperor, and that she, too, needed to relax sometimes. He read that all people should help each other sometimes. Sam didn't understand, since when his old friend had been judging him for his personal life. Kingsley chuckled and noted that they did indeed have a different relationship. However, he hinted to him about the time they spent together in the province of Kingsley. At that time, the young man could not see his sister, and there was no one nearby whom he could confide in. The only one who was close to him was Sam, whom he trusted like a brother. Kingsley treasured him more than his own life, because he truly valued his friend. However, now there was an awkward pause between them, and the atmosphere around was threatening. Sam noticed that the guy had become overly sentimental, and for some reason suddenly remembered the past. He promised that he would always be on the Duke's side until he ascended the throne. At that moment, Kingsley remembered Scarlett's words about her husband specifically giving his mistress herbs to stimulate ovulation. This meant that for a long time now, his friend had been betraying him and trying to take his place. He didn't know when it started, but the guy was clearly taking advantage of the trust he was given. Sam clearly thought he could take the throne by taking advantage of his kindness. While Kingsley was pushing away any doubts and suspicions, his friend was dreaming of killing him and taking his place. But what irritated him most was that for all this, Sam had ruined the life of an innocent girl. The young man knew none of this, so he suggested ending this evening of reminiscences and returning back to the hall. He knew very well that Kingsley was a master of seduction, so he wanted to be taught a good lesson. Kingsley reminded him that his friend was actually married, but there were indeed many advantages to being a bachelor. At this point, all the Duke can think about is that Sam was trying to make his wife infertile and was slipping her all sorts of nasty things under the guise of healthy food supplements. So the man stopped his friend and allowed himself to give him some advice. The young man looked his friend straight in the eyes and remarked that he should be much more careful with women. He looked at Sam and thought that one day one of them would definitely stab him in the back. The Duke just laughed and thanked the guy for the fact that someone was sincerely worried about him. However, Kingsley admitted that he wants to see it happen, because it will be quite a spectacle. Sam tried to turn the joke around so as not to escalate the tension between them. However, in reality, he really wanted this day to come one day. Edmund got dressed and asked the girl to wait a little, because if they went out together, they would attract unnecessary attention. The young man left the room and immediately ran into his master, who was nearby. Kingsley wanted to talk to his sister and announced that his old friend Sam's days were numbered. If he continued in the same spirit, he could not avoid death. After this, Kingsley ordered his knight to try to find out through Scarlett whether his old friend had really betrayed him. The man sincerely believed that the poor girl was very unlucky with her husband. However, he was amused by the fact that Kingsley wanted to get rid of his friend right now. However, he was still grateful to this bastard for the fact that he never touched his wife. It seemed strange to him that he was worrying about such things. He was not like himself. However, the guy admitted that if her husband does something to the girl, he will not be able to control himself. The very thought of it made him want to cut off both of the guy's hands, just so he wouldn't dare harm her. The knight remained silent, so Kingsley thought that he was not taking his words seriously. However, the guy admitted that he himself did not expect that he would be so possessive towards the girl who would be attracted to him. Scarlett and Erica went to the store to pick out an outfit for the girl for an upcoming event. Scarlett knew that the next ball would be her sister's debut, so she needed to find a suitable dress. She noticed that Erica was clearly not very happy, so she was worried that something had happened to the girl. The little sister admitted that she just wanted to apologize to Scarlett. While she was suffering at the Duke's estate, Erica was having fun at her parents' house. The heroine noticed that her younger sister was sad since she had a fight with Joshua, so she took her sister's hand and admitted that she was perfectly fine. She noted that Erica needed to think about her own future. Now she, too, knew that her father could not be trusted, that she could not mindlessly obey his demands and carry out all his orders. Scarlett wanted Erica to develop critical thinking and the ability to assess situations sensibly. She admitted that she herself was naive and married the man her parents chose, but her little sister should not repeat her mistakes. After these words of support, Erica burst into tears and thanked her sister for her help. Scarlett promised that no matter what happened, her sister could always turn to her for help. Erica responded by promising that she would always be on her side and fully support her every decision. The sisters agreed that if the younger one caught the eye of someone at the ball, she would definitely tell the older one about it. Erica asked Scarlett if she really liked anyone. She heard that in the capital, even married men allow themselves to go on dates. At that moment, Scarlett remembered the knight with whom she spent a lot of time. She touched her lips, with which she had recently kissed this man. She knew that she would definitely divorce Sam, and with Kingsley's help, she would soon achieve her freedom. And, having broken free, she wanted to go her own way and not tie herself down with the bonds of marriage. She didn't want to get married anymore, but she didn't need to stay single all her life. The girl was so immersed in dreams of the future that she didn't notice how Erica found a dress that she liked. The girl ran up to one of the outfits to show it to her sister and get her approval. She pointed to a low-cut dress that she described as elegant and very grown-up. However, Scarlett said that what you were paying was too adult for her age, so it was rejected. She thought that Erica needed to grow a little more to wear that style. After that, the little sister pointed to another dress, which was completely opposite to the first one. She liked it too, so the girl asked the store employees to take it to the fitting room. While Scarlett waited for her little sister, she heard the girls around her discussing the news. The girls whispered that the simply amazing knight Edmund Lewis had arrived with Kingsley. They said that his sister was now looking for a bride from a good family for the young man. There were rumors that the young man was a real handsome man, and that girls were probably chasing him in droves. Scarlett was not pleased to hear this, but it was not surprising that a young man of 23 years old was looking for a bride. She remembered the words with which he had consoled her just recently, and did not understand how he could still be alone. She realized that the young man himself was not eager to get married, because he was really handsome and very polite, which attracted many girls. She turned the corner and saw a knight kneeling in front of a young lady. He tied the laces of her shoes in the same way he had recently kneeled in front of Scarlett and kissed her foot. After this, the girl took the young man by the elbow, and they, laughing, headed towards the exit. Edmund seemed to sense that he was being watched, so he looked back and then saw Scarlett. Kingsley told his sister that he was sure of Sam's betrayal. They had to hurry and finish off the Emperor before Joshua got pregnant. The princess did not think that Sam would give up his thoughts about the throne after the death of the Emperor, because he had already been gathering the influence of aristocrats around himself for 10 years. After Frederick's death, the boy could convince the aristocrats to amend the constitution. It is possible to abolish the rule that only men can rule, and make it so that the throne is inherited by the closest blood relative, regardless of gender. In this case, all power will go to Joshua, as the daughter of the previous emperor. Kingsley thought that in that case, the throne should have passed to his sister. However, the girl reminded that the nobles were on Sam's side, and if he proposed Joshua's candidacy, they would unanimously support him. She stated that they needed to buy time and turn the aristocrats against Sam before Joshua had the baby. Kingsley suddenly thought about how he could make it so that the girl would never be able to get pregnant at all. He recalled that this is exactly what happened to the Empress 14 years ago. The woman then drank a poisoned elixir that made her sterile, which could solve all their problems with Joshua. Scarlett was embarrassed because she thought she had interrupted the knight's date. However, Edmund explained that it was his younger sister Louise to whom he was showing the capital. The girl also smiled and admitted that she was very glad to meet him. Scarlett responded in kind, and the knight noticed that the heroine was wearing the ring he had given her. At this point, Erica finished changing and went out into the hall to show off the dress to her sister. Scarlett formally introduced her sister to the knight and Louise, and then did the opposite. Erica noticed that Louise and her older brother looked incredibly similar to each other. Then Edmund noticed that the Chandler sisters were very different in appearance. Even at the wedding with Sam, the guy noticed that Scarlett was not like any of her relatives. Erica then stated that her sister took after her maternal grandmother, who had red hair. The knight thought he had seen portraits of their grandmother in the emperor's palace, and she definitely did not have red hair. After finishing shopping and buying an outfit for the ball, the girls got into the carriage and went home. She didn't understand why the thought of the knight having a girlfriend made her angry for a moment. She had an affair with Kingsley, not with this young man. The knight himself also suggested that she simply have fun, like any capital lady. However, later his words were incredibly sincere and supportive. Scarlett liked that they could communicate with each other without hiding anything. At this recollection of that evening, the girl blushed and turned away so that her sister would not see it. She blamed the heat and began waving her hand at her face to quickly drive away the color. Scarlett thought that even though they weren't a couple now, they could become one someday. The princess demonstrated a remedy that the empress drank, consisting of a herbal decoction with wine, which causes infertility. She claimed that her poison had been made more effective, and if Joshua took even one sip, she would never be able to have children again. They thought that Scarlett would help them get the girl to drink the medicine. The princess noticed that the girl was taking care of Joshua, so she was not sure that she would want to poison her. However, Kingsley noted that they did not have to tell her the whole truth. All Scarlett needs is a divorce from her husband and a guarantee of her own safety. If she found out that they were planning a coup d'etat, she would try to stop them, so there was no point in scaring her. Kingsley promised that he would simply tell her that it was a necessary step on the road to freedom. The guy admitted that he was doing this because Sam was trying to make Scarlett infertile. Since her husband was going to put Joshua's child on the throne and become regent, the guy decided that he did not need other offspring. The princess knew that by depriving Scarlett of the opportunity to have children, he would try to win Joshua's trust. Kingsley wanted to save the girl before it was too late, so they'll have to do it anyway. If they help Scarlett gain independence, then enlist her support. The princess was supposed to meet the girl soon and discuss her son's upcoming wedding. Edmund noticed that the brother and sister left the room and agreed to contact each other soon. The princess said that they must definitely win Scarlett over to their side, because if she turned away from them, everything would be lost. Kingsley stated that he had almost won the girl's heart, and as their relationship developed, Scarlett became increasingly distant from her husband. The princess said that if the girl realized that the guy was using her, he would be in trouble. However, Kingsley noticed that he really liked her, and that was the reason he wanted to help her even more. The princess noticed that this was not the kind of woman who would throw herself headlong into the maelstrom of feelings, because she needed help to divorce her husband. Kingsley knew that Scarlett was a very calculating person who would never choose a man who could not give her what she wanted. He knew that her father was an ordinary merchant, and not very rich. The young man believed that Scarlett would be the key to the fulfillment of all their plans, but they still needed to be more careful. Edmund listened to their conversation, but was distracted when he saw a portrait of Scarlett's grandmother. He noticed that she didn't have red hair, and the girl herself looked absolutely nothing like her. At this point, the princess ordered her brother to find out as much as possible about Scarlett, because they could not let anything in. Recently, Puccini from the guild contacted her and asked her to visit them. Today, Scarlett was finally supposed to find out who her real parents were. The young man approached the closed office and said that the girl was expected inside. Scarlett opened the door and saw that their former butler Benjamin, whom she had not seen for a long time, was waiting for her there. The girl recalled that back when she learned the trade, she once discovered discrepancies in the accounting reports. Then the butler said that he had simply made a mistake, and as a child, the girl believed him. However, she recently remembered the incident and asked for a reinvestigation, which resulted in evidence of theft. The butler stated that it was a long time ago, and he did not understand why Scarlett suddenly decided to take up this matter after so many years. The girl threw the bag of jewels on the table and declared that if he answered her question, this information would not reach her father. The butler was glad that he could avoid punishment for his sins, so he was ready to tell her any information. Scarlett stated that she wanted to know exactly whose daughter she was. The butler told her that once, when his master went to a neighboring country to trade, he had an affair with a local woman. He then returned to Florence and got married, and Jonathan and Erica were born. However, soon after Erica was born, a mysterious old woman came to visit him with a red-haired girl in her arms. The gentleman acknowledged Scarlett as his daughter and gave her the surname Chandler. Scarlett asked him to stop and explain what happened to his real mother. Benjamin then apologized and said that the girl's biological mother had died during childbirth. She was the daughter of a shaman of one of the tribes and inherited powerful magical powers from her mother, who had the gift of predicting the future. Scarlett was amazed by this because she did not expect everything to turn out like this. Benjamin added that the gentleman accepted the girl to remove the curse from her grandmother. The old woman said that if this girl found out about her origin, then his son would lose his life. Scarlett loved her brother, so she immediately became afraid that Jonathan might die because of her. However, the butler added that the spell had already lost its power, because it had been in effect until she grew up and got married. The inhabitants of the neighboring country received their magical power from the red dragons, and in terms of power, it was quite capable of being compared with the emperor's. In the end, the gentleman had no choice but to adopt the girl. Jonathan was also happy about his sister's wedding, because on that day he was freed from the spell. Scarlett realized what had really happened, so she let the butler go. After the man left, Puccini looked into the room and wanted to make sure that his investor was okay. Now Scarlett understood what had happened, and everything in her head fell into place. She was simply the result of a chance encounter, a burden that a father had to take on to save his son. If she had guessed that she was his adopted daughter, Jonathan could have died. So the father had to raise an unloved and unwanted child, and so he happily got rid of her as soon as the opportunity arose, and even his mother did not stop him. At that moment, Scarlett realized that she had never been welcome in this house. The young man called out to the girl and said that he had some kind of gift for her. He said that he once helped a shaman and her daughter, and this woman took her granddaughter to her biological father and gave him a parting gift. The old woman said that one day he would meet a person to whom he would have to give this photograph. Scarlett suddenly realized that Puccini knew her grandmother and might know where she was now. However, the man admitted that they had all died long ago, and her grandmother had no one except her only daughter. At that moment, Scarlett realized that she was left an orphan, except for her adoptive family. The girl believed that her grandmother hated her because her only daughter died while giving birth to her. However, Puccini noted that this was not the case, because the grandmother was a great seer and knew that her daughter was destined to die during childbirth. Scarlett was even more shocked that the woman still sacrificed her life for the sake of her child. When the girl was born, her grandmother predicted her own fate. He remembered the old woman's words and said that according to the prophecy, this girl would definitely come to rule over the Florence Water Canal. Puccini didn't quite know what this meant, but he took it as a sign that their business would prosper. He believed that the prophecy said that this girl's life would be full of joyful events. The man was sure that the grandmother and mother were still praying for the girl's happiness in heaven. Sam learned from the doctor that Joshua had recently been refusing to take his medication. The man found some herbal remains in the sink and assumed that the girl did not want to drink the brew because of its bitter taste. Initially, Sam wanted to harshly punish the girl for disobedience. However, he then changed his mind and ordered that the decoction be added to her food so that she would not notice anything. The guy began to indulge her whims because he needed a child to achieve his goals. After leaving Scarlett, Puccini tried to think about everything that had happened and understand what it meant for him. The Florence Canal was built by the goddess of red dragons, who fell in love with the first emperor. It was passed down from generation to generation to the eldest member of the imperial family, that is, the heir to the throne. When Princess Amaryllis was born, the previous emperor did not break this tradition, and during the ceremony, he dropped a drop of her blood into the waters of the canal. Later, when Frederick was born, the ruler wanted to make him the heir and took everything from his daughter. However, he could not take away her rights to own the water canal because it was simply impossible to take it away due to her blood and the magic of the red dragon. Otherwise, the original heirs of the dragon's blood would have laid claim to it long ago. Thus, the Florence Water Canal was considered a symbol of imperial power, which opened up various interpretations for the old woman's prediction. The day of the sunrise celebration arrived, when the first Erica Ball was to take place. The girl assumed that her older sister was supposed to come to the event with her husband. However, Scarlett reported that Sam had left before her because he had urgent business. After the masquerade, her husband's attitude towards her changed, but she could not believe that he did not even accompany her to this evening. Scarlett admitted that she was going to the girl's first ball only to support her. Erica finally attended her first public event and was thrilled with what she witnessed. At the ball, Scarlett met her old acquaintances, with whom she had already attended several tea parties. She introduced the girls to her younger sister, who had just made her debut in society. People have noticed that Erica is incredibly charming, just like her older sister. However, unexpectedly, one of the girls noticed that the sisters were not very similar. The girlfriends couldn't even imagine that they were dealing with blood relatives because they were so different. Erica didn't like what they said, so she wanted to protect her sister, but Scarlett calmed her down. The girl knew that her younger sister was always irritated by such remarks, but if she raised her voice at her at the first ball, it would be akin to humiliation. Unexpectedly, a third girl joined them, who stated that blood relatives can very well differ from each other in appearance. Louise said that when she was little, she too was sometimes told that she was completely different from her older brother. However, she never had to deal with gossip about cheating in her family. The girls immediately realized that their words sounded rude and tried to apologize for their unsuccessful joke. After that, they quickly ran away, citing the need to greet the other guests. Erica thanked Louise for protecting them from such blatant tactlessness. The girl smiled and noted that sometimes the character of the capital's aristocrats simply surprised her, because while she lived in the Kingsley estate with her brother, she had already managed to get out of the habit of all this. The girl added that it was unsettling to stay in her home, but she was welcomed very warmly at the Kingsley estate. The Duke highly valued her brother for his faithful service, so he also took care of his relatives. Based on her words and reaction, Scarlett assumed that Louise was in love with Kingsley. Here she saw her husband, who came up close to them and invited the girl to dance without any greetings. Louise immediately apologized for seeming so tactless and disturbing the couple's rest. However, Scarlett noticed that they had come separately because of work and had only just met. The girl said goodbye to her sister and promised to join her a little later. The young people were dancing, and Scarlett felt uncomfortable because the young man was too abrupt in his movements. She didn't understand why he suddenly showed interest in her and invited her to dance. The girl thought that he was simply using her to divert Kingsley's suspicions from himself. Therefore, she could not understand what had changed between them recently. After the dance ended, the couple separated and rumors reached Scarlett that her husband had arrived with Lady Marilyn. The girl looked where the guy was heading and found him with the Emperor's mistress. She realized that her husband had invited her only because the rules of etiquette required him to dance first with his wife. She thought it would be just wonderful if they didn't have to pretend to love each other anymore. Unexpectedly, Lady Elsa appeared nearby, noticing the discord in the young couple's relationship and hinting that the man had been unable to give up his old habits. The girl said that he was a simpleton like Scarlett, neither had the looks nor the rich dowry, and that she should return to her barnyard. Scarlett knew that this young lady would only cause trouble, so she just wanted to ignore her words and leave. However, the girl noticed that Erica heard these offensive jokes that were directed at her sister. The girl couldn't hold back her tears from how much her older sister had to suffer in order to provide a good future for her and her brother. Scarlett realized that she didn't want to upset Erica anymore, so she finally decided to put her reputation aside and put the offender in her place. She ordered Elsa to keep her mouth shut, because other ladies might adore her husband, but they shouldn't be angry that he didn't choose them. Scarlett noticed that the girl was trying to insult her, calling her a country bumpkin, but forgetting that she too had a noble background. She noticed that Elsa was either a metropolitan fool with delusions of grandeur or simply had not received a proper upbringing. The girl was hurt by these words and pushed Scarlett, intending to hurt her. While dancing with her husband, the heroine stepped on her foot several times, causing it to hurt, so the girl was unable to keep her balance and fell. Erica and Louise immediately rushed to the girl to help her up and examine her. The younger sister was unhappy with what had happened and did not understand what the aristocrat was allowing herself to do. Suddenly, the princess appeared at the ball, accompanied by her brother and his knight, who witnessed this whole scene. The woman immediately approached Elsa and tried to find out what had just happened. Kingsley and Edmund noticed that Scarlett was sitting on the floor, so they both rushed to help her up. Unexpectedly, the heroine found herself in a situation where both young men extended their hand to her and waited to see whose hand she would lean on. Scarlett and Edmund both realized their mistake at the same time, so the girl grabbed Kingsley's hand and tried to draw his attention to herself. During this time, Edmund managed to pull himself together again and pretend that nothing was bothering him. Kingsley noticed that the girl had injured her ankle during the fall. He reminded his sister that they could not allow the culprits of the whole incident to escape the punishment they deserved. Elsa tried to say that Scarlet started it first and that she fell by accident. However, the princess stated that the girl had harmed someone in the imperial palace, and now she was making excuses that it could not be forgiven. Elsa immediately began to tremble with fear and realized that now her whole family could suffer. The princess announced that the girl was finished and that she needed to go home immediately. She said that the decision on her punishment would be made by the emperor himself, and her family would also be held responsible for her behavior. Several of Elsa's friends surrounded her and helped her leave the event while everyone else stood and watched. Kingsley suggested that the girl go into the living room and examine her ankle, because if she did not provide the necessary assistance, the situation could worsen. Scarlet knew that if she left with the Duke, her husband would be angry, as he had been last time. Kingsley immediately understood what she was thinking, so he told her that Sam had already left with the Emperor's mistress some time ago. He said that the husband was so carried away by the girl that he did not even notice how his own wife was pushed. Scarlet was surprised that even Kingsley knew about their affair, because she thought Sam wanted to hide it. All this time, they created a seemingly happy relationship in order to deceive Kingsley, but now the guy was caught cheating, so she no longer has to pretend. The princess took notice of Scarlet's younger sister and noticed that the girl had managed to grow into a beautiful young lady. Princess Amaryllis said she would like to show the Chandler family's youngest daughter the imperial palace. She also invited Louise to join them, which was an incredible honor for both girls. After this, Kingsley turned to Scarlet herself and offered the museum to lean on his shoulder to get to a quiet place. Once in the room, he helped the girl sit down on the sofa and take off her shoes to examine her injured leg. The young man was incredibly angry about what happened and promised that the girl would pay for Scarlet's suffering. The girl admitted that it was not entirely Elsa's fault, because there was a true culprit of the situation. She explained that while dancing with her husband, she tripped over something and slightly twisted her leg, so after the push, she was unable to keep her balance and fell. These words angered the Duke even more, because he already had no good feelings for her husband. The knight brought a painkiller with anti-inflammatory action, which the doctor gave him. The guy promised to get everything needed for a cold compress, so he went to get the necessary medications. Meanwhile, Kingsley approached the table to pour water into a glass and give the girl the opportunity to wash down the medicine. The young man then sat down next to Scarlet on the sofa and admitted that he needed to discuss something with her alone. The young man wanted her to take the medicine first, and only after that could he voice his request. Scarlet silently took the glass of water from his hands and took a painkiller, but she still couldn't shake the bad feeling. The girl assumed that the guy noticed that there was something between her and the knight, but the next second, Kingsley unexpectedly kissed her. The young man took the glass from her hands and put it on the table so that it could not interfere with their enjoyment of each other. During the kiss, Scarlet pulled away a little and asked if this was really what they needed privacy for. Kingsley suddenly realized that he had been distracted by her incredible beauty and had completely forgotten to ask the girl for a favor. He admitted that he had something to tell her, but it could wait. When he looked at her beautiful face, everything else immediately disappeared from his head. So Kingsley suggested that the girl continue the conversation after they had fully enjoyed each other. At this time, Scarlet was only thinking about how much time would pass before the knight returned with medicine. Kingsley stated that she need not worry about outside witnesses, as Edmund was a very smart fellow and was used to observing his personal life from behind closed doors. He noted that if Kingsley and Scarlet were busy, the guy would simply wait patiently outside the door. Scarlet was not happy that Kingsley was going to make the man who wanted to help treat her wound stand outside the door. She noticed that the medication eased the pain, but that didn't mean her ankle was completely healed. The young man apologized to the girl for his rudeness and for giving in to emotions. He explained that he would like to return to their conversation at the masquerade. Then Scarlet said that she didn't want Sam's mistress to get pregnant. He explained that he had a medicine that could help them with this. The young man confessed that the bottle contained contraceptive pills. Scarlet didn't understand why it was necessary, because earlier Kingsley insisted that the girl's pregnancy would help her divorce her husband. However, now the guy admitted that he realized that Sam would not let the girl leave just like that. If Joshua gives birth to a child, the guy will want to pass him off as his legal heir, and for this, he will need a wife. He was sure that Sam would trick Scarlett into raising someone else's child. So Kingsley wanted to play it safe, because there is nothing wrong with taking care of your own safety. Scarlett didn't want this fate, but she didn't know if Joshua would want to help her. She was sure that it would be a great happiness for the girl to give birth to a child from her lover. So even if Scarlett advised her to drink this remedy, she didn't think Joshua would agree. Kingsley tenderly asked if his mistress knew that Sam was having an affair with Lady Marilyn. He suggested telling the girl about this so that she wouldn't want to have a child from such a scoundrel. Scarlett was amazed that Kingsley could come up with such a cunning plan. She knew it could work, but she was afraid the girl would worry too much about it. Kingsley admitted that he wanted to tell her something, but he would only do it after Scarlett kissed him. The girl was unhappy that the guy was incredibly stubborn today, but she still couldn't resist him. She was already leaning towards him to give him a kiss when there was a knock at the door. Kingsley was angry and did not understand where his knight's vaunted intelligence had gone. He allowed the guy to enter, and he appeared in the room carrying many different devices for Scarlett. He brought a cold compress and crutches that could help the girl move independently. Kingsley ordered his knight to examine Scarlett's ankle again. The young man stood in front of her, knelt down and asked the girl to lift her dress higher. While the knight applied a cold compress to the ankle, Scarlett herself accepted the note from Kingsley. She read the document carefully and realized that she was holding in her hands the agreement to open a gondola business that they had recently drawn up. The girl was afraid that some problems had arisen, but Kingsley said that he had simply made some amendments to the document. He announced that he had increased the amount of investment and also changed the percentage of income received. Now, most of the profits were to go to Scarlett, because he wanted this project to help the girl quickly become financially independent from her husband. Suddenly, the young man leaned towards the girl and whispered something in her ear. He admitted that he hoped that this would convince her of the purity of his intentions towards her. At that moment, Scarlett remembered the conversation with the knight in the carriage. Then the young man declared that the girl could somehow help the Duke achieve what he wanted, and that was why he was trying to win her love. Scarlett realized that these were not just guesses, and the young man was really using her to achieve his goals. She was afraid to get involved so deeply, so she reminded him that he wouldn't be able to buy her. Kingsley admitted that Scarlett simply misunderstood him, because he simply wanted the girl to feel more confident. He knew that this gondola business would help her accumulate a good financial cushion to quickly get back on her feet after her divorce from her husband. Then she will be able to quickly jump out of the cage and find herself in his arms. Having gotten rid of the nasty Sam, Scarlett can spend more time with him. Scarlett realized that Duke Kingsley was trying to seduce her with these sweet words. She realized that at some point, the guy began to value her much more, but she did not understand the reason for this. The girl suggested that this might be somehow connected with the secret of her origin, but he could not guess about it. Kingsley stated that the girl could put her seal on the document if she was satisfied with the terms. She wanted to avoid a quick answer and admitted that she had forgotten it at home, but Kingsley refused to let her go. Scarlett noted that if a young man only needed her time, then she could provide it. However, she reminded that her love cannot be bought with money, especially for personal gain. The young man could not believe that the girl thought such a thing, because he only wanted her well-being and freedom. He was simply disgusted by the fact that the girl had to live in the same house with this scoundrel, who, on top of everything else, also tried to get her drunk with some kind of crap. Kingsley suggested that the girl make up her mind, because she wanted to get rid of her husband as soon as possible and take a deep breath. He asked her to imagine how good it would be to be free, with wealth all around her, and absolutely no restrictions. The young man admitted that he was completely ready to give her everything listed above, and all he asks in return is one single kiss, which didn't cost much. Scarlett thought for a moment, then finally decided to kiss the young man. Kingsley suggested that the girl take the contract with her and read it again in her room, adding any amendments to it. After that, he changed and got ready to leave, because he didn't want to give her husband another reason to worry her. The Duke suggested that the girl rest properly in the room and go home in a carriage that he would hire for her. The young man said goodbye to Scarlett, and his faithful knight bowed to the girl as a sign of respect. Already in the corridor, Kingsley noticed that any clothes incredibly suited this girl's delightful face. The young man admitted that he never ceased to admire her intelligence, because the girl immediately sensed his trick. He thought that this was what they call entrepreneurial spirit, and to some extent it even turned him on. Edmund asked what the gentleman would do after Scarlett divorced her husband. He wondered if he would really need the girl once he achieved his goals. Without a second thought, Kingsley declared that after this, he would have no need of her. Staying close to her meant exposing himself to unnecessary risks, and that was something neither he nor she needed. Edmund took a deep breath, because this meant that his master was going to leave Scarlett. Kingsley couldn't believe that the knight actually thought that he was so mad with love that he couldn't break off relations with the girl. He patted the guy on the shoulder and suggested that he think for himself. More than anything in his life, Duke Kingsley strove only for the throne because his brother wanted to completely decide his rights to the throne. By sending him to Kingsley's estate, he tried to take away all his possessions in Florence. With the help of his older sister, Kingsley was able to save them, but his authority was undermined by his long absence from the capital. To strengthen his position again, he needs to marry a noble lady from some influential family who will become his empress. That's why he found it funny that the knight was afraid that his master would go blind from love and do something stupid. Kingsley told the boy not to worry, because he was not going to deviate from his original plan. After seeing a portrait of Scarlett's grandmother, Edmund decided to do a little investigation, which resulted in him discovering something interesting. There were rumors that Scarlett Chandler was not her parents' biological daughter. Given the circumstances, the knight believed that it was not necessary for the master to know about this. On the way home, Erica inquired about the condition of her older sister's injured ankle, but Scarlett was more interested in whether the girl had a good time with Louise and the princess. Erica was delighted and remembered that the princess had asked her to tell her sister that she wanted to meet her to discuss the details of organizing the prince's wedding. Erica was thrilled that her incredible older sister would be involved in the preparations for the royal wedding. She believed that this was an incredibly honorable position that not everyone gets. Scarlett thought that Erica had already forgotten about the recent incident, since she was in a good mood again. With the support of the princess and the financial investment of the duke, Scarlett was able to open a profitable business. Then, a significant part of her problems will disappear by themselves, and all that remains is to decide what to do with Joshua. The little girl was sitting on the bed and sorting through her things when she heard a knock at the door. Scarlett walked in next, walking with the help of crutches and her leg bandaged. Joshua was worried about the girl, but she reassured her, saying that she had only slightly twisted her ankle while dancing. The blonde admitted that she needed to tell Scarlett something important. The doctor recently told her that if she didn't want to take her daily medication, Sam gave her permission not to. Therefore, she thought that her lover was not forcing her to do anything against her own will. Scarlett didn't believe it, because the man really wanted Joshua to get pregnant as soon as possible. In addition, the blonde opened the box and said that the guy had recently brought her a gift. She took out a very expensive doll that looked like their child together. The girl was happy because she liked the gift, and yesterday Sam spent the night in her room and was incredibly nice. Then the guy admitted that he wanted a son more than a daughter, just like her own mother, who even called her by a male name. Sometimes the girl felt like the woman hated her because she was born a girl, when she even wanted to become a boy to please her mother. And now she dreamed very strongly of a son who would be like her beloved. She knew that Scarlett was worried about her, but she still considered it a blessing to have a child with her lover. At that moment, Scarlett remembered the Duke's words about what could happen to Joshua's child. She considered his proposal to tell the blonde about her husband's other mistresses. Scarlett took a long time to gather her courage, but then she finally said that she had something for the girl. She placed in her hand the vial that Kingsley had given her, which was supposed to contain a contraceptive. Scarlett didn't want to hide anything from Joshua, so she told him honestly what was in the bottle. She noted that it was the girl's decision whether to take the medication or not, but she had to tell her the truth. Scarlett revealed that her husband Sam had slept with countless women besides Joshua. Locked in the mansion, the blonde hardly knew about it, but in Soviet circles, all they talked about was his love affairs. When Scarlett married him, at first, he tried to maintain the image of an exemplary family man, but then he found a mistress again. She said that the girl's name was Marilyn, that this woman was once the emperor's mistress, and now she has switched to Sam. Scarlett knew Joshua didn't want to believe it, but she saw no point in lying. She admitted that it was for this very reason that she gave the girl a bottle of medicine. She asked the blonde to think about whether she could trust her lover, because she doubted it, even when he gave her his word not to sleep with his wife. Joshua was literally shaking from this news, not knowing whether to believe it. Scarlett noted that having a child from a loved one is happiness, and motherhood is truly a noble gift. However, getting pregnant from a man who deceives you and keeps you locked up is far from the best decision that you can regret. She was afraid that Joshua would trust Sam and have his child, and the guy would break his promise, and it would be too late to fix anything. Joshua suddenly became angry at Scarlett for talking nonsense and trying to interfere with her happiness. She threw out her medications and noticed that it was unbearable when someone interfered with her life every time and turned it upside down. Joshua stated that it is Scarlett who breaks her heart every time, not Sam. The heroine knew that it was always difficult to accept the fact that the person you loved was not who he claimed to be. She understood this perfectly well, and she wouldn't have believed it either if she hadn't encountered it herself. She recalled that she herself married Sam and did not immediately understand what he was really like, but this allowed her to soberly assess the situation and become much wiser. Joshua didn't want to listen to this anymore and told the girl to shut up and stop talking this nonsense. She threw a pillow at her and said that she no longer wanted to continue this conversation and would complain to Sam if Scarlett came to her again. The heroine did not want to quarrel with her, so she said that she would no longer bother the girl if she did not want to see her. She left a bottle of medicine on her bed, reminding her that she might need it one day. After this, Scarlett left the room, and Joshua remained sitting on the bed surrounded by disorder. The girl angrily reached for the visor, intending to get rid of it. Scarlett had just stepped out the door when she heard something break in the room. In the evening, Sam returned home and saw a broken doll that he had just recently given to his beloved. The guy thought that something had happened, because just yesterday the girl was delighted with her. He didn't understand why Joshua continued to play the silent game, because the girl had been lying on the bed all evening, turning away from him. She kept medicine under her pillow and couldn't decide whether to take it or not. Joshua interrogated the young man, and he said that he had attended a meeting of the House of Lords. He admitted that he hurried to the girl as soon as he returned, because he missed her. Unexpectedly, the blonde asked if her lover had ever slept with other women before meeting her. The young man honestly admitted that he had other girls, but all this was before he fell in love with Joshua. Since then, no other woman has managed to attract his attention, because he has such a beautiful lover. The young man was about to kiss Joshua when she suddenly asked who Marilyn was. From the young man's reaction, the girl realized that Sam was familiar with this Marilyn. The guy pretended that he had heard of her because the girl was the emperor's mistress. He admitted that it was quite possible that he had met her, because in high society, everyone knows everyone else. Because of his questions, Joshua had to admit that she had heard rumors that Sam was cheating on her with this girl. Immediately after this, the guy went berserk and demanded to know who had slandered him. He demanded to name this man so that he could punish him by frightening the girl. Joshua admitted that no one told her this. She just overheard the conversation. The girl immediately realized that she had said something stupid, but now it was difficult to turn back. She admitted that she did not see the faces of these people, but she heard their voices outside the window. Everyone in the house knew exactly where her bedroom windows faced, so only a fool would start spreading dirty rumors there. Sam declared that he would immediately gather all the servants and find the culprits, then beat them until they confessed. He stated that the servants had betrayed their master, and that such things should be punished in order to teach them to keep their mouths shut. Joshua didn't want innocent people to get hurt, so she admitted that it wasn't the servants. Sam was very surprised by her words, and immediately demanded to confess who exactly was talking about this. Erica was reading a book while her older sister Scarlett was brushing her hair. The girl was proud of her youngest daughter Chandler because it was a very difficult book. Erica admitted that her father never allowed her to read such things because he believed that no one would marry a girl who was too smart. Scarlett asked her to get it out of her head. A woman's life is hard, regardless of whether she is smart or not. But without intelligence, it is almost impossible to understand the true intentions of other people. Then Erica promised that she would study hard, enter the academy, and her sister would be proud of her. Suddenly, Sam burst into the girls' room without knocking and looked incredibly angry. He asked Erica to leave the room immediately and leave him alone with his wife. Scarlett didn't understand why the young man suddenly decided to send Erica back to her parents' house. She recalled that he himself told her that he would allow the girl to stay in the house so that she could receive a capital education. However, now he has changed his mind. Although only recently the girl attended a ball for the first time in her life, Sam admitted that Erica insulted his beloved and raised her hand at her. He stated that he was no longer going to tolerate her antics and wanted her to leave. Scarlett realized that there was no point in arguing with him, so she simply pulled silently and left the room. In fact, the guy did this because of what Joshua told him. The girl confessed that Erica came to her and told her this story, and she got angry with her and drove her away. She hoped that all this was not true, and that her lover really had no relationship with Lady Marilyn. Sam thought that the girl had heard gossip about their affair at the ball and told Joshua about it. He stated that he was a little disappointed in his beloved, which frightened the girl. He said that it was too early for them to have a child, since the blonde had been acting strangely lately. He believed that only a bad child could be born from a woman who believed in all sorts of nonsense. Joshua couldn't believe that another woman would now be the mother of his heir. The guy said that he really didn't want this, and the girl knew this very well. He even ordered Scarlett to be given a potion that causes infertility, but he was tired of Joshua's childish behavior. He stated that he absolutely did not need to have a child from her. The guy noticed that absolutely any woman would be happy to take her place. In this way, the young man tried to hint to her that the girl should behave more accommodatingly. He said that Joshua should help him keep his promise, after which he pushed the girl onto the bed. He noticed that she was already an adult, and if she continued to behave like a child, he would be very unhappy. Sam said it was time for her to find out what it was like to be a mother. The young man admitted that only in this case would she experience true female happiness. The next day, Erica packed her suitcase and was ready to go home. She asked her sister not to be upset, because she was not going somewhere into the forest, but was just returning to her parents. She promised that she would have fun being with her mother and brother Jonathan. Scarlett hugged her little sister and asked her to be sure to let her know if she had any difficulties. No matter what their father said, she had to continue studying and definitely enter the academy. Scarlett promised that if her father refused to pay for her daughter's education, she would do it herself and would not even ask her husband's permission. After this, Erica got into the carriage, which moved off, and the girl leaned out of the window and began waving her handkerchief to her sister. Scarlett held on with all her might, but she still began to cry when the carriage with her sister had gone far enough. Joshua walked out onto the balcony in her room and tried to think through everything that had happened to her last night. The girl returned back and saw a new doll that Sam brought her to replace the old broken one. She remembered the words he had spoken to her yesterday when he had tried to refute Scarlett's words. And then she remembered the words of Scarlett herself, who said that she needed to think carefully before having a child. In her head, she compared the words of the two people and immediately saw who was acting in her interests. Although the girl did not want to admit it, she understood that her lover was behaving strangely. At some point, Joshua wondered what would happen after she gave birth to a child. Sam might have children with another woman. She remembered his attitude towards the servants and realized that an illegitimate child, born to a destitute girl, would not be treated with respect. If she gives birth to an heir from her legal wife, she can simply be kicked out. The girl wondered whether she would be able to survive alone, especially with a baby in her arms, since she didn't know how to do anything at all. All her life, Sam had told her that there were a lot of cruel people outside this house that she could get hurt by. Joshua thought that if she died suddenly one day, like her own mother, her child would be left all alone. She didn't want him to have the same life she once had. The girl looked closely at her body and saw the marks that Sam had left on her last night. After that, she threw away the doll and threw herself on the bed, where she had a bottle of contraceptive pills hidden under her pillow. Scarlett thought that Erica had already returned to her parents' house, but her heart was breaking. Previously, the girl did not know what kind of person her father was, but now she found out the truth. She didn't want her little sister to return to her parents' house at all. At the very least, she was his biological daughter, so her father should have treated her better. But if something happened, there was no one to protect her. Scarlett knew perfectly well that her mother would not be able to stand up for her. She didn't know if her soul ached because she was worried about her sister, or because she was alone again. The girl had already forgotten the last time she felt so lonely, because now this huge mansion had become alien to her again. Once the girl learned that Erica would simply be used as a tool for procreation, just like she was when she first came to this house. The maid noticed that her mistress was again refusing to eat. The girl had no appetite for several days in a row after her younger sister left. Scarlett admitted that she wanted to be alone and asked the maid to leave the room. Before leaving, she said that she had brought her a letter that had only been delivered that morning. Scarlett unfolded it and learned from Puccini's message that the project was almost ready and he wanted to meet her in person. Scarlett remembered that she needed a steady income to help Erica get a quality education, so that was the first thing she should focus on. Before she can get serious about the gondola business, she'll have to talk to the Duke about a contract. But before that, she had to decide what to wear, because the girl had lost a lot of weight recently. She looked at her face in the reflection of the mirror and realized that it would be better to hide it from others. So for the next meeting, she wore a light veil that could hide her unhealthy thinness. At this meeting, Kingsley and Puccini met and were able to discuss all working issues. Due to malnutrition, Scarlett was very tired and often dropped out of conversation. She apologized for her absent-mindedness and remarked that she was looking forward to the day when their boats would sail along the Florence Canal. Kingsley praised the entire team for the great job they had done. He noted that all that was left for them to do was to sign a formal agreement. The young man hoped that Scarlett had taken the seal with her today to sign the contract. The girl reminded herself that for Erica's sake, she must accept the Duke's offer, even if she was getting involved in a dangerous adventure. The money raised would help save both of them, so Scarlett put her seal on the contract. Kingsley noted that if their business brought in a good profit, the girl would be able to buy a house in the capital. Even though she didn't know what the guy wanted from her, she chose not to think about it until the project itself was launched. The knight watched the girl from the side and noticed that she had not touched her food again the entire evening. Kingsley asked the young man to go outside the door because he needed to talk to the girl face to face. Scarlett was worried that the young man would start pestering her again. However, he walked around her from behind and asked how things were going with the medicine he had given her. Scarlett admitted that she gave it to Joshua, but was not sure if she started drinking it because she wanted to get pregnant. Kingsley didn't understand how difficult it was to convince a young girl. Scarlett had a suspicion that Joshua had broken the bottle after their first conversation. All this time, the poor thing lived in complete isolation, and no one except Sam and the servants knew about her. So turning away from her lover was unthinkable for her. Kingsley wanted Scarlett to do everything she could to persuade the girl to take the medicine. He promised to give her another bottle, because if the girl gives birth to a child, this scoundrel will never let Scarlett go. He reminded that the mistress should not become pregnant before their divorce. Otherwise, all their efforts would go to waste. The guy promised to think of something if the girl remained adamant in her decision. However, he still admitted that there is one thing that worries him much more. The young man asked why Scarlett was suddenly wearing a hat with a veil today. The girl admitted that she simply had some kind of rash on her face, so she didn't want to show it to anyone. She admitted that she hadn't been trying hard enough lately, and it had affected her appearance. She promised that she would show her beautiful face to the Duke as soon as she recovered and became beautiful again. Kingsley noticed that the girl looked great in any condition. He asked her not to drive him away today, as she did every time. Since she was the first to contact him after a long time, the young man was seriously alarmed. Scarlett knew that the guy had increased the amount of investment, so she couldn't miss such an opportunity and needed to be patient for a little while. While walking along the canal, Kingsley noticed that their gondolas would soon be sailing here. The young man was excited and could not believe that their plan would soon come true. He knew that his sister's son's wedding was just around the corner, and that after the opening ceremony of the business, money would flow like a river. And this meant that the day when Scarlett would be freed from her marriage was also very close. The girl understood this perfectly well, so she was looking forward to this day. Kingsley asked her if she had thought about what she would do after her official divorce. Scarlett tried to picture this scene in her mind several times. The girl admitted that she wants to buy her own boat and sail away on it wherever her eyes lead her. She admitted that she was going to steer the boat herself. She wanted to row without listening to anyone, so that for the first time in her life, she would make her own decisions. Scarlett wanted with all her heart to go wherever she wanted, without asking anyone's permission. She wanted to sail away to a place where no one could help her or use her. Kingsley hugged her from behind and said that it would be difficult for the girl to lift the oars with such fragile hands. He suggested taking him with him, because together, they would definitely have more fun. He noted that he would be happy to exchange his greatness and wealth for work as a sailor, and could even sing a song for her. The Duke admitted that, in addition to all this, there was much more that he would like. He was sure that the girl would enjoy traveling in his company more than in proud solitude. He promised that it would not be difficult for him to make the girl happy, after which he was going to kiss her. The Duke admitted that he was having an incredibly difficult time resisting the urge to rip the veil from her face. Kingsley noticed that if a girl doesn't want to show her beautiful face, he can kiss her somewhere else, like her neck. Scarlett didn't want to upset the Duke, because he increased the amount of investment, and she had to put up with his antics. She thought about how her heart could remain so indifferent to the touch of another man. The hotter they got, the colder she felt inside. But everything changed when Edmund touched her. The girl thought about the night, and suddenly it seemed to her that it was he who was hugging her now and kissing her neck. Just this thought made her feel incredibly good, and the girl couldn't hold back a moan of pleasure. Kingsley was pleased with her reaction and thought he had found a sensitive spot. Scarlett was embarrassed by her reaction, so she suggested that he stop, as it was getting very cold outside. The girl admitted that she was a little tired that day, so she wanted to go home early. The young man promised that he would definitely come to her aid if she needed anything. After this, he ordered his knight to take the girl home so that she would not strain herself even more. Scarlett was incredibly confused by what happened on the pier recently. She realized that Edmund had seen everything and even heard the moan that escaped her lips during the Duke's touch. Suddenly, the young man broke the silence and asked if the girl was okay. He heard that Erica had returned home and thought that Scarlett was taking it hard. Louise told him about this, so Edmund thought that the girl felt devastated, since she had lost her only support in the person of her sister. She was probably worried about the girl's condition, and she was lonely, because in the Duke's mansion, she had absolutely no one to rely on. The young man noticed that the girl was eating poorly and was worried about everyone except herself. He was sure that Erica, in her place, would also want Scarlett to take good care of herself. The knight noted that if this conversation made Scarlett feel uncomfortable, then they could spend the rest of the journey in silence. If a girl wants to be alone with her thoughts, she can assume that he is not here. He admitted that he would like to take the girl to a place where she could breathe much easier. He also hoped that she would be able to fulfill her dream and go where her soul leads her, without listening to anyone. The knight admitted that he wanted to become her oar, so that Scarlett could use it when needed. And if it starts to interfere, then she can simply leave it and not worry about anything. The paddle can always be where the girl left it, patiently waiting for the moment when she will need it again. Also, in the place where she swims, there may be icy water that is unbearably painful to touch. In this case, she can order him to do it instead of her to get rid of the pain. Suddenly, Scarlett burst into tears and admitted that she was so unbearably cold that she was about to die. The knight immediately stopped the carriage and opened the door, looking inside the cart. Scarlett removed her veil and showed the tears that had appeared because of his words. The girl looked the young man in the eyes and asked him to come inside and warm her up. While kissing him, she experienced a huge range of emotions, but most importantly, she felt unbearably hot. The warmth soothed her pain and gave her the strength to move forward. At the Chandler family mansion, Erica tried to convince her father that it was the Duke, not her sister, who had thrown her out of the house. The man noticed that everything had gone wrong, since the Duke had thrown out the maids he had sent to spy. The man thought that Scarlett was a huge fool who couldn't even please her husband. He stated that he needed to go back and teach her a lesson himself. Scarlett was in her office sorting through papers when the maid entered. The girl reported that the lady's father had arrived to visit her. Scarlett walked into the guest room and greeted her father. The man said that she had disgusting manners because the first thing the girl asked about was Erica's condition. The man said that he had come to ensure the Duke's loyalty, since their relationship had recently begun to deteriorate. And out of the blue, he suddenly announced that he wanted to terminate all the contracts he had concluded with the Chandler family. In fact, Sam made Scarlett the full owner of this estate, so now she is in charge of affairs. In order to solve all the problems that had arisen at once, the girl personally ordered that all trade relations with her father's company be broken off. She said that the Competitors Guild offers goods at 80% of the market price, which is why they lose a significant portion of their profits. The father stated that the girl had to be prepared to roast or boil her own husband if it would benefit her family. He noted that he had devoted his whole life to her education and even made the girl a duchess, and in return, he received this. However, Scarlett stated that she had already paid in full for his kindness, because her father sold her so that Jonathan could be knighted. Scarlett said that the Duke was also pleased with this profitable deal. When the girl was little, her father told her that after marriage, she would have to obey her husband. Scarlett noticed that she was diligently fulfilling this duty, and therefore was no longer obliged to listen to her father. After this, the girl believed that their conversation was over, so she was going to leave the room. Suddenly, her father accused her of unheard of insolence and raised his hand to strike, as he did in childhood. Scarlett had already closed her eyes, expecting pain, but the man stopped at the last moment. Now that she was married, he couldn't hit her in the face. Scarlett had just breathed a sigh of relief when the next second she received a powerful blow to the stomach with a cane. Her father ordered her to thank her husband for this, because if she had been at home, there would not have been a single living place left on her. The man said that with age, Scarlett became too arrogant and felt a taste of freedom. The girl knew that physical and psychological abuse could cause irreparable harm to any child, so she could only guess how exactly it affected her specifically. The girl couldn't stand her father for everything he did to her as a child. Now she could fight back, so she grabbed an ashtray and hit the man on the head with it. The force of the blow caused the ashtray to shatter, cutting Scarlett's hand until it bled. The girl recalled that by her father's own grace, she became the mistress of this mansion, so a simple village man did not dare raise his hand against the Duchess. Now she had power over him, so she immediately called security into the room. The girl explained that her father had fallen and injured himself, so she ordered him to be taken out of the room immediately and given first aid. She stated that from now on, the man is forbidden to come to her without warning, otherwise he will be banned from entering this house altogether. She noted that, as a traitor, the man should have quickly realized the conditions they were now in. After he left, Scarlett wiped the blood from her hand and realized that it would be a good idea for her to see a doctor at the city clinic. Unfortunately, the maid noticed the bloody rag at some point when she brought another message for her mistress. Scarlett claimed it was her father's blood because she didn't want anyone in the house to know she was injured. The doctor at the city clinic examined the hand and noted that nothing serious had happened. The wounds just needed a little anointing. Scarlett also showed him the medicine she had received from Kingsley just before leaving and asked for more. She explained that it was a contraceptive, and it was so effective that the girl was thinking of recommending it to a couple of her friends. If she suddenly got pregnant, everything would go down the drain, so she really should have stocked up on this remedy and started taking it as soon as possible. Besides, she had already shared a bed with a knight several times, so it was quite possible that this could happen again in the future. The doctor opened the bottle, looked inside, and his expression changed dramatically. He immediately asked the girl if she had taken even a drop of this medicine. He said it was a mixture of herbs and wine, a very effective contraceptive, but if overdosed, it could cause a miscarriage. The doctor added that taking this medicine incorrectly can even lead to infertility. If this product was made in a government clinic, it would not be such a dark green color. The doctor said that the bottle contained real poison and asked where Scarlett came from. Joshua lay on her bed, suffering from stomach pain that had plagued her for some time. Scarlett literally burst into her room and looked like she was in a big hurry. The first thing the girl asked was whether Joshua had thrown away the medicine she had given her recently. Scarlett hoped that Joshua had not taken the birth control she had brought. The blonde turned away, took a bottle from under the pillow, and handed it to Scarlett. She was glad that the liquid in the bottle had not decreased, which meant that Joshua had not taken it. Immediately after this, Scarlett stood up, went to the sink, and poured out all the product. Joshua didn't understand why she did it, because thanks to this elixir, unwanted pregnancy can be avoided. Unexpectedly, Scarlett apologized to the girl and admitted that it was not a contraceptive. She explained that high doses of this drug cause infertility, so it is a poison. She said that she herself did not know this. The person who gave it to her must have made a mistake. It was only at that moment that Scarlett realized that this might not have been an unintentional mistake. Kingsley had said many times that Joshua absolutely must not get pregnant. In addition, the man gave her the drug twice and increased her percentage of profits so that she would force Joshua to drink this nasty thing. From all of the above, Scarlett concluded that the young man had deliberately set everything up. He needed the girl to convince Joshua to take the medicine, so he tried hard to gain her trust. Joshua noticed that Scarlett literally ran to her as quickly as possible when she found out about this. The girl admitted that she was afraid that the blonde would drink this nasty stuff. Joshua remembered everything she had said to her last time and thought she would never see her again. Scarlett admitted that she just didn't want the child to be Sam's, but she's not at all against Joshua having children in general. If she ever gets out of here and meets someone she truly loves, the girl will want to have a child with that person. After these words, Joshua could not hold back the tears that flowed from her eyes. She herself no longer believed that she would ever get out of this house and be able to find a person who would love her. She believed that she would be forced to spend her entire life in this cage because no one would ever love someone like her. She believed that she was just a worthless girl who couldn't do anything. Scarlett was smart and noble, and she had a family that would stand by her side. If the girl escapes from the house, she will be able to somehow survive on her own, unlike Joshua. The manager said that she was just a stupid fool who couldn't even save her honor and would die a disgusting death, selling her body on the street. Sam also said something similar, because there were evil and vile men walking the streets of the city who kidnapped orphans, played with them, and then killed them. When her mother was raising her alone, bad people also came to their house. Joshua noted that if Sam had not driven these people away, they would have killed not only her mother, but her as well. The blonde added that some masked villains were going to get rid of her, but Sam was passing by and heard her crying, so he burst into the house. The girl lost consciousness, so she remembered little, but her whole story seemed somehow implausible to Scarlett. Joshua thought that she was no good for anything because no one needed such a fool. So giving birth to a child and living out the rest of her days in this room would be the best possible outcome for her. So she said that from that moment on, she didn't need contraception, and there was no point in worrying about it anymore. Joshua didn't want to talk to Scarlett anymore, because she was afraid that she might bring trouble on the girl too. She cried even harder and admitted that Erica had already suffered because of her actions. She admitted that she asked Sam about Marilyn. He got angry and demanded to hand over the person who told her about this woman. That's why Joshua couldn't think of anything better than to name his sister Scarlett. The girl knew perfectly well that it was her fault that Sam kicked Erica out of the house. Scarlett was literally frightened by this confession and shook with resentment. Now she understood why her husband suddenly changed his mind, and Erica was forced to return to her father's house. Joshua saw the impact her confession had on Scarlett, then thought that their friendship was now over. However, the heroine pulled herself together and declared that she was not going to hate Joshua. She cried because of what happened, but she understood perfectly well that the blonde did it in order to survive in this unfair world. She herself, like everyone else, rose again and found the strength to move forward only because someone understood her struggle. Thanks to the fact that there were people around who cared for her and supported her, Scarlett stated that she shouldn't blame Joshua as long as they are fighting for survival, hurting each other. Other people use this struggle to their advantage and turn the girls against each other. They do not hesitate to step over others for the sake of their goals and allow themselves to decide the fates of others. There is absolutely nothing human left in these creatures. They are eager to ridicule, trample, deceive, and divide girls. After all, in this case, it is much easier to control them. Therefore, these people are their real enemies. Scarlett said that Joshua should not believe either the manager's words or Sam's words. She admitted that the girl is much smarter than she can imagine. Although she trusted her beloved, she did not tell him Scarlett's name, and even doubting her words, she did not throw away the bottle of medicine. Despite the fact that the girl lived in this tiny room for 14 years, many could only envy her insight. The girl even made Scarlett believe that she was the most useless girl in the world. Scarlett is the person who made Joshua feel disillusioned with the life she sincerely believed was happy. It was the very same man who had destroyed her world in one moment, who extended a helping hand to the girl and offered her to get out of this place. The blonde admitted to herself that she had never in this life been the mistress of her own destiny. However, if she could choose her future, she would want to team up with Scarlett. An incredible performance was staged on the street in honor of the prince's wedding. Usually, the ceremony was held in a temple, but this time, the wedding was moved to the main canal of the city so that everyone could see it. Scarlett was happy that the wedding day of the princess's son, whom she had been waiting for so long, had finally arrived. Suddenly, everyone noticed the appearance of a young couple, accompanied by the singing of the man who was steering the strange boat. This boat was very different from all the others and was incredibly beautiful, which matched the spirit of the ceremony. Scarlett was happy that the project had started, and the gondolas were finally launched. The husband heard that the princess wanted to make this day a special event and admitted that she succeeded. Observers were worried that the girl would have to hold up the hem of her dress when she got off the boat, and that she might accidentally fall into the water. However, as soon as the gondola docked, Princess Amaryllis came to the forefront and greeted the newlyweds. She used her power to cause the water to flow in waves throughout the canal. Thanks to this, the boat was literally carried ashore, after which a small ladder was placed next to it, along which the bride and groom were supposed to descend. The little children were impressed by what they saw, and their mother explained that the princess was the owner of this canal, and that her magical power grew near its waters. The princess's magical abilities simply amazed everyone around her, because she possessed such a powerful magical gift. It was said that she was originally even stronger than the emperor, until he took the magical powers from his half-brother and nephew. Someone suggested that the emperor's illness was retribution for the bad deeds he had committed in the past. People even discussed how if the princess had taken the throne, their empire would have achieved much more. The duke watched the couple gossiping about the emperor and did not understand why everyone was suddenly talking about it. He turned to them and reminded them that such conversations were not allowed. Another man stated that Princess Amaryllis thought exactly the same as everyone else. The gentleman added that the emperor was too cruel to his loved ones, and many were of the same opinion. He stated that the young man does not yet have his own children, so he cannot fully comprehend what happened. The man recalled that the emperor had broken countless women's hearts and taken even more lives. Everyone was glad that the emperor had no direct heirs, otherwise they would have become the same tyrants as their father. Sam wanted to be indignant at these words, but the man immediately demanded an answer from those gathered. Everyone agreed with him and noted that this topic had already been discussed at one of the House of Lords councils. Sam was very surprised by these words, because he did not know that the situation had already become so tense. The woman said that at the last meeting, which the guy did not attend because he was busy, the issue of transferring the throne to Duke Kingsley was raised. Sam was annoyed, because he had indeed missed several meetings, because he had been too infatuated with Lady Marilyn. Although the people were quite favorably disposed towards the emperor's blood relatives, he had to nip such tendencies in the bud if he wanted the throne to go to his future son. So he asked the couple to stop arguing on such a momentous day, otherwise he would be forced to give them a severe reprimand as the leader of the House of Lords. After this, the couple left, and Sam's attention was again drawn to the newlyweds. The princess announced that she was very happy to be able to help them take their first steps into a new life on the banks of her own canal. She believed that the emperor was unfair to the boy, because as soon as he was born, he was immediately handed over to the temple to be raised. The princess was not allowed to visit him, even occasionally, so at least at his wedding she could fully feel like a mother. The princess cried as she admitted that it brought her soul a little relief. The duke handed his sister a handkerchief and asked her not to cry on such a beautiful day. He was pleased that, with such speeches, he and his sister managed to turn the people against the emperor. Now, more and more people wanted the duke to be recognized as the crown prince before his majesty left this world. After this, the gondola was launched again and sailed down the canal, gathering applause. People scattered rose petals here and there, blessing the couple for a happy life. The princess used her power again and put on a little water show for the couple. Many were impressed by what was happening and admitted that they also wanted such a romantic ceremony. Most people started thinking about renting a boat like this and listening to a song like this for themselves. Many of them thought that it was a custom-made boat for a wedding and that such luxury would not be available to them. However, Puccini announced that, with the approval of the princess, anyone could ride on such a boat if they rented it. The model that everyone just saw was personally chosen by the princess for the ceremony. He added that at the moment, they have at least 6 different models to suit every taste. Scarlett watched him work and realized that promoting business at the prince's wedding turned out to be a great idea. Sam stated that he had some business to attend to, so he would leave first to return to the House of Lords. Meanwhile, Scarlett was walking along the pier and eavesdropping on what passers-by were saying about her business. From these conversations, she learned that after absorbing the prince's power, the emperor locked him in the temple and he grew up alone. Everyone hoped that he would now have many children, and would no longer remember his past. Suddenly, Scarlet heard that all the offspring of the imperial family had blonde hair and golden eyes. At that moment, the girl looked around and saw that Duke Kingsley, his sister, and her son really did look the same. The girl did not understand why she had not thought about this before, because all the emperor's relatives that she knew had wheat-colored hair and golden eyes. Only one other person in her circle had exactly the same appearance. Immediately after the presentation, the first people showed up who wanted to ride the gondola and listen to the helmsman's singing. The innovation attracted a huge amount of attention, and all the boats were booked for several months in advance. People wanted to ride on each type of boat because each of them had its own characteristics. Puccini noted that if things continued like this, then success was assured. All expenses would be recouped, and the profits would be simply enormous. Gondolas have caused an unprecedented stir. Beautiful ladies tirelessly admire them, so they needed to expand their range. Customers were not happy with some aspects, but this was normal when starting a new business. Scarlet was deep in thought, so she didn't immediately hear someone speaking to her. Puccini explained that all the boats are booked months in advance, and some are even willing to pay double to get to the front of the queue. Scarlet noted that demand is high now, but over time it will begin to fall, but the value should not be reduced under any circumstances. The girl was thinking about designing a new model that could accommodate a large number of people for excursions. It would also be nice to sell simple snacks that could be eaten right on the boat. She knew that if it was possible to eat in the gondolas without going ashore, then such trips would become even more popular. The girl was so busy with her work that she didn't even have time to breathe, but thoughts about Joshua still didn't leave her head. If the girl really was a member of the imperial family, then she was interested in who her parents were. At the next tea party, the girls discussed a date that one of them had recently had on a gondola. The blonde boasted that she had recently ridden a model for whom tickets were not available for the next few months. She admitted that she ran after them as soon as the prince's wedding ended to pamper herself. After this, everyone began to discuss the incredible strength of the princess, who had to go through a lot because of her scoundrel brother, the emperor. Many thought it was unfair, since his terrible character was to blame for everything, but they were glad that he didn't have much time left. Scarlet had no idea that his subjects hated their ruler so much, even though he had a bad reputation. But many were glad that this old lecher would never hurt another woman again. Suddenly, Scarlet asked what rumors the girls were talking about surrounding the Empress and their marriage. The girls said that the Empress once had a servant named Elizabeth, who one day disappeared. They said that the Emperor had his eye on her, and upon learning of this, he sent hired killers to the girl to get rid of his rival. Elizabeth spent the last years of her life hiding somewhere in the slums, and there were also rumors that she gave birth to the Emperor's child. Although Frederick had plenty of mistresses before her, none of them ever became pregnant by him. Since the Emperor had no direct heirs, his brother had a legal claim to the throne. However, all this was possible only on condition that the old Emperor did not have an illegitimate child. Once at home, Scarlet thought about everything she had heard, and it became clear to her that Joshua was the Emperor's direct heir. She is an illegitimate daughter, who was born to Elizabeth and Frederick. The girl also guessed that those who killed the blonde's mother were Kingsley and Sam. If Joshua had a child, he would have a better claim to the throne than the Duke. But Sam betrayed him and wanted to stage a coup, so Kingsley tried to make the girl sterile. Now the puzzle was complete, and Scarlet understood why she was so important to Kingsley. The man realized that Sam had decided to take the throne into his own hands, so he tried to use his wife to ruin those plans. The flames of hostility flared up between the men, and Scarlet found herself between two fires. The girl was frightened by the situation she found herself in and tried to figure out how to get out of it. One of the princess's advisors reported that there was unrest in society, and everyone who saw her magic at the wedding was now discussing her right to the throne. The emperor's atrocities became a major subject of controversy and discussion. The man reported that Sam had some suspicions, but he believed that these were temporary phenomena. The princess knew that it was thanks to Lady Marilyn that she had clouded his mind, so they had to quickly win over the entire House of Lords to their side. The man was going to enlist the support of other aristocrats who had a grudge against the emperor. He said that it would be wiser for the Duke to put forward his candidacy for the throne. If women regain the right to inherit the throne, Sam will try to seize power, using Joshua. The man added that the Duke's influence was too great, and therefore it would take at least a year to lure the aristocrats. The princess knew that if Joshua managed to get pregnant during this time, they would have big problems. Kingsley said that he would soon have to meet with Scarlett and find out what was going on with the fertility drug. Scarlett even suggested that it would be better for her to take Joshua with her right now and run away. But she realized that it was too dangerous. Kingsley and Sam kept an eye on the girl, so if they were discovered, they would both pay with their lives for their escape. The girl hoped that after the coronation, Kingsley could simply take away the magical power of Joshua's child, since the baby himself did not pose any threat to him. Kingsley's magical gift was taken away by his older brother, so he will be glad to have a source of magical power that he can absorb. It would have been easier to kill Joshua right away, but Kingsley spared her, so it's unlikely that he would insist on killing her child. In that case, Scarlett had to help him inherit the throne as soon as possible, because the emperor was very weak, so there was very little time left to wait. Until the emperor dies and Kingsley ascends to the throne, all she has to do is keep the blonde from getting pregnant. Suddenly, Joshua felt her stomach begin to throb slightly. Sam immediately noticed her strange behavior and hoped that the girl was okay. He dreamed that the fruit of their love would be born very soon. The blonde thought she had everything under control because she was no longer taking fertility drugs, which would make her body too weak to bear a child. The girl did not know that she was secretly receiving medication through food, but she thought about the fact that she had not had her last menstruation for a long time. The next day, Joshua tried to calculate how much time had passed since her last period. Just at that moment, Scarlett came to see her, wanting to visit the girl. She brought her birth control pills that she had bought herself and had tested at 3 clinics to make sure they were completely safe. She advised that they should be taken once a day at the same time. Scarlett begged the girl to try not to get pregnant until she found a way to get out of this house together. Joshua's menstrual cycle had always been irregular, so she hoped that this time her period would start a little later. The girl hoped that if she took this medicine, she would be able to avoid getting pregnant. Scarlett wondered if she should tell the girl about her father, as well as about Sam and Kingsley's plans. She thought that these two were the ones who killed Joshua's mother when she was a child. Therefore, the girl will be shocked by this news, and it is unknown how this will affect her health. Once Kingsley takes the throne, he and the girl will finally be able to gain freedom. However, Scarlett was not going to sit back and watch the Duke concentrate all the power in his hands. So Scarlett decided that she had to figure out how to deal with him on her own. If everything goes smoothly, they will soon be in the black with their business, and she will be able to return Kingsley's entire investment. Even after the divorce, she will now have her own stable income. At first, the girl planned to divorce her husband and leave alone as soon as things started to improve. However, now she will have to adjust her plans a little in order to take Joshua with her. She knew she had to bankrupt Sam before the divorce, leaving him no chance to get to them. And for this, she needed the Duke's help, so there was an option to unite with him on the condition that he would not harm Joshua. Once at home, Scarlett received a letter from her sister, who asked her to send it immediately. The girl opened the envelope and was horrified by what she read in the message. Erica refused to obey her father's will, so he hit her in the face. The girl fell, and her mother tried to cover her daughter and protect her from the man's anger. Her father demanded that Erica write a letter to her sister informing her of her marriage. He believed that Scarlett should definitely know that she would be the old baron's 4th wife. Mother begged him not to let this happen, because Erica was their own daughter. She didn't understand why it wasn't enough for him to marry Scarlett off to the horrible Duke. The man said that instead of helping his family, Scarlett is being deprived of almost all means of subsistence. So Erica has to fix the situation. And if she doesn't like it, she can write a letter to her dear sister asking for help. If Scarlett apologizes to the man and promises to devote herself to her family, he might change his mind. However, Erica stated that she would never tell her sister about this because she did not want to use her again. However, this did not particularly bother the man because there were other ways to influence Scarlett. He stated that before he married his daughter, he could teach her a good lesson. The man noted that children should be raised by force so that they do not show off and do not forget who they owe their lives to. Scarlett was horrified when she learned from a letter that her younger sister Erica would be forced to marry a pervert who almost raped her. She promised herself that this would only happen over her dead body because she did not want such a fate for Erica. The girl knew that if she gave in to her father's demands, he would continue to manipulate her, using Erica as a bargaining chip. Scarlett knew that this couldn't go on any longer. She had to end it once and for all. So the girl went to her office and made a plan according to which she needed to act. After some time, she met her father, who had come to the Duke's territory. He said that if the girl wanted to apologize, she should have come to him herself. Scarlett explained that she had asked her husband for permission to visit her family, but had not received approval, which is why the man had to make the long journey. The father was glad to believe that the girl was apologizing to him, so he hoped to hear that she would indulge him in everything. Before doing what she promised, Scarlett asked permission to ask the man for one thing. She asked the man to confess to her who her biological father was. Scarlett admitted that she had long been tormented by doubts about this, and her father always treated her worse than his brother and sister, so she thought she was an illegitimate child. However, Scarlett was confused when she learned that her father was going to marry Erica off to the old baron. Now I've decided that the man doesn't care about all his children, because he raised them, and I hope to someday benefit from it. The man confirmed that he gave them life, food, and a roof over their heads, and for all this, they had to pay. He added that there is no such thing as a free lunch, because that is the main rule of this world. Scarlett guessed that the man did not make this decision with the aim of manipulating her life. She realized that he did it in order to sell his own daughter to this scumbag. The man was unhappy that the girl was being rude to him and did not understand that Erica's future depended solely on his decision. He believed that being the fourth wife of a thrice-divorced pervert was not the worst fate. You can always find someone who will offer more money, because among the potential buyers, there are many much uglier old men. Scarlett was disappointed that the man had not changed at all, and was still the same disgusting person. She added that it was much easier for her to come to an agreement with her mother. Suddenly, several guards came out from the forest and asked whether the man really was the owner of the Chandler Company. They then arrested the man on charges of tax evasion and embezzlement. Scarlett's father didn't expect this, so he tried to ask his daughter for help while the guards were taking him away. A little later, Puccini appeared and reported that they had done everything as she had asked, thanks to the fact that they had managed to convince Baroness Chandler to cooperate with them. They were able to report their father's crimes directly to the palace, and the family's butler also provided them with invaluable assistance in exchange for a monetary reward. Puccini added that the Baroness and Erica had already arrived in the capital, accompanied by their personal guards. The man suggested that Scarlett hurry to see her family. When the girl entered the room, she saw that her mother was seriously injured. Erica immediately rushed to her sister and hugged her tightly. She apologized for making Scarlett's life difficult with her actions. She had to write a letter, because otherwise her father promised to continue beating her mother. Scarlett noted that everything was normal, and that such things should be reported to her immediately. After this, the girl approached the woman whom she had considered her mother all her life. She said that most of their property would be taken to pay off the debts, and the woman herself needed to take care of her health, while Scarlett handled all other issues. She ordered Erica to follow Mr. Puccini, who would take her to the dressing room, where the girl could find clothes for the first time. After the younger sister left, Mother finally broke her silence and asked Scarlett for forgiveness. Erica told her that her father had married her sister to such a scoundrel, and her mother could do nothing. Scarlett confessed to her that she knew about her grandmother's curse, which forced them to take care of her for Jonathan's sake. The girl added that one person recognized her and told her everything about what happened. Mother was scared when she realized that Scarlett knew everything. The heroine admitted that she is not angry, because raising a child from another woman as your own is incredibly difficult. Until recently, the girl had no idea that this was not her real mother, because the woman treated everyone equally. She felt hurt and offended that the woman suffered so much because of her. The mother hugged her adopted daughter and cried even harder, because she felt incredibly sorry for the girl. She knew that her daughter was not guilty of anything, because she had done nothing wrong. She was a victim of evil adults. Scarlett knew it was entirely her father's fault, because her mother had always protected her. So she said that she would take care of Eric for the rest of her life. She knew that it would be difficult for them to settle in the capital, so she found a small house in a quiet place. Scarlett knew that there would be a rebellion in the future, so it would be dangerous to stay in the city. By hiding her relatives in a remote place, she can help them from a distance, protecting their peace. After this, Mother went to the doctor and Scarlett went out into the city to calm down. There she met Kingsley and his faithful knight Edmund. The Duke wanted to know what had happened, for he had been informed that Baron Chandler had been arrested. Scarlett explained that it was a long story, so she suggested that they sit down somewhere and talk. After finishing the story, the Duke admitted that he had no idea that her father was such a terrible person. He didn't understand why the girl hadn't told him everything earlier, because he would have solved this problem long ago. Scarlett stated that the young man could still help her if he wanted to. She admitted that the only desire she has now is to destroy her own husband. Scarlett decided that now was not the time to tell the Duke that she knew about the impending coup. If he manages to eliminate Sam before his coronation, then he will not kick out Joshua. Once his own heir appears, even if the girl gives birth to a child, he will not be able to claim the throne. The Duke has lost his own magical power, so he is unlikely to interfere with the appearance of those from whom it can be taken away, and then both Joshua and her child will be safe. The girl didn't think that Joshua would take the Duke's birth control pill, but she came up with a more reliable way to prevent her from getting pregnant. She said that her husband needed to be framed and put behind bars so that both girls would not come under suspicion. She believed that it would be much easier to arrange this if help was provided from within. Kingsley said it was an incredibly wonderful proposal. It was very sweet of the girl, and the man wanted the same. If necessary, he promised to strangle Sam with his own hands so that he would never dare touch the girl with a finger again. After this, Kingsley leaned over and kissed Scarlett, enjoying her company. During the kiss, the girl opened her eyes and looked at the knight, who nodded imperceptibly to her. Scarlett soon had to say goodbye to her mother and sister, who had left for a safe place. Kingsley noticed that after everything that had happened, the girl was tired and needed to rest. He promised that after that, they would be able to discuss all the details of their agreement. The Duke ordered his faithful knight to escort the girl all the way home. Edmund took his usual place as coachman when he drove Scarlett home. He remembered that the girl had spoken of some medicine that the Duke had given her recently. From his question, Scarlett guessed that the knight did not know that Kingsley had deceived her into giving her contraceptives. She realized that Kingsley was not letting his knight in on all of his plans. Otherwise, Edmund would have warned her long ago. The girl said that this remedy was supposed to prevent her husband's mistress from getting pregnant. The knight realized that by using Scarlett, Kingsley was trying to get rid of his competitors in the struggle for power. The girl thought that the knight was aware of almost all the palace intrigues. She was afraid that he was staying with her now on the Duke's orders to test the waters and learn something about Sam's plans. This made her wary, because initially the man was afraid that she would get into trouble, not really understanding what exactly she was getting herself into. The knight will support Kingsley's coronation to avenge his mother, who died because of the emperor. Edmund swore allegiance to the only member of the royal family who had any humanity left in him. However, he did not want another innocent woman to be drawn into the chaos that was happening, so he continued to take care of her. And then feelings arose between them that he could not contain. Scarlett said that after the divorce, she plans to leave the capital and settle somewhere quiet, while Puccini will manage the business on her behalf. However, the girl noted that she would be so lonely, and it would be great if someone visited her. After these words, the knight blushed and turned around, because he did not expect that she would openly show her feelings. He assumed that the girl needed a tool to satisfy her needs. However, she stated that far from the capital, this would be of absolutely no use to her. However, if there is a dear person nearby, even a remote village will seem like a real paradise to her. The knight noted that the girl was a great girl, because she had become even stronger than on the first day of their meeting. He admitted that such changes warm his soul. He thought for a long time about what he would do once he had finished all the work that his master had entrusted to him. However, nothing came to mind, because the purpose of his life was to help the Duke realize his dream. It was his duty and his immediate responsibility, but he never found it pleasant. However, everything changed the day he met Scarlett and got to know her better. The guy admitted that he wished for the day to come sooner, when she would no longer need anyone's help. If she would allow it, when all this was over, he would like to come and see her. He dreamed that when his master no longer needed him or Scarlett, they could be together. The girl admitted that she would look forward to the day when they could get rid of all their problems and live peacefully. Joshua took the pills Scarlett brought her as prescribed. Suddenly, she felt her stomach hurt like it never had before. Due to severe pain, the girl lost consciousness and was discovered in this state by a maid. Sam was scared when he heard that the girl had lost consciousness, although she said that she felt much better. He demanded that the doctor immediately tell him what Joshua's condition was. However, the doctor asked the man to calm down, since there was a high probability that the girl was already pregnant. As a child, little Joshua tried to get her mother's attention, but her mother was always busy and asked her to play in another room. The doctor had just announced that she was pregnant again, but at this stage it was impossible to know the sex of the baby. Joshua heard his mother hope that she would have a son who would improve her life. That's why before going to bed, the girl asked God to make her a boy, so that her mother would love her even if she had a younger brother. And if this is impossible, then she did not want this little brother to be born. Someday, when she had her own child, she promised to love him regardless of gender. A loud noise was heard below, and the girl went down to see what was going on. She saw her dead mother, with two strangers standing over her, after which she woke up from a nightmare. The girl was shaking with fear when she saw Sam standing next to her bed. With a smile on his face, the young man said that they had finally managed to carry out their plan. Joshua was incredibly scared when she heard the doctor announce that she was pregnant. Sam admitted that he still can't believe it and is incredibly happy. He knelt by the girl's bed and hoped that they were having a boy. A few hours later, he told his legal wife the wonderful news. He added that Joshua had recently said that she had been having frequent stomach pains lately, which was a sign of early pregnancy. However, the man ordered to keep this news a secret from the maids. Otherwise, unnecessary rumors might start to spread, and the girl would start to get nervous. He continued to say something else, but because of the ringing in her head, Scarlett couldn't make out the words. She was horrified that no measures helped, and Joshua still became pregnant right now. After talking with her husband, Scarlett went to the blonde to check on her. The girl was scared and immediately began asking about the medicine that almost made her infertile. She knew perfectly well that it was poison, but it was the only way to get rid of the child. Scarlett was calm and asked if Joshua really wanted this. She reminded that if the girl drinks this remedy, she will have a miscarriage and will never be able to have children again. When Kingsley finds out that Joshua is pregnant, he will definitely give her that ill-fated vial. Scarlett knew that things would not end well, so she wasn't sure that the blonde was ready to go for it. Joshua recalled her dream and prayer in which she dreamed of having a child. She understood perfectly well that she would not be able to escape from this house if she had a child. The only relative she has is her baby. It is unlikely that she will be able to give birth to a child from another man. There was a possibility that this was her only chance to have a family of her own. Joshua believed that if she had a child, she would love him regardless of his gender. She wanted to keep him, but she was afraid that she would become deeply unhappy if he was born. Scarlett knew that if Kingsley managed to ascend to the throne before the blonde gave birth to a child, he would be saved, because the appearance of this child will help to regain its magical power. Scarlett wondered if she should tell the Duke about the girl's pregnancy and whether this would speed up Sam's destruction. She knew it was too dangerous, because the guy had already deceived her once and might try to use her again to harm Joshua. She needed to eradicate the pregnancy and get rid of her husband, and do it before the birth of the child. Scarlett's biggest fear was that Joshua might give birth to a boy. In that case, Sam will put the child on the throne and then kill the entire royal family, and she herself will suffer the same fate. If Sam rules the empire as regent, then Joshua, as the child's mother, will remain alive. However, she will wither away, locked up until her last breath, and will forever remain a toy for this scoundrel. Scarlett admitted that she could suggest a way to protect the future child, but the blonde would have to do something. Kingsley received a letter from the girl, so he rushed to meet her as quickly as he could. He wondered what this important topic was that Scarlett wanted to talk to him about immediately. The girl admitted that she wanted to know the specific plan of action to destroy her husband and how long it would take. Kingsley admitted that after their last meeting, he thought everything over carefully and came to one conclusion. Regardless of whether the mistress became pregnant or not, there was only one way to free Scarlett from her husband. Kingsley admitted that all they had to do was kill Sam so that everyone else would benefit. From the girl's reaction, the young man noticed that she didn't quite like this idea. He noted that the method of execution did not matter. Only her will was important. He knew that if he got rid of Sam, the girl would finally gain the freedom she desired. Kingsley was sincerely convinced that this was her greatest desire. Scarlett was shaking with fear and was afraid that she would have to take part in this. Kingsley promised that the girl would not have to get her hands dirty with blood, and that she would not come under suspicion. However, she must promise him one very important thing for this to come true. He admitted that he and his sister had been planning a very dangerous task for a long time, but it had to be carried out. Kingsley added that they were counting on mutually beneficial cooperation, and in exchange would guarantee complete freedom and safety for Scarlett. The girl understood perfectly well what was at stake, so she asked what exactly was required of her. Kingsley looked around, then leaned towards her ear and whispered that they wanted her to help them take the throne. He admitted that they had originally been planning a coup d'etat together with Sam. However, the man insisted that first of all it was necessary to move the entire House of Lords to his side and convince them to postpone the coup for 10 years, and now they themselves could get rid of the emperor. Scarlett realized that Kingsley and the princess were determined, and it was because of them that the emperor's health was deteriorating every day. The uprising was postponed, so the guys began to suspect Sam of treason, and then their suspicions were confirmed. From that very moment, both of them dreamed of getting rid of the traitor. Kingsley declared that there was no time to waste, for if her husband succeeded in taking the throne, he would destroy all the conspirators. That's why they needed Scarlett's help, because they must act together, and together they will easily achieve their goal. The girl herself already guessed where this was all going, but she didn't expect Kingsley to be so frank. She admitted that she was scared, but if Sam won, it would be the end for everyone, because he would not leave anyone who could stop him. Kingsley apologized for not being able to tell the girl everything at once, because if she had teamed up with Sam, their plan would have gone awry. However, after they realized that the girl also hated him, they realized that they could trust her. The princess noticed that the grin was very sharp-witted, and she was determined to protect Joshua's child. In that case, she would have offered the girl to work with them instead of leading her on. She knew it would be a good idea for them to enlist Scarlett's help and persuade her to help overthrow the emperor. If they make the coup before Joshua gets pregnant, her children will not pose a threat to them. But the most important thing was that if they spared Sam's life, the House of Lords would side with him. Therefore, the brother and sister agreed that the Duke must be neutralized. This is exactly why they needed the help of his wife, who hated Sam. The princess stated that she would be required to obtain her husband's blood and nails. Kingsley noted that if everything worked out, they could deal with both Sam and the emperor with one shot. Scarlett was afraid that the young people were planning to perform some kind of witchcraft. At first, Kingsley wanted to arrange everything so that it would seem as if his brother had died of an illness, because no one would find it strange. However, now they have decided that the emperor must die at Sam's hands to frame him. In this case, the man will be accused of murdering the ruler and executed, and Kingsley himself will be able to inherit the throne. In this situation, it will no longer matter whether the young man has a child or not. However, the young man refused to tell how they would force Sam to kill the emperor. Scarlett was afraid that her husband would try to expose them, and that someone would realize that he and the princess had conspired. However, Kingsley smiled calmly and stated that the girl did not need to worry about that. He noticed that her only task was to get Sam's blood and nails without him noticing. Scarlett asked where the guarantee was that she would not share her husband's fate as the wife of a traitor. She said she wanted to get a divorce certificate before she was sent to the scaffold. Kingsley promised that once the girl gave him everything he needed, he would need a few weeks to prepare for the court hearing. Then they would finalize the divorce between her and Sam before their grand plan could be carried out. The Duke recalled that the couple never had a real close relationship and that the man openly dated his mistress. People will easily understand the reason for their divorce, so there is no need to even mention Joshua. He promised that he would help turn the whole situation in Scarlett's favor, no matter what. It was he who forced Sam to find himself a bride, so the guy will definitely get a divorce if he asks for it. After these explanations, Scarlett guessed that Lady Marilyn had acted in concert with them and had specifically turned her attention to Sam. She guessed that the girl had deliberately gotten close to her husband in order to prepare the ground for their divorce. Kingsley confirmed her guess and added that after the trial, Marilyn would leave the guy and his reputation would be completely destroyed. After that, everyone will point fingers at him as a complete loser. Scarlett admitted that there was one more thing she would like to clarify. It was very important to her to know what would happen to Joshua after all this was over. Kingsley asked not to worry about the girl, because he promised to take care of her. We are talking about a girl who has spent her entire life locked up and has not received a proper education, so she cannot survive alone. Kingsley promised to send her to the village and provide her with a quiet life, even to marry her if she wanted. He just wanted the magical power of the child she would bear to pass on to him. The man reminded that all Scarlett needed was her safety and freedom. He promised to give her all the profits from the gondola business and also double his investment. He promised to make her the richest woman in the capital, and then no one would dare to touch her with a finger, fearing the enormous power that she would possess. The girl will get all this only if she agrees to cooperate with them. Scarlett considered whether she should trade Joshua's trust for her own safety, because even if Kingsley really didn't intend to kill the girl, she might be doing the wrong thing. The Duke planned to seize the throne by revealing Joshua's identity, and if he succeeded, the more children she had, the more magical power he could absorb. However, in this case, Joshua herself will repeat the fate of Princess Amaryllis. Therefore, the girl asked the Duke what would happen if the blonde did not want to get married and have children. During a recent conversation, Scarlett promised Joshua that there was one way to protect her unborn child. The girl knew that as long as Joshua could bear children, Kingsley would not let her go. So she knew that the girl would have to take a medicine that would make her infertile. She asked if the blonde wanted to keep this child on the condition that she would never be able to have fewer children after that. Joshua admitted that even if she ever managed to escape from that house, she didn't think she would want to carry another man's child under her heart. She thanked Scarlett for caring and thinking about her future, but it was enough for her to fall in love once. She noticed that her child did not need a father, because she herself grew up without a father and coped. The girl wanted to give birth to this child and raise him, giving him all her love. However, she was afraid that such an opportunity would simply not be presented to her. So Scarlett asked what Kingsley would do if Joshua decided to drink the poison and refuse to give birth. The Duke sighed and admitted that he didn't care, because he had no intention of forcing the girl to do it. However, if she gives birth to even one child, he will be doomed to live away from his mother. If you take away the magical power from a newborn, it will no longer be passed on to future generations. The princess's son, who recently married, will have normal children without magical abilities. However, if the power is absorbed at an older age, as he himself will do, it will manifest itself in the next generation, which means that Joshua's child will definitely inherit the magical gift. Kingsley planned to take this gift away immediately after the baby was born, but in the future, he would still have to go to the temple to be raised. The boy explained that there were cases when the magical power that a child had lost in infancy returned to him. Therefore, according to tradition, the child will spend his entire childhood in the temple, where his magical abilities can be suppressed with the help of divine power. He will be able to leave the temple and start his own family only after coming of age. And until then, any contact with anyone except priests is prohibited for him. Any child born to Joshua will be locked in the temple, and the girl will not be able to care for him or watch him grow up. Scarlett didn't see how this alternative was any better than living in Sam's mansion. The girl realized that Joshua would not be able to become a full-fledged mother, even for one single baby. Kingsley noted that this was a very bitter fate, so the girl should convince her lover to take the contraceptive before it was too late. Scarlett wondered if the girl would be released if she agreed to this. She wanted the girl to be allowed to manage her own life. Kingsley noted that it would probably be difficult for a mistress to live alone, so someone would have to keep an eye on her. Suddenly, Scarlett became very serious and asked to leave the care of Joshua to her. She remembered the blonde's words about how she wanted to give birth to this child and raise it, but she might not have that opportunity. She realized from the very beginning that this was practically impossible to accomplish. The girl saw Scarlett's reaction and tried to calm her down, suggesting that the girl at least save her own life. She thanked her for suggesting that they run away together, but she knew that it would not work out. Joshua understood that she could not survive alone, and even less so with a small child in her arms. Now she understood everything. Scarlett constantly tried to warn her, but the girl did not listen. She apologized to her friend and noted that she would be better off without her. Then she would be able to live freely, marry for love, and have a child with him. Joshua thought she would only be a nuisance, so she decided to stay and raise her baby in the house. If Scarlett was not mistaken, and she really is much smarter than she seems, then she could even become a good mother to him. That's why the heroine told the Duke that she would like to look after Joshua if she was allowed to do so. She noted that if Kingsley increased his investment, it would not be difficult for her to do so. Kingsley realized that if Scarlett was nearby to watch, he could use that as an excuse to see her even after his coronation. Therefore, the young man agreed to her plan and suggested that they find a house for the girls somewhere on the outskirts of the city where he could visit them. However, Scarlett unexpectedly stated that she hardly planned to stay in the capital. She knew that Joshua would not give up his child, and she herself did not want the girl to give up. It will be difficult to hide her child in the capital because they will be constantly watched here. Even if she manages to hide and give birth peacefully, as soon as the imperial family finds out about the baby, he will be taken away immediately. If Sam is executed for the murder of the emperor, she will no longer be able to get rid of her status as the wife of a state criminal, and everyone will condemn her. So Scarlett said she was going to go somewhere where no one knew her, as far away as possible. She knew that she would have to leave the empire and go to a neighboring state, where, thanks to the income from business and Puccini's help, they would be able to settle down and live happily. Kingsley was amazed by her words and asked how far the girl planned to go. He was afraid that she might go to some tiny village on the other side of the world and hide there. Scarlett wanted to get everything ready, and she also needed stable financial support to support Joshua, so she needed to increase her investment. After the divorce, she was going to give up her share of the profits and hand over the business to the Duke, so she asked for permission to take all the proceeds received up to that point. She admitted that she had not yet thought about where exactly she was going to go. Unexpectedly, Kingsley asked the girl not to go too far because he wanted to visit her. He knew that the girls could stay in the city and do business, because Scarlett's business acumen, backed by his money, would quickly make her the richest socialite. Even if the girl bears the mark of a traitor's ex-wife, no one will dare to say a word about her. Kingsley promised that the girl could become the right hand of the emperor himself, but she was already tired of capital life. She stated that she was not happy with the palace intrigues. She simply wanted to find some remote, quiet corner and live there peacefully. It was only at this moment that Kingsley realized that Scarlett was going to leave and cut off all ties with him. He was afraid that they would never meet again, and he would not be able to touch her. It was only now that he truly realized that Scarlett would distance herself from him once he took the throne. Suddenly, the young man approached the girl and hugged her tightly, pressing her to himself. He asked her not to leave and admitted that he did not want to lose the girl, promising to do everything he wanted for this. The young man also suggested that the girl think about her family. After what happened to her father, mother, and younger sister, she has no one to rely on except the girl. The guy didn't believe that Scarlett could leave Erica alone, because the girl was almost ripe for marriage, and it was necessary to find a worthy match for her. Scarlett thought that Erica's father was bankrupt, and her sister was the wife of a criminal sentenced to death for treason. With such relatives, it will be almost impossible to marry successfully. This means that before leaving, you need to arrange Erica's personal life. Find her a good candidate for a husband. Scarlett admitted that she needs to think about it before making a final decision. She noticed that it was already late, so she was about to leave, promising to contact the Duke later. The young man even offered to find her a groom for Erica, saying that he had someone in mind. Suddenly, Kingsley pointed forward to the knights who were waiting for them near the exit. Kingsley said that Edmund is the heir to the Earl's family, and that everything about him is impeccable, from his face to his character and other virtues. He gave his word to the girl that he was not at all exaggerating the merits of the young man. The Duke declared that Erica and Edmund would look great together, and no one would be able to resist his charm. However, Scarlett reacted very violently and stated that this was out of the question. She admitted that she hated Louis, and therefore would not want to marry her sister to him. The Duke was very surprised by her words, and asked the knight to confess, which he had already managed to do. Scarlett added that Erica was only 15, and the age difference between the young people was too big. Although she herself was married to Sam, who was 14 years older than her, it was a marriage of convenience, and she was presented with a fait accompli. Kingsley and Scarlett also had a 9-year age difference, which matched the age difference between the knight and Edmund. However, the girl stated that she is an adult, over 20 years old, and therefore can make decisions on her own, while her sister is still too young. The Duke apologized for his assumption and asked what age difference in the girl seemed acceptable. He promised that he would try to find a good match for Erica, who would be 2 or 4 years older than her. The Duke ordered the knight to take the girl home, and he himself regretted that this guy was so grown up. Already in the carriage, Edmund realized that Scarlet was very worried about something. She asked the knight to stop the carriage and come to her to talk face to face. The girl reminded him of their last conversation, when he told her what he was going to do when it was all over. She said that she was going to go somewhere very far away, so far away that they would hardly be able to meet again. The knight assumed that the girl did not want him to look for her. Scarlet added that this place is very difficult to find, and that you will have to give up a lot to get there. The guy just smiled and noted that he was ready for this. Scarlet also said that she would most likely not be able to continue the family line, and the young man would lose everything he had acquired through such hard work. She didn't understand why it didn't bother him, because his family was here and he had spent his whole life in these parts. Then, the knight asked directly if the girl wanted him to follow her. Scarlet wanted to, but she had no idea why he helped her all this time, because every time she was near him, she thought about her own mother and how she couldn't leave her just like that. The girl thanked the guy for his concern, because for her sake he disobeyed his master and always kept her afloat, not letting her drown in the abyss of despair. So, after looking at his example, she now wanted to help someone herself. Scarlet admitted that she would not forgive herself if she abandoned this man to his fate. The knight listened to her attentively and tried to understand what the two of them would have to do now. Scarlet knew that if they left, they would never return to Florence, so she did not want to involve the knight in this dangerous matter. She knew something was wrong, so she hoped he would stay and live his life. The heroine admitted that she was sincerely grateful to the young man for everything he did for her. The knight silently knelt before the girl and took her face in his hands. He noticed that during all this time, she never answered his question directly. He openly asked Scarlet if she wanted the young man to follow her to the ends of the earth. He promised to rush after her anywhere, only if she said that she really needed him. Scarlet was afraid that the guy would never be able to come back, or he would have to betray the Duke, or even the entire empire. The knight noted that in such a case, the girl would have to risk everything she had, even her life. It is much more difficult than giving up one's home, title, and one's own honor. Scarlet still didn't want to accept this burden, because otherwise the young man might regret it someday. The knight listened to her attentively and admitted that he wanted to ask one more question. If she answers it honestly, then he is ready to back down and will not object to her decision. The young man looked the girl straight in the eyes and asked if she loved him. Scarlet admitted that she promised herself never to believe in love again from the moment she arrived in the capital to get married. However, the knight noticed that the girl loved the man she wanted to help, and if this is so, then he will disappear so as not to cause her inconvenience. However, otherwise he will go with her and never leave her. The guy admitted that he made this decision when he heard that the girl was leaving. Perhaps it was his mother that he failed to protect. Then it really would have been worth stopping there. However, Edmund did not want to stop and realized that he could not do this. The young man looked Scarlet in the eyes and openly declared that he loved her. After that, he carefully took her hands in his and kissed them tenderly to express all his feelings. Scarlet admitted that it would be dangerous, and she didn't have a specific plan yet. However, the knight was not afraid. Instead, he paid more attention to taking care of Scarlet, because he saw that she was not eating anything again. The girl's hands were very dry, so the young man brought them to his lips and tried to warm her fingers. Edmund wanted Scarlet to always follow her heart, without listening to anyone's orders. However, first of all, she should not forget to take care of herself, because that was the most important thing. The heroine did not know what to do, because she felt in her heart that they would have a very hard time. Kingsley waited for his knight to return, and noticed that it took him longer this time. Unexpectedly, the Duke asked his subordinate whether he thought that a difference of 9 years was too much. Kingsley thought that Edmund and Erica looked great, and that he would be a good candidate to play her fiancé. Edmund just smiled and admitted that he considered himself too young to get married. He apologized to his master and admitted that he wanted to find a wife for himself. Kingsley was not very happy about this, because if he had married the knight to Eric, Scarlet would have stayed by his side. He asked the boy to look for some sons of influential families under 20 years old. However, he then realized that, having placed her younger sister in a good family, Scarlet could leave with a clear conscience. The young man admitted that it was possible to find another way to keep her so that the girl could never leave. Edmund recalled that the master had originally intended to release the girl as soon as he ascended the throne. To strengthen his position, he needed to marry a woman from a noble family who would become his devoted ally. Kingsley said that was what he had originally planned to do. However, now he noticed that Scarlett was his most devoted ally. The girl helps eliminate Sam and actively cooperates with him, and in her hands was the key to their success. Besides, she was unconditionally devoted to him, and hardly anyone would argue with that. The knight listened to his master's speech and looked very surprised by such changes. He reminded that Scarlett was a merchant's daughter and already married. But this was not a problem for the Duke. Everyone believed that a noblewoman would be much more suitable for the role of the imperial consort, who would help to increase the authority and concentrate more power in the hands of the emperor. However, in such a case, there is a high probability that members of other noble families will remain unhappy about this. The growing power of the empress's relatives could provoke conflict in the upper classes, but with Scarlett, there is no need to worry about that. He believed that he could trust a girl who was willing to kill her own husband and support his accession to the throne. Suddenly, the knight asked what Scarlett herself thought about becoming their empress. After her divorce from the Duke, many will spread unpleasant rumors about her, and there will definitely be those who will try to condemn her. He filled her with the feeling that throughout her life, people in the palace from outside of it could throw mud at her. Kingsley admitted that he had a point, but then he might just make Scarlett want that fate. The heroine told Joshua that after the divorce, she was going to move to another country, inviting her to join her. She promised to somehow find a way to get her out with the child, if the girl was sure that she could raise him without a father. She promised that she would help Joshua in everything after the birth of the child. Scarlett said that she would stay by the girl's side and would not go anywhere. The blonde was very happy about this and rushed to her friend to hug her tightly. Scarlett noted that it would be very difficult, but she would try to carry out this plan. But in return, Joshua will have to help her with something. The girl tried to tell her friend her plan, but at that moment, the painting behind her came off the hook and flew down. Joshua noticed this, pushed her friend aside, and held out her hand to hold the painting. She herself did not understand how the next second something bright burst out of her hand and hit the portrait. The girl only remembered that she just waved her hand, and something happened. Sam didn't understand why Joshua suddenly decided to cut his nails herself. In fact, the girl needed to get his nails and blood, which she could give to Scarlett. However, she said that after the baby is born, she will have to cut his nails, so she wanted to practice. The guy just laughed and couldn't understand how she came up with such an amazing idea. However, the next second he felt pain, because Joshua accidentally missed and cut his finger. The girl immediately apologized to her lover for being careless. The guy reminded himself that he should be more patient, because you can't scare pregnant women. It has a bad effect on the health of the child. He was afraid that Joshua might hurt the child, so he suggested entrusting this work to the maids. However, the main goal was achieved, and Joshua was able to give Scarlett Sam's nails and blood. The blonde looked at the place where the painting hung and tried to remember how she managed to throw it away from a distance. The girl stretched her hand forward and tried to repeat the same movement that she had made last time. Joshua herself did not understand what it was, because for a moment it seemed to her that a golden light was pouring out from behind her hands. Scarlett put the bloody cloth and Sam's nail clippings in a jar and brought them to Kingsley. The young man noticed that the girl did not touch the food, because they had not spent time together like this for a very long time. But she was not hungry and wanted to refuse, because at that moment she remembered the knight's words that she needed to take care of herself. So she decided to try a little anyway, because the food looked delicious. Scarlett wanted to tell the knight about her mistress's pregnancy in order to discuss the next steps. Kingsley remarked that he could devote the entire day to Scarlett today, and would like to discuss something with her. He remembered that last time she asked him if he could increase investment in the business. At one point, they were discussing, and the girl suggested providing a range of special services for couples wishing to hold a wedding ceremony on the channel. Scarlett noted that the prince's wedding served as excellent advertising and that there was already a demand for these services. All that was left was to work on the offer. They can also provide individual consultations on organizing the celebration and set a higher price tag. Kingsley praised the girl for her attentiveness and acknowledged that she was a natural entrepreneur. He didn't understand why a woman like her would want to waste away in some empty village at the end of the world. He thought about it and admitted that the girl shouldn't leave the capital at all. If he increases the amount of investment, her business will rapidly take off, and it will be unfair to hand it over to Puccini. The girl understood that it was sad, but she had no other way to hide Joshua from prying eyes. The Duke admitted that he did not want all her efforts to go to waste. But even more, he did not want evil tongues to label the girl as the wife of a traitor, because she deserved much more. He thought it over carefully and made a decision that would help correct this situation. The Duke stood up, walked over to Scarlet, and knelt down in front of her with the ring in his hands. The young man approached the girl and asked her to marry him and become his empress. Scarlet said that the Duke was putting her in an awkward position, but the man thought about this decision for a long time. He asked her to think about Eric's future, because after Scarlet's departure, she would have to restore her damaged reputation herself. Because she won't have an older sister by her side to protect her anymore. He reminded her that Erica vitally needed her support, and if she became empress, no one would dare to treat the girl with disdain. The most worthy young men from noble and extremely wealthy families will fight for her hand and heart, and Erica will choose someone to her liking and become truly happy. Scarlet admitted that she never even imagined herself in the place of the empress. The Duke declared that this position suited her perfectly, and that she should marry into the imperial family as his wife. After this, the gondola business will become a family affair, and the entire canal will be in Scarlet's hands. At that moment, the girl remembered her grandmother's prophecy and thought that this was exactly what it was about. At some point, she became afraid that she was actually destined to become an empress and rule the canal. However, the girl could not understand whether Kingsley was so worried about Eric that he was ready to grant her the title of empress. The young man admitted that he had indeed expressed himself not very clearly. He admitted that he does it for Erica, but that is not the only reason. He promised that if she said she would stay with him, he would do everything in his power to ensure that she and her family would not need anything. The young man looked at Scarlet and admitted that he was in love with her. The girl did not understand how she managed to get into a situation where the future emperor proposed to her, and her lover stood nearby and watched it. At this very time, Joshua was in her room, trying again and again to summon those strange lightning bolts from her hand. At first, she couldn't do anything, but after some time, she saw a strange shine coming from her fingertips. She knew she wasn't imagining things, but the glow wasn't as bright today. The girl was interested in what it was and where it came from. Scarlet was very surprised by what she had just heard from the Duke. The young man did not understand what caused her violent reaction. Scarlet didn't understand what benefit he had from this, so she decided that she shouldn't make such serious decisions in the heat of the moment. However, the Duke took her hand and admitted that he had thought everything through carefully. They are business partners, as well as allies planning to take over the parties. The girl's sharp mind, determination, and prudence attracted him, and he did not know where else he could find a life partner with such a set of positive qualities. Only Scarlet was worthy of being called his wife, and the Duke did not want to see any other woman next to him. He knew that the title of Empress was a huge responsibility, but he suggested that the girl think about it, and was sure that very soon she would understand how advantageous this offer was. Before this, they had only had mutually beneficial cooperation, and their relationship did not imply any obligations. However, now the Duke wanted them to become more serious, which he admitted to her quite frankly. Only now did Scarlet realize that the young man was not joking with her at all. The Duke could not even imagine that his feelings for the girl would become so strong. The one who fell in love first lost. He wanted her to be by his side, so he fully admitted his defeat. The Duke admitted that Scarlet could ask him for anything, because the Emperor was allowed to do everything. He promised to fulfill any of her wishes if only she agreed to become his wife. He promised that he would definitely take care of Erica and do everything to make her happy. The guy also knew that Scarlet cared very much about Joshua and promised to provide her with everything she needed for a comfortable life. Scarlet was amazed that Kingsley was willing to do whatever he wanted for Joshua's well-being. The guy noticed that he was capable of a lot, and after the coronation, he would be able to do even more. For example, he could make any of Scarlet's whims a state law, which was very valuable. After this meeting, the knight, as usual, went to escort the girl home, but on the way, she felt ill all the time. Scarlet admitted that she was so shocked that she had a stomachache and a headache. She asked the knight if Kingsley had really been sincere with her in the restaurant. The guy took a deep breath and admitted that it was unlikely that the Duke would lie about his feelings for the girl. He saw Scarlett's condition and assumed that this incident could change her plans. He recalled that she wanted to help one person and wanted to take him as far away as possible. The knight easily guessed that at that moment, the girl was talking about Joshua. He had been watching Scarlett for a long time and noticed that she always tried to protect the girl. After learning about her relationship with Sam, she tried to protect her because she was worried that the girl would get hurt, and now she wanted to take Joshua with her to protect her future. At first, Scarlett wanted to leave alone, but then suddenly decided to run away with her lover. From this, the knight concluded that the girl had become pregnant after all. From Scarlett's reaction, he realized that his guess was correct. When the girl shared her plans with him, he felt that she was hesitating. After all, in that case, she would have to deceive the Duke in order to hide the child. Scarlett was amazed that the knight still decided to support her, knowing all this perfectly well. Once upon a time, he wanted to help his master take the throne. When his mother died, he thought that only the person who would point the knife at the criminal, and not at the victim, would be able to restore justice. At the same time, the knight sincerely hoped that not a single innocent soul would suffer again. However, now the life of Joshua and her unborn child is in danger. The knight hoped that fate would be merciful to them, because the girl was not guilty of anything and was not given a single opportunity to defend herself. Therefore, he did not want Joshua to become a bargaining chip in political games, even if he had to betray his master. Day by day, Scarlett became stronger, and the knight was happy to watch her courage grow stronger. And then the girl began to protect the same weak and unhappy people as she once was. Seeing her put in so much effort, the young man fell in love with her even more. He admitted that even if he lost absolutely everything, he would not regret it one bit. However, instead of leaving, she should have accepted the Duke's offer. The young man believed that it would be much easier to fulfill all her wishes. If, by agreeing to be his wife, she asks the Duke to take care of Joshua, he will not refuse her. The knight believed this because the master did not personally dislike the girl, and besides, Scarlett herself should have understood that he would not let her go. He will definitely find a way to persuade the girl to become empress by one method or another. The knight knew that this was the only way all her loved ones would be safe. However, he was afraid that because of him, she could not put aside her doubts and accept this proposal. Scarlett knew that if this was true, Kingsley would actually allow Joshua to raise the child on his own and not take him to the monastery. Then she won't have to hide from him for the rest of her days. But instead, she will be able to enjoy life. Spend more time with your mother and sister, and also use all your privileges. However, if she becomes empress, much in her life will change. Scarlett and Edmund's paths will diverge forever, and they will only be able to glance at each other. The girl knew that she would have to remain faithful to Kingsley, raise his children, and pretend that she loved him immensely. However, she cried from the realization that this certainly would not make her happy. The girl apologized to the knight and confessed that she truly loved him. Even though everyone dear to her was in danger, she couldn't bring herself to give him up. Two star-crossed lovers who were not allowed to be together realized their feelings. Edmund wiped away the girl's tears and promised that they would run away as they had originally planned. They will definitely take with them those whom the girl seeks to protect. Erica missed her sister very much and decided to visit them. The girl said that everything was fine with them and that her mother really liked living in this house. Now that her father was no longer around, the woman felt much calmer. Scarlett admitted that she came to them to discuss something with them. Having entered the house and settled down in the office, the girl told them that she was planning to get a divorce in the future. She admitted that she is going to start divorce proceedings with her husband very soon. The mother immediately praised the girl and admitted that she had made the right decision. Erica hoped that after the divorce, Scarlett would live with them, and that it would be really great. Sister and mother admitted that the mere thought of Scarlett having to live with these scoundrels drove them to despair. Every time she and her mother saw their sister, they wanted to convince her to have the courage to put an end to this suffering. Mother admitted that she should have separated from their father long ago, and now she only regretted that she had tolerated him for so long. She thought that her sisters would be happy if she could endure all the pain, but for a long time she did not understand that she was making their lives worse by turning a blind eye to all his antics. The son admitted that he did not even want to become a knight, But he had no other choice, since his father insisted on training. Now the guy could return home with a light heart and live together in peace and harmony. Scarlett didn't want to upset them, but she admitted that after the divorce, she would hardly be able to return home. Her husband is a famous person. If they break up with a scandal, she will have extremely unpleasant rumors. That's why the girl said that she wanted to get as far away from this city as possible. She admitted that she would like to have some alone time to relax in some very quiet place. She promised to transfer part of the shares of her business to her mother, because the money received should be enough for Erica's living and education. Only now, the girl told that not long ago, she opened her own business, and a little later promised to tell the details. Suddenly, she turned to her younger sister and asked if she had anyone in mind. She wanted her little sister to describe her ideal type of man to her. Rather, she was afraid that after the divorce, it would be difficult for her to find a worthy groom for her sister, so she wanted to manage to marry her off before that moment. Erica admitted that she really appreciated Scarlett's care, but she was not planning on getting married yet. The girl wanted to start her own family someday, but first she decided to finish the academy. Now she was disgusted even to think about marriage. Besides, not much time had passed since she was almost married off to an old pervert. Scarlett had married Sam against her will, and now she was trying to rush and marry off her younger sister. The heroine just smiled and declared that somewhere there was definitely a wonderful young man who was worthy of Erica's hand. At that moment, Scarlett thought about the knight who was completely on her side. She stated that in every woman's life there should be a loved one who will share all your values, support you in any endeavors, and see your strengths. Erica recognized this as ideal and declared that if she met such a man, she would immediately marry him. However, she wanted to find him herself someday, so she asked not to worry about her. She admitted that she had big plans for her own future, which she wanted to realize before marriage. After entering the academy and studying management, Erica wanted to try opening her own business. She had dreamed about this all her life, but her father allowed only his eldest daughter to get an education, and he didn't even give the youngest one books to read. Mom was supposed to inherit her father's business, and Erica was going to observe and study to gain experience. Scarlett allowed the girl to take over her business if it was of interest, even promising to find assistance. She decided that she would give part of the shares to Puccini and leave the rest to her mother and sister. However, she noted that before this, Erica must definitely graduate from the academy to learn how to manage a business. She was glad that her sister had chosen her own path and was not going to think about marriage, but just do what she wanted. She sincerely wanted the girl to get married only when she found the right guy whom she would love. However, even then she is not obliged to do this, because if she receives a stable income, then she doesn't have to worry about anything else. Mother promised that she would definitely take care of her daughter while Scarlett was not with them, and she could have a good rest and come back. The heroine was glad that she had finally managed to get rid of some of her problems and establish good relations with her family. The girl just wanted to hug her mother and sister one more time before she left. Erica was glad that she had such an incredible sister and wanted her not to worry about anything. They wanted to do what they were passionate about and not worry about other people's opinions. Scarlett was now much less worried about her family, but it was still difficult to leave them, because Kingsley said that the preparation for the coup would take several weeks. By that time, the divorce process will be completed, and all that remains is to kill the emperor. If no one finds out about Joshua's pregnancy, the girl will be able to save herself. Scarlett walked into Joshua's room and saw the girl doing strange things. She asked her to explain what was happening and why she was behaving like this. Suddenly, Joshua grabbed the girl's hand and pulled her along to show her something. The blonde repeated what she did last time, and a golden light appeared from her hand. With a powerful blow, Joshua was able to punch a hole in the wall and was happy that she was getting better and better. Scarlett was incredibly surprised by the girl's new abilities, which she had not known about before. Joshua admitted that she had no idea what happened. It just happened naturally to her. It started as soon as she became pregnant and grew stronger every time Scarlett was around. The girl herself did not know the reason. She assumed that it was all because of her baby. Scarlett remembered Kingsley's words about the baby's power possibly returning in the next generation. She realized that Joshua could temporarily use magic while he was carrying the child. The girl was glad when she heard that the blonde did not feel any pain in her body or any deterioration in her health. She asked that under no circumstances should she tell her husband about this, because first, everything needed to be clarified. Scarlet will have to ask Kingsley about the imperial family's magic, and at the same time, clarify the details of the plan. So Scarlet's next step was to go to the Duke to get the information she needed. The girl admitted that before giving him an answer, Kingsley plans to hold a coronation. The Duke said that according to his plan, it was supposed to take place in about a month, and all thanks to Scarlet's help. The girl realized that this was very fast, and before that moment, she had to give him an answer. She looked worried and admitted that she was finding this decision extremely difficult. She had been the daughter of a merchant from a small village all her life, and knew nothing about the imperial family and palace rituals. If she becomes empress, she will continue the family line, and their child will inherit magical powers. Scarlet knew that all members of the royal family had different magical powers, and Kingsley had the gift of healing. Therefore, the young man stated that it was difficult to say for sure what kind of power their child would receive. Children can inherit their parents' abilities or have their own. Scarlet asked if she would be able to use the child's magical powers while she was carrying him, which amused the Duke. The guy said that women with royal blood in their veins can actually use the magical power of the child during pregnancy. Moreover, this very power grows in them day by day, along with the growth of the child. Scarlet assumed that this was why Joshua's powers had suddenly awakened. Kingsley had no idea that this topic would arouse such curiosity in Scarlet. The girl admitted that she would like to prepare for a possible future, so she asked what powers other members of the imperial family have. The princess's power is poison, and among all the family members, she is second in strength after the emperor. It seemed that it was the princess's magical gift that weakened the emperor's health, so she might have needed the nails and blood to prepare the poison. Kingsley revealed that the emperor himself possessed the power to cause terrible pain to anyone. After taking away his magical power and the prince's power, the man got a taste for it and began torturing innocent people. Scarlet feared that innate magical abilities were linked to a person's character, since cruel people possessed unusually formidable power. If Joshua's child inherited her father's genes, it could result in another tragedy. However, Kingsley only laughed after her question, amused by the fact that the girl was already thinking about what gift their child would receive. He admitted that he would prefer not to look so far ahead. He admitted that the girl's serious approach to everything was incredibly charming. Scarlet admitted that she already had enough on her plate, so she wanted to be prepared for anything. The girl thought that, first of all, she was not fit to be an empress. Kingsley said he felt there was no better candidate for the role. Scarlet thanked him for the compliment, but she felt it was too hasty a decision. She knew that many would be against it, and the princess would hardly be happy about this news. Kingsley is an emperor whose weakness is that he cannot use magic, which was taken away from him, and things are not going well in the state. Therefore, it is better to marry a lady from an influential family who will help strengthen his power. Kingsley objected and stated that she still wanted to be with Scarlet, but the girl did not want that. The Duke said he would try to convince his sister, since Scarlet was now an integral part of their plan. The girl was entitled to a reward for her invaluable contribution to its execution, but she believed that the status of Empress was too great a reward. She said she was simply doing what she was doing, and still didn't know how involved she was in the coup. The girl reminded that the young man still hadn't told her anything specific. He agreed, and admitted that he could not tell her all the details without his sister's permission, which confirmed Scarlet's suspicion. Kingsley promised that he would talk to his sister about whether he could share some information with the girl, so they agreed to come back to discuss their possible wedding later. Although Scarlet was going to refuse the marriage proposal, she wanted to be aware of what might happen in the near future. The Duke was sad to let the girl go just like that, so he took her to the aquarium and wanted to show her something. He noticed that the girl was interested in magic, so he promised to show her what he could do. He couldn't create a water dragon like his sister, but he still raised a small amount of water into the air and drew a heart. The Duke joked that he was very good at confessing his feelings. He admitted that he could use the magical power of the excess from the channel, and only on a few drops. Before his power was absorbed by the Emperor, his might was so great that he could even regrow severed limbs. However, now Kingsley could only heal a few scratches. The very fact that he could use at least part of his power was proof that it had not been completely lost. However, now the Duke was using someone else's magical power, so it was very unstable. Scarlet didn't fully understand the meaning of his words, but she assumed that he took the power from Joshua. The Duke added that sometimes this power gets out of control, which is what happened. The next second, the aquarium couldn't withstand the pressure and exploded, and the knight barely managed to cover his master and Scarlet. Many fragments flew in different directions, damaging each of the company. The Duke received many cuts, but was most worried about Scarlet being injured. The knight approached his master and applied a cloth to his face to try to stop the bleeding. The wound was not deep, and now Kingsley could fix it with his magic before calling a doctor. Scarlet wanted the young man to first heal from his own wounds, which were more serious. Kingsley used his power to heal a few scratches, but suddenly they were literally surrounded by a golden glow. The power was so great that it healed the wounds of the Duke himself, Scarlet, and even the knight who stood nearby. The girl was surprised and decided that with such strength, the man could do much more than he said. However, the next second, from the Duke's reaction, she realized that something had gone wrong. The healing was so powerful that the knight even thought that his master's magical power had returned. However, the Duke himself did not understand anything because he only wanted to take care of Scarlet. After some time, he pointed his hand at the broken aquarium and tried to fix it. However, the magic power was still limited to just a few drops of water, so everyone decided that this was a temporary effect caused by the instability of someone else's power. The Duke himself did not understand what had happened, because it was the first time he had done something like this. They said that if you take away the magic punch from a newborn, it can return, but his power was taken away at 18, and he had never heard of it being restored in second situations. At that moment, Scarlet thought about what happened to Joshua and her sudden power. She realized that when she was around, the royal family members' magical powers somehow became stronger. Kingsley thought he should see his sister immediately and discuss what had happened. He apologized to Scarlet and said that they would have to say goodbye for today. The girl returned to her home and decided to conduct an experiment with Joshua. When the girl used her own strength, her blow was not as strong. However, the next time she tried to do the same thing, but taking Scarlet's hand. This time, her strength was increased several times, so she easily pierced the pillow. Joshua was happy about this, but Scarlet was upset, because her suspicions turned out to be true. When she was around, the magical power of the imperial family members actually increased. Joshua noticed that the girl next to her was very concerned about what was happening. Scarlet asked the blonde to use her power carefully, because if her magic got out of control, a disaster could happen. She promised to try to find out more about it, but for now, they needed to hide the power from Sam. Returning to her room, the girl received a note from the knight with an offer to meet. Under cover of night, she hid her face and met him in the forest, where she learned that the blood of the sorcerers flowed in her. Edmund said that he once saw a portrait of her maternal grandmother, and her hair was not red. Scarlet had heard rumors that her biological mother was born in a neighboring state. She heard that her mother and grandmother were shamans of one of the large tribes. However, now both of them had been dead for many years. Scarlet wondered if what had happened to Kingsley the other day had anything to do with her origins. The knight knew that the Empire's wizards were unable to reveal the true nature of magic, and that shamans enhanced it. Both of them were given magical power by the Red Dragon. When a person loses magical power, he tries to steal someone else's. Then his own magic weakens so much that he can no longer use even 1/10 of it. They said that ancient shamans were able to restore lost powers and increase their power many times over. However, the princess knew that the line of this family had long since died out, and magical abilities were passed down through the maternal line. She asked the knight if there was anyone in his family from the neighboring lands. However, Kingsley said that none of the Earl of Lewis's ancestors had married a foreigner, so he could be ruled out. If it was not a knight or a duke, then only Lady Chandler could be suspected. After seeing a portrait of Scarlet's grandmother, the knight decided to conduct a little investigation, as a result of which he discovered something interesting. There were rumors that Scarlet Chandler was not her parents' biological daughter. However, the boy did not tell his master about this, so he was sure that there were no foreigners in Scarlet's family either. Thus, the boys concluded that both families were native residents of Florence. Kingsley remembered that recently he had often met people from the guild who had come from a neighboring state. Therefore, the princess asked the knight to conduct a thorough investigation and provide her with the genealogies of all the guild members. If Kingsley can find at least one hereditary shaman, he will be able to fully restore his powers. If they manage to regain their magical abilities, they will increase their power, and no one will dare to stand in their way. Kingsley admitted that he could not under any circumstances let go of someone who could give them such enormous power. The knight said that if his master found out that Scarlet had the blood of sorcerers in her, he would never let her go. If she does not accept his proposal, he will try to keep her in any other way. The boy had been deprived of his magical gift for a long time and could only use the ointment with great difficulty, but next to her, he would regain his former power. Moreover, after this, the Duke will become much stronger than he was before. When he takes the throne, there will be no one equal to him in strength in any kingdom. The young man will stop at nothing to have Scarlet all to himself. The girl didn't want this. She didn't want to be deprived of her freedom, locked in a golden cage, and made his wife. All she so desperately wanted was to be in a safe place with her lover and Joshua. Then the knight said that they actually had one way out of this situation. Every time a shaman appeared in the empire, the state system completely changed. The reason why the heir to the throne absorbs the magical power of his siblings is to prevent a possible coup d'etat. Having lost their magical gift, they unquestioningly obey the new ruler and do not offer the slightest resistance. However, if one of them manages to regain their magical power and even increase it, a struggle for power will break out. In this case, the throne will go to the one who secures the support of the shaman. It is said that the imperial family is gifted with combat magic, and each of them can single-handedly take on an entire army. And if her power is strengthened, such a sorcerer will be able to easily capture the country. Then Scarlet will be able to choose the Master of the Waters herself. The heir to the imperial throne is called the Ruler of the Channel, and shamans called him the Master of the Waters. But they gave this honorary title only to the one you chose yourself. Only now did Scarlet understand what her grandmother's prediction meant, that in the future she would rule over the Florence waterworks. The girl realized that it was she who had to choose the person who would become the future emperor. However, the one whose powers she increases will not necessarily be able to take the throne, because for this, magical power alone is not enough. You also need authority. In addition, sometimes a magical gift is not able to help its owner in an intense struggle for power, like the gift of healing. If Joshua can't protect himself, she shouldn't get involved in palace intrigues. In that case, she will not pose any threat to the Duke and Princess, and then it will be better for her to escape from the scene. So the first thing to do was to find out exactly what type of magic Joshua possessed. Scarlet and the blonde held hands so that the girl could concentrate and use her power. The next second, they were surrounded by a bright golden glow. Joshua's magic took the form of an arrow that shot out and pierced the wall. The magic was strong enough to break through the wall and fly out. Scarlet realized that the girl's power was much more powerful than that of other members of the ruling family. It had a physical embodiment and was more destructive than the Emperor's magical gift. All that remains is to find out exactly how many arrows Joshua can fire at once. The girls arranged the dolls in a row and moved away from them at a distance. Joshua used her power and easily pierced all the dolls at once. She thought she could have increased the number of arrows if the room had been larger. The blonde also gradually began to understand how to control the trajectory of the arrows, which meant that she was becoming stronger. The girl was regaining the magic that Kingsley had taken from her, and with Scarlet by her side, she would soon master it to perfection. Moreover, with a child inside, her strength grew even faster. Joshua could also take advantage of her baby's magical gift. If her powers were to increase by at least 4 times, or even more, then her power would immediately surpass that of Kingsley, the princess, her son, and the current emperor. Even if every living member of the royal family joined forces, they would hardly be able to defeat Joshua. So she realized that with her help, Joshua could really seize power. The magic arrow has tremendous killing power, and its attack range is unusually high. Such power will make it possible to withstand a huge army. With the gift, Joshua can not only free himself from the persecution of the imperial family, but also stage a coup d'etat if he wants. The blonde noticed Scarlet's strange look and asked what she was thinking about. The knight noted that Scarlet's life would now be in serious danger. A person who has secured the support of a shaman has every chance of inheriting the throne. And it was for this reason that a huge price was placed on the head of a shaman, so the imperial family exterminated their entire mouth. It was believed that any surviving descendant could cause new discord between members of the ruling family. If someone was thirsty for power, they would definitely try to drag the shaman. However, if it was not possible to secure support, he was killed so that he could not help another family member obtain the crown. If Kingsley finds out what kind of magic Joshua has, he's unlikely to show her mercy. Even if he spares her life, the poor thing will never be able to live in peace until she is deprived of her magical powers again. And if the Duke fails to bribe Scarlet, her own life will be tragically cut short. Joshua couldn't be allowed to find out about this. If Scarlet sided with Kingsley, he would become the most powerful emperor in history, and then it would be possible to achieve leniency for his mistress. She noted that if the Duke needed her powers, she did not necessarily have to become his wife. Instead of marrying him, she can promise him her help in exchange for freedom. If she helps him sit on the throne, there is a chance that the Duke will allow her to be with the knight. Edmund remembered Kingsley's words that if her husband had touched Scarlet, he would never have forgiven him. Just the thought of it made the man want to cut off the bastard's hand. So the knight sighed and noted that such an option was impossible. In the past, he might have accepted such conditions, but now, Kingsley would rather kill Scarlet than give her to someone else. Joshua saw her friend's condition and thought that her magic was dangerous and should not be used. If it could help, the girl promised to stop training, just so that her friend wouldn't worry. However, Scarlet decided to tell her the truth and said that she had something important to tell her. From this story, Joshua learned that she was a member of the royal family and that her mother was the Empress's maid and a real noblewoman. This meant that the people who killed Mother wanted to take her life too. The girl assumed that Sam saved her because he knew that she had royal blood. Scarlet grabbed the girl by the shoulders and confessed that it was Sam who killed her mother. It was an incredibly strong blow for the girl who had admired her lover all her life. Only now did she remember her dream and realized that one of the masked men really did look like her lover. Scarlet revealed that the men had originally intended to kill both of them because they were supporting another member of the imperial family. However, when Sam realized that the girl could give birth to his son, he changed his mind about killing her, thus deciding to seize state power. It was only at that moment that Joshua realized that her whole life had been a real deception from beginning to end. She remembered all their moments together and realized that up until that moment, she had loved the man who killed her mother. The girl could not cope with such a shock and lost consciousness right in Scarlet's arms. In the evening, she woke up in her bed and saw that Sam had come to visit her. The young man attributed the fainting to one of the side effects of her pregnancy, so he had no idea about anything. He confessed that their son was destined to become a great man, and Joshua could become the mother of an emperor. Then Sam will be the father of the young ruler and will become his regent. Joshua understood why the young man had been caring about her all this time. Sam laughed and mocked the girl for actually thinking that he loved her all this time. The next second, he appeared before her in the form of a killer from a nightmare and told her that he would lock her out of the house for the rest of her life. Joshua could not bear these horrors any longer, so she screamed and woke up from the nightmare. Scarlet was next to the girl because she was worried about her condition. She wanted to call a doctor, but the blonde stopped her and asked her not to go anywhere. Joshua knew that if she really was the emperor's daughter, her child could become the next ruler. Scarlet decided that they should call the doctor first and do an examination, and then they could continue this conversation. However, Joshua was serious and wanted to know everything immediately. She wanted to know if she could kill Sam after her child ascended to the throne, and she became the mother of the emperor. Scarlet knelt down in front of the girl and declared that Sam would die soon anyway, and she would not have to dirty her hands on him. She herself did not intend to do this, but she agreed to cooperate with those who were interested in this no less than she was. After Sam's death, she planned to move with Joshua to another country. However, now they are unlikely to be allowed to live in peace because their lives are already in serious danger. However, the girl thought that Joshua's magical powers would help them avoid persecution. She recently learned that the blood flowing through her veins enhances the magical power of the imperial family members, so Joshua can become even stronger. The blonde wanted to become so strong that she could destroy anyone who stood in her way and protect herself, her child, and her friend. Scarlet confirmed that with her help and regular training, this is entirely possible. Joshua promised her to become so strong that no one would dare to lay a finger on them. She was going to finish off her former lover herself and place the child on the imperial throne. Scarlet was amazed that the girl no longer wanted to leave and hide. Joshua honestly didn't understand why she had to run and hide her entire life. She noted that she had not committed a crime. She just wanted to live a normal life and have a child with the man she loved. But not only had they treated her terribly, but they were also trying to take away her only friend, and she couldn't allow that. The girl used her power in a rage, and Scarlet saw that the number of arrows increased, and the light became much brighter. Joshua grabbed the girl's hand and hoped that they could unite and get rid of all their problems. Soon, Scarlet went to the Duke, who wanted to see her. The guy invited her because he needed to check something. Yesterday, he and his sister visited someone in the underground dungeon and found out information. The princess admitted that something was bothering her very much, so they needed to confirm her suspicions. Once upon a time, he and Scarlet had a conversation about her maternal grandmother. The girl was sure that she had inherited her red hair, but her grandmother appeared to be brown-haired, and no one in her family had that hair color. Baron Chandler was convicted of financial fraud and imprisoned in the imperial prison. Although Kingsley had ordered the knight to conduct an investigation, it was much easier to find out everything firsthand. The young man was going to take revenge on the man for how much pain and suffering he had caused Scarlet. But first he wanted to ask him a few questions. The girl was frightened when she realized that the Duke and Princess had interrogated her father yesterday. Suddenly, the young man grabbed the sword and raised it high above his head. Scarlet was afraid that he would hurt her, but instead, Kingsley cut his own wrist quite deeply. He then grabbed Scarlet's hand and used his magical power to heal the wound. He was incredibly happy when he saw that, with the help of the girl, his strength had increased many times over, and the wound had healed, leaving no trace. The Duke was incredibly happy with this discovery and embraced his beloved. Scarlet didn't understand why he did it, so she demanded an explanation from the guy. Kingsley looked scared when he enthusiastically announced that the girl was a descendant of an ancient line of spellcasters. Yesterday, the father said that Scarlet's biological mother was from another country, but she died giving birth to the girl. The grandmother brought the baby and placed a curse on the family, threatening that if they did not accept Scarlet, their eldest son would die. It was said that this old woman was a famous shaman in a neighboring kingdom. Kingsley wanted to meet Scarlet again, and was sure that the princess would not object if he made her empress. Although the princess tried to dissuade the guy from this idea, she was not going to do it now. The girl admitted that there was simply no better way to keep Scarlet close to them. Kingsley knew that with Scarlet's help, he could restore his lost magical abilities and even become much stronger. Now, no one can convince him that he made the wrong decision in offering her to share the throne, because no woman can be more perfect. The young man was delighted with how everything turned out, so he kissed his beloved. Kingsley was sure that Scarlet was his. He would not let her go anywhere, and for the first time, he felt such a strong thrill. The man could not imagine that the girl would stay with him forever. His heart was about to burst with happiness. He believed that their meeting was predetermined by fate. Kingsley admitted that he didn't have a single chance to resist Scarlet's charms, so he announced again that he was proposing to her, and this time he would not accept refusal. The young man sincerely wanted Scarlet to become his wife and be by his side. He was confident that he would keep the girl by his side, no matter what it cost him. At that very moment, Scarlet herself was incredibly frightened by what was happening. She took her hand from Kingsley and took a few steps back. The Duke realized that he had embarrassed the girl with his suddenness and apologized for it. He asked her not to worry and just think again about her words. She should have remembered what she said when he asked her about her plans after the divorce. Then the girl said that she wanted to get on a ship and go wherever she wanted. She was going to live on her own without having to listen to anyone's orders. Then the girl wanted to go wherever her soul desired. Kingsley then promised that he would steer the boat for the girl only if she took him with her. He promised to do much more when it came to making her happy. So Kingsley tried to persuade the girl to let him into her life so that he could make her happy. He reminded her that he could keep his promise, because with her by his side, he would become the strongest emperor in all of existence and would use his power only for the girl. He promised that he would do everything for the person he truly loves. The young man wanted to kiss Scarlet, but the girl turned away and did not let him do it. She admitted that she was flattered by his recognition, but still did not want to become empress. After the divorce, she wanted to live freely and not be tied to anyone. so she decided to go to a place where no one knows her. She admitted that being someone's wife or empress was absolutely not for her. Kingsley was sure that the girl was simply scared. Because he saw her hands shaking, he noted that everything was fine, since he was not demanding an immediate answer from her. At first, he wanted to explain everything to her, starting with the coup. Then she could feel a little easier. The young man approached Scarlett and very quietly told her exactly what their plan was. The girl finally got what she wanted, but was surprised that everything happened so quickly. She was convinced that her guesses were correct, and everything would indeed end within a month. She admitted that she needed some time to get her thoughts in order. After this, Scarlett went home and told all this information to Joshua. She added that Sam would die a very painful death this month because he would be posthumously punished as a traitor. Joshua was very serious when she said she wanted to see it with her own eyes. Scarlett promised that she would try to find a way to make it happen. However, if Sam dies this way, the throne will pass to Kingsley, not to Joshua's child. It is true that her child has imperial blood, but that does not mean that he can easily sit on the throne. First of all, if a girl gives birth to a daughter, she will not even have the right to inherit the throne. Scarlett was worried that Joshua would not be able to sleep with his lover until they had a son. If the girl stays here, then she, Scarlett, and her child will be in danger. Joshua had the opportunity to live a normal life with his child, instead of taking on a dangerous mission to make the child emperor. The girl had no political support to enter the fight for the throne in this case. It would be tantamount to death, and the plan would be implemented in a month, when she had not even given birth yet. And if Scarlett tries to delay the plan until the baby is born, Kingsley will be suspicious of her. It would be good if Kingsley took his throne as planned. Then he and Joshua could escape. However, the girl was not sure that she really wanted to hide. She knew that instead of staying in the city and fighting, Scarlett wanted to go to the neighboring country. She admitted that she didn't want to run away. She wanted to fight the people who made her this way, not sparing her life. However, she still didn't want to put her friend in danger, so Joshua said she was ready to do whatever Scarlett told her. If she decides, Joshua will go with her to the neighboring country and try to forget everything. In exchange for this, she only wanted to see with her own eyes the death of Sam, who had deceived her all her life. Scarlett fell to her knees in front of the girl and hugged her tightly in gratitude. They promised each other that they would maintain this connection until the very end. That night, Scarlett met the knight again and said that she had decided to escape after all. Now that Kingsley knows about her abilities, he won't let her go that easily until he makes her his empress. So the girl decided that the only way to get rid of him was to die. To be precise, she wanted both she and Joshua to die. They needed to make the Duke believe that what was happening was real. The princess was surprised to learn that Kingsley had not received a positive response to his proposal of marriage. The guy thought that Scarlett was still very confused and shocked after learning the secret of her birth. However, from his sister's reaction, he realized that the princess did not agree with his thoughts. She knew that Scarlett was a very smart woman, and now that she knew about her origins, she clearly realized that she had no other choice. The girl should have already guessed that she had no reason to delay her answer in this situation if there was nothing at stake. Therefore, the princess doubted that Scarlett was completely on their side. Kingsley couldn't believe that his sister doubted the loyalty of Scarlett, who had helped them so much. The princess noted that if the girl had her own plans, everything could go wrong. Scarlett comes to meet Kingsley, despite the fact that she has a husband, and she heard that the girl rejects his proposal about business. Even if she is just a metropolitan woman who is not averse to having fun, her attitude towards a partner who supports her divorce and business should be completely different. Kingsley admitted that the girl became special to him precisely because she stopped pretending. However, the princess suggested that Scarlett had another reason why the girl was so cold towards him. She assumed that she already had someone to whom she gave her heart. Kingsley called his faithful knight because he wanted to find out some information from him. The guy reminded that Edmund had been following Scarlett for some time on his personal orders. The young man asked if the knight had seen the girl with other men during this time. However, Edmund said that he did not follow Scarlett's personal life. Kingsley ordered the boy to fix this and find out if the girl had anyone in mind other than himself. Scarlett told Joshua about her plan, and the girl became afraid that they would die. The heroine added that they had to create the appearance of this so that no one would follow them. On the edge of the city where Erica is located, there is a rock near the coast. Having been given permission to keep Joshua at Erica's house for a while, they planned to fake an accident and make it appear that their bodies had fallen into the sea and disappeared. Edmund will take charge of the guards, as he commands the knights, and can find the most opportune moment to carry out the plan. It would be safer to pretend that the knight was also dead, and to do this, Scarlet would need Puccini's help to create a new identity for her. Sam will be publicly executed, and Joshua will be able to see it. Scarlet promised to prepare a special place for the girl. The heroine thanked her friend for deciding to support her. Just having Joshua on her side was an incredible help. Soon, Scarlet and the knight met at the agreed place to discuss the plan of action. Scarlet revealed that after Sam's execution was complete, she would try to get Kingsley's permission to move in with Erica. Before escaping, the girls must avoid Kingsley's suspicion, so she will have to play Kingsley's lover. Even if the knight saw this, Scarlet hoped that he would not misunderstand her. The young man asked the girl not to worry about this, because he would always be on her side. He said that it would be better if they did not see each other anymore after today. Kingsley asked Scarlet if she had another man besides himself. The knight realized that the guy doubted Scarlet's feelings because it was not easy for him to get an answer to his marriage proposal. Scarlet was going to meet Kingsley tomorrow and give him a positive answer, and also become more actively involved in the coup. The girl decided to take off the ring just in case, because Kingsley could recognize it because he saw it in the store. She gave the ring to the knight and asked him to keep it and return it back in another country. Until then, she should only wear rings on specific occasions. If her ring finger is empty, then their plans have not changed. A ring on the index finger means conversation and meeting, and on the ring finger, that they should keep their distance from each other for some time. She also asked that the knight under no circumstances attach importance to what she would do with Kingsley. Suddenly, the young man asked Scarlet if she knew the true meaning of this flower. The guy said that this is a flower with a legend associated with it, that it will never wither until the person who picked it falls in love. So it didn't matter to him who the girl was with or what she did in her life. The knight promised that no matter how her plans changed, his feelings for her would never change. The young people were incredibly in love with each other, so they didn't want to part even for a moment. Sam noticed that Joshua was constantly angry lately and had broken all of her dolls. The girl admitted that her mood is constantly changing and she cannot control it. The man heard from the doctor that this happens when there is a child in the womb. He asked her not to worry because all she needed was to keep the child healthy and he would take care of the rest. The young man offered to kiss his beloved, but Joshua felt disgusted by him. She wrapped herself in a blanket and asked to be left alone so that she could sleep. Sam was surprised, because before the girl liked it when he kissed her and spent time with her, he was unhappy that he would have to endure her whims a little longer until the baby was born. He would have been happy to immediately divorce Scarlet and marry Joshua, especially since he had never had an intimate relationship with his wife, so it was easy to arrange. When his son takes the throne, all he has to do is appoint Joshua, a member of the royal family, as regent. If it can be proven that she is the emperor's biological daughter, his minions will not object. Joshua was young, she knew nothing, so it was Sam who would be the one holding power in his hands, and the whole empire would belong only to him. The girl wrapped herself in a blanket and tried to contain her hatred for the one who had used her all her life. She felt so disgusted to be around this man that she was ready to kill him right on the spot. The girl had even summoned her arrow and pointed the tip at the young man. Unexpectedly, Sam announced that after the birth of the child, the girl would change a lot. He reminded her that he had promised her that he would never raise his child as illegitimate. He vowed that he would do everything to ensure that his future was noble and glorious. At that moment, Joshua imagined a happy future where she, Scarlet, and the baby lived peacefully in peace and harmony. The girl remembered their plan and Scarlet's words that just being with her was already a big help. The girl decided to trust her friend and her plan, so she made the arrow disappear. She lay in bed and listened to Sam promise to make their future child happy and raise him well. Joshua kept telling herself that she could endure this so that everything would be as she and Scarlet had decided. In the evening, the knight knocked on the door of the office and came to his master to report to him. Kingsley noticed that it was late, but still asked how things were going with the investigation he had asked him to conduct. Suddenly, the young man felt that his faithful knight smelled of women's perfume. The guy told Edmund about this and suggested that he had a lover. The knight remembered that just recently in the forest, He touched Scarlett's hand when he met her. However, he told the gentleman that he met his sister on the way, and perhaps the perfume was from her. Kingsley found this suspicious, knowing that Louise did not use a scent for older women. However, he decided to ignore this and inquired about the results of the investigation. The knight reported that he had not yet found any signs that Scarlett was dating anyone. Then, Kingsley asked the guy to watch the girl for a while longer, just in case, and report back to him what he saw. Scarlett told Puccini that she wanted to exchange all the money she had earned in business, including in the future, for gold. The currency of the neighboring country was different, so she needed to exchange cash for gold bars in advance so that she could use them after her escape. After the girl's words, Puccini immediately guessed that she was going to go abroad. Scarlett cited the opportunity to expand her business beyond their state. The girl accepted Puccini's congratulations and admitted that she would need his help in the future. The next day, she finally met Kingsley, who expected that the girl had thought carefully about his proposal. The heroine admitted that before answering, she would like to ask the young man for one favor. She reminded him that he promised to do whatever she wanted for Joshua. Scarlett said that Erica and her mother were planning to live a quiet life in the countryside, and they could look after Joshua. The girl thought that it would be better for her mistress to live the rest of her life peacefully, and she would be happy to come to them and take care of them. Kingsley took the idea well and remarked that it was quite possible to do so. Scarlett also added that after her husband's death, she would like to immediately introduce Joshua to her younger sister. In addition, after the wedding, she would like to pass on the business to her mother and Erica. She knew it might seem strange if, as an empress, she were to run a business on the side. Thus, the girl informed the Duke that she accepted his offer and was ready to become the ruler of the canal. Kingsley was incredibly happy to hear such an answer and immediately began to kiss his bride. All this time, the knight stood nearby and acted as if he didn't care. Kingsley admitted that this was wonderful news and promised that Scarlett would never regret this decision. He asked her permission to give her an engagement ring first and admitted that he would like to put it on her finger. However, Scarlett refused him, reminding him that her divorce was still not final. The Duke respected her decisions, so he promised that he would be patient for a while longer. He added that he would amend the contract as promised, so the girl would be able to receive all the profits. The young man was glad that now he and his beloved were one. The knight watched the couple, and all this time Scarlett's ring hung under his clothes. That same day, Kingsley went to a jewelry store to choose a ring for Scarlett. The last time he bought a necklace from the previous empress here. However, the young man watched the girl closely and noticed that there was a ring that she liked much more. He would like to give this particular ring before he officially places the engagement ring on her finger. The Duke wanted to look at the jewelry again, but the store owner said that someone else had bought the item. He apologized to the young man and admitted that they make all the jewelry in a single copy. Kingsley didn't think it was a problem and asked who exactly had purchased the jewelry, since that was exactly what he needed. However, the owner apologized again and stated that due to the store's policy, personal information of their customers was not disclosed. Kingsley respected their decision, so he offered to show him something that looked most like the decoration. Having made his purchase, the young man cheerfully walked out of the store onto the street, heading home. Unexpectedly, on the street, he met Louise, the younger sister of his faithful knight. The young man knew that the girl had recently moved to the capital, so he hoped that she liked this city. They were standing close enough that Kingsley could smell the delicate scent of perfume on the young girl, different from the one he had worn yesterday. The Duke tried to discreetly ask the girl if she and her brother had seen each other recently. Louise didn't know what the question was about, but she said that she hadn't gone outside for several days and hadn't met anyone. Kingsley immediately remembered his knight's words and realized that this was not something he could lie about. The young man knew that Edmund was not the type of person to go to the entertainment districts, which meant that he really did have a girlfriend. Then the young man asked directly if Louise's brother was in a relationship with someone. However, the girl admitted that she is not the kind of person with whom the guy would discuss such issues. However, he was 24 years old and Edmund had reached marriageable age, so this was not surprising. Kingsley wondered if that was why the knight had so vehemently refused when he had been offered an engagement to Erica. One word led to another, and Louise admitted that she had come to the jewelry store to find out the price of gold. She reported that the guild had been buying gold in huge quantities lately, and the price had risen. No one knew why this was happening, but everyone was watching the situation closely. Kingsley knew that if someone was in a hurry to exchange personal money for gold, it meant that he was preparing for a trip abroad. Suddenly, at that moment, he remembered Scarlett's plan, which she had told him about. The girl said from the very beginning that she was going to go very far away so that no one would know where she was. Then she asked the young man to increase his investment and asked him to take all the money he had earned by that time. Kingsley suddenly realized that it looked as if Scarlett was preparing to run away. Louise noticed changes in the young man and was worried that he was feeling ill. However, the Duke reassured her, saying that he was simply worried about the gold. Returning to his place, Kingsley urgently called his faithful knight for a talk. At the same time, he invited Scarlett, who did not know for what purpose they wanted to meet. The guy joked that future spouses don't need a special reason to meet. Suddenly, he approached the girl and without any preamble, kissed her on the lips. The guy admitted that every time he sees her fingers, he barely restrains himself from putting a wedding ring on them. Scarlett reminded that they had agreed to deal with her husband first. Kingsley admitted that before giving her an engagement ring, he wanted to give her one more gift. He took out a box and asked the girl if she remembered the flower ring she liked in the jewelry store. The young man watched Scarlett and the knight's reactions closely, but nothing aroused suspicion. The girl admitted that she looked at this ring because it reminded her very much of the one her mother had. Kingsley admitted that he remembered this, then went to the store and wanted to buy this ring to give it to the girl before the official engagement ceremony. However, he admitted that by the time he arrived, the ring had already been sold to someone. He added that he was incredibly angry to learn that someone had dared to beat him to it. Scarlett just laughed and noted that there was no point in getting angry about that, because when it came to goods, whoever bought them first became the owner. Kingsley said he was planning to find whoever bought the ring and buy it back. However, Scarlett admitted that there was no need for that, as she simply looked at the ring out of curiosity and its sophisticated design. However, she noticed that the young man had already given her something truly priceless and pointed to the Empress's luxurious necklace on her neck. She admitted that this was the most wonderful gift she had ever received in her life. Suddenly, Kingsley became very serious, approached the girl, and asked if she loved him. It was not enough for him that she agreed to become his wife, because it seemed to him that she was marrying him only for convenience. He knew that most people in aristocratic society got married in this way, and then just took a mistress and lived together as a threesome. However, the young man admitted that he does not want such a fate for himself. Having met Scarlett, he realized that he was capable of love and was now a dangerous man who wanted to have the girl for himself. The young man admitted that he loves only Scarlett and wants his feelings to be mutual. That is why it was important for him to hear a direct answer about the girl's feelings for him. Scarlett gently stroked his cheek and admitted that a marriage of convenience would not be enough. She admitted that she had already married Sam once, so she never intended to marry someone who wasn't for love again. The girl approached her fiancé and kissed him to prove the depth of her feelings. However, this time, the Duke was not satisfied with just a simple kiss. He wanted more. Scarlett tried to stop him again, noting that now was not the time to be alone. However, Kingsley was quite serious when he ordered his knight to leave the room immediately. He informed her that he had to wait outside and was under no circumstances to enter until the Duke gave him permission to do so, since this time he planned to go to the end with his bride.